And so, at the beginning of everything they talk about Valhalla, one of the 3 best hunting institutes in the world. And every year, a large number of hunters try to enter to carry this great name on their backs. And the total chance is 1 in 500. And besides, among all the students who manage to enter Valhalla, only 150 of them graduate. And the competition begins as soon as the entrance ceremony ends. And so some students already start fighting based on Baikuta, and they are divided into squares fighting one-on-one. And so the senior combat instructor Lee Sang-cheol watches them. And the director arrives saying that this year there are many good people too. And Lee Sang says that it is normal for there to be admissions from Hang, asking if the director went there to see his niece. Says that's right, saying that his family has high expectations for Soyeon this time. Then, Lee Sang thinks about the girl who is part of one of the 5 most prestigious families in Korea, and the Yashin family of geniuses. And he says that people normally learn to manipulate mana at the age of 10, when they are still in elementary school. And at the age of 13, they can manipulate mana in their swords. And at 16, if they were to use a duel as an example against someone from the Yashin family, they would always win. And he says that he was able to take a look at her personal resume, but questions what is so special about the girl. And the director just comments that they communicated with a guardian of the constellations in the Yashin family, asking if Lee Sang would believe him, and Lee Sang is totally surprised, and the director asks if this isn't what he was looking for. And so it is said that there are 5 generations in Korea, and they are the 5 chosen ones. There is a guardian of the constellation in each family, and usually the hunters receive the blessing and protection of the guardians or make a contract. And each of the 5 guardians has different powers. And the one from the Yashin family is the god of the sword. The one from the Jansen family is the god of the spirit. And the one from the Jinxui family is the god of martial arts. While the one from the Ocean family is the god of farts. And the one from the John family is the god of bows. And 5 members from each family together carry the protection of the constellation, and are granted more power and talent than the others to each of them. Lee Sang thinks that communicating is quite different from a simple blessing, and communicating with the Star Guardian is almost like making a direct contract. Then he notices that there is a genius there. Then the director asks about his niece's match, and Lee Sang says that it hasn't started yet, but it will start soon, in 30 seconds. And he realizes that he arrived in time, but Lee Sang says that if he wants to see better, it's better to go downstairs. But he wonders if there aren't many reporters and guild recruiters there. Then he asks to put it on the big screen for them to see. After all, he is a senior instructor. So he even backtracks but ends up following the order, putting the match on the big screen. And so, Yojin is ready to pull the sword, but the crazy guy who is against her is calm. How sickening, Ryuki. And Lee San notices that he seems quite relaxed, and the director starts to wonder if he will give up after knowing who she is, because he is sure that her skills are known throughout the world. But even so, the kid is almost asleep, mumbling and everything. And Lee Sang says he doesn't feel anything coming from him, but the director says it doesn't matter, because it will be over soon. So, on the count of 3, the girl pulls out her sword and Hayo, who remains quite relaxed, and so, when it starts, the girl goes after him with everything, activating her sword's thrust and making a cut towards the boy, but he disappears in front of her. Lee Sang says that she is young, but she can already wield a sword with all that firmness, and she also has great mana control. But with the attack going towards Ryuk, he simply looks face to face with Taiki and just gives a slight smile, leaving everyone amazed because Kinjo Hyuki simply wins the fight, leaving the girl thrown on the ground. And he asks her if that's all, asking why she is so weak, wondering if this is really 300 years in the future. And so, 300 years ago, in the Tower of Destruction, the owner of the tower, the King of Destruction, Brace, says that the one they had was a great battle, and the martial king, Kim Hyen-ho, just watches what he's saying, already injured. However, even tired, he goes for the River of Destruction with a single kick and rips off his head, saying that that really was a great fight. Then, after killing him, he receives what seems to be a notification from the system saying that the Tower of Destruction and its owner, King of Destruction, Brace, have been defeated, and the destruction of the world has been cancelled thanks to the completion of the Tower of Destruction. And so the tower begins to collapse, and Ryan is surprised that it is falling so soon after the defeat, but then he feels a horrible pain in his stomach, which looks like a donut, just like Ace, and he starts to get angry because just now that he was going to be able to live in peace, he is almost dying, and he thinks that since he was a child, he lived doing hard work as a hunter to survive, and all the money and fame and life that he once dreamed of are going down the drain. And he says that he already knew that he could have brought his disciples with him, but then he thinks that this guy was the strongest opponent he has ever faced, and they could end up dying there. So he simply says goodbye to his disciples before being crushed by a rock. I feel like there is a lot of reference there, you know? A certain ninja friend of a Kakashi there almost turns like that. But then, in the present, he opens his eyes without knowing where he was, and Kim Hyen has reincarnated into the body of a 17-year-old boy named Kim Jo-hyuk, and it has been 300 years since the collapse of the Tower of Destruction. And the current time of his reincarnation was satisfactory, because even though his current body is young and weak, his knowledge from when he was the god of war remained, and if he adapts his body correctly, he will be able to live the peaceful life he always wanted in his past life. Until that translucent window appeared. And so he is told that in 5 years, the Tower of Destruction will reappear, telling the boy to prepare until then. So he gets pissed about this because that guy has already lost. But then he thinks about Brady, saying that he should have burned his body to dust. But he can't just stand there regretting it. So he says that in this era, the conditions to complete the tower should be easier. And this time, he'll be sure to live and enjoy his life. But then, he receives another notification, telling him to find the lost weapons and memories, telling him to go to the Constellation Room in Valhalla, on the 3rd underground floor and the 5th room to the right. He thinks about it and concludes that he'll have to look for these weapons and remember something. But to start, he'll have to go to this place called Valhalla and find out. And already in Valhalla, he called the boy to go to the stadium to decide the top 10 in the ranking. And he simply enters the competition, coming face to face with a guy who seems to be twice his size. Then Lee Sang says that today there are more people than last time. And the reason for this is probably the heirs of the 5 families of this year. And also Ryuki. But not only that, after all, his opponent is the eldest son of the family, Ojin Ryuki. I have to comment on this enormous creativity of the author of Dainome, right? Just saying. And so the boy is in disbelief that that guy is the guy who defeated Soyeon on the first day, because looking at it he doesn't seem to be anything special, but he thinks that it doesn't matter because if he defeats him there today, he will definitely make his name known throughout the world, so he calls Hyuk saying that he will kill him. But then Ryoki asks what he means, wondering if that is some kind of slang or something. But he says that he will just beat him up. But Ryoki doesn't take it too seriously, saying that it's going to be shit. So, bro, he gets screwed, throwing the middle finger and cursing the guy with a great will. So the duel begins. Then they talk about the eldest son of the family, Osun. And it is said that Osu Ryoki wasn't very good at literature, strategy, or martial arts. However, he still had a talent above the others, his physique. And he could do what others couldn't if they didn't have mana, and even with little training he could become much stronger. He was born with a top-notch physique which didn't require the slightest effort, and he was worthy of being called a genius just because of that. Detail that corrected his name to Asurio, which at least isn't the same as Prota's name. And so in the present, at the beginning of the match, Ryo confirms that he told him to screw himself. Then this Ryoki gets really pissed, calling the kid a piece of trash, going all out on him. But Ryoki thinks that with the body he was born with, he won't win a hand-to-hand fight, and he doesn't know anything else. But his strength is the real problem, and even though he has a superior physique, that doesn't mean he'll win. So the kid throws his punch, but Ryoki calmly dodges it, thinking about martial arts to improve his physique. But he thinks that's not all, calmly throwing a sweep, lifting Ryoki's leg, unbalancing the kid. And he thinks that the ability to observe the opponent is even more important. And so he gives Ryoki a slap in the chest, turning off the boy's windows and throwing him to the ground. So Ryoki thinks that if he watches, two things are not in harmony that happens and the victory goes to the boy. And he thinks that although this body is weaker than the one he had before he was reincarnated, he shouldn't have any problem hunting monsters and being a hunter like before. And so he leaves the arena, leaving him with blood and surprise, and everyone wonders if Tsuruyuki was really knocked out and knocked down, because honestly they didn't expect Tsuruyuki to fall with a simple attack. The head of the Osun family and king of Pum and Shushin stands behind him, calling them bastards and ignorant precisely for calling that a simple attack, saying that even if his son didn't care about learning martial arts and had only improved his physique, he would easily dodge a punch from anyone his age. But that was something he couldn't dodge. And he says that his son let his temper get the better of him. He just went after Ryoki and even used magic, which he almost never dares to do, to try to end it quickly. But Ryoki tilted his head a little to dodge. Since the boy thought that Ryoki would definitely be hit, he shifted his entire center of gravity forward. So Ryoki only had to give a light touch to lift the boy up. And so he gave a hand, finishing everything. And Shushin thinks that he moved faster than Tsuruyuki at top speed. And since Tsuruyuki entered, Ryoki already had a plan. And he thinks that this in itself is a monstrous talent, and gets excited about it, but then he hears some people talking and thinks that unfortunately, there are many who also know the value of that rookie, saying that not everyone was ignorant, and he thinks about Ryoki, saying that he will make sure to bring him to his family whatever the cost. And so, as the duels continue, they begin to idolize Choi and Eren, saying that they love them. And then Hyuk is impressed by those lunatics, asking why bastards who have already been to the army are calling a 17-year-old girl big brother. And then they say that the final ranked match is going to begin. Against Ryoki and Koiran, however, even with the beginning of the match, the girl continues to be very cautious as she draws her sword in front of Ryoki, so neither of them moves. Wonders what happened and if she is waiting for him to attack first. And he thinks that she at least tries to read the situation and she is already better than the others. Then he starts to smile, wondering if he should start, and he simply starts walking towards the girl while smiling, looking directly into her eyes. And when she gets cornered by his steps, she summons mana in her sword, and everyone is surprised that she has already mastered skills. Exchange of elements of the Shoijin family at 17. As the boy continues walking, she charges her skill, and in his last step, she thinks he is in her range and launches her cut towards Ryuki, but fails, which leaves her in doubt, wondering where he is. Then he calls her to his side, saying that if she shows him where she is going to attack with her eyes, it will end up being very easy to dodge. And when she realizes that he is right next to her, watching, she blocks it, but blocks it with gusto, knowing true terror. And so he lands the only blow, making the girl regret her haste, but she still manages to stop that attack with her sword, receiving only the shock of his blow. Then Ryuki is surprised that she managed to block it with her sword, saying that it's no wonder he didn't feel that he was hitting her body, and she thinks that that attack was very heavy, shaking all over. But Ryuki doesn't give her time to recover, already touching the girl's sword, standing face to face, and says that now she should try to dodge that too, throwing a half-inch punch without moving, making the girl fall when receiving a gigantic shockwave that goes beyond her body. So he thinks that attack just now seemed different because it seems like his posture was a little off, but he thinks that in the end it doesn't matter. Victory goes to him, and he stays at the top of the admissions to Valhalla, something that no one would expect, while he walks calmly outside. Several reporters appear asking him to tell his story, and also several other recruiters calling him to their guilds, and the boy gets totally irritated, telling them to shut up. So, the next day, the newspapers wonder if Ryuk is a crazy psychopath, because after getting first place in the entrance exam, he chased the guilds that were making offers to him while cursing him. So I wonder if he wasn't on the verge of madness. And he starts talking a lot about him. And so Valhalla the next day, they welcome the freshmen, talking about the history of Valhalla. And the boy thinks that this is very boring. But then he notices that someone is looking at him. He feels it, but when he turns his head, that other student quickly looks away. And he wonders if he drew too much attention yesterday. But then he remembers when he got home, the system spoke to him, reminding him again to claim his weapons and memories. And he thinks that he just needs to enter and leave, saying that it is not a problem. But already in the virtual combat simulation room, the former chief instructor Kim Lee-gon wonders why this class is distributed like this, because right in front is Soyeon from the Yashin family and next to her Eren from the Shoijin family. And to make matters worse, that mass in the middle is Suryuk from the Osen family. He says that they said that the classes would be distributed randomly, but how? After 3 genders of the 5 families were in the same room. Then, he also remembers that Hayuki is there, wondering why. The bastard is in that class, for this year he is completely doomed. But then he thinks that he should calm down, because in situations like this he needs to impose himself right away. And he says that it is a pleasure to meet them, saying that the person in charge of that class, as well as their instructor, Lagon. Then he tries to put terror in all of them, clicking a button, which creates an illusion room in front of the students, and they start to question themselves. Where is that? Because they were inside the room now, and the teacher soon thinks that if he shows a little bloodlust there, things will be resolved. And so he takes his sword, creating illusions of several orcs and goblins, trying to attack the students with a screaming bloodlust, scaring them. This Ryuki calmly observes those monsters, saying that he can estimate that there are at least 100, but when the monsters come to attack them, they hit a barrier, and the teacher is happy that that barrier is working, and he takes advantage of that distraction and chaos created, calling Ryuki, asking if he can take care of those monsters. And the boy doesn't quite understand the teacher's intention, asking if they are those monsters, and he says yes. Then Ryuki starts to think, and the teacher also thinks to himself that it's great, because now he's sure that his ego will decrease a little, because in the case of the students, most of them have only seen monsters in books and such, but never in person. It's natural that he's scared, and he tells the boy to stop pretending to consider it and just say no, because he'll start his class as soon as his ego diminishes. But then Ryuki gives him a little smile, and the teacher gets pissed off by this, asking if the boy is laughing. And he says that since the boy is laughing, he should probably take care of it himself. And the boy says that of course he can, but the teacher still believes that he's bluffing, and tells the boy to try, but Ryuki asks if it's going to be like that, and he questions what he's talking about. And the boy says that he didn't know they would be doing something like that on the first day. And seeing how the teacher is testing him, he believes that he's going to get a reward. And the teacher understands that the boy is trying to earn something, and he asks what the professor will bet on the condition that he takes care of all the monsters. Then, the professor, having no other choice, says that if he takes care of all the monsters, he will do whatever he wants as long as it is under his power. An evil smile and says that, although it is nothing major, he will accept this deal. However, the professor begins to think that the boy did not understand very well, saying that the monsters in this system attack just like the real ones would, But then the boy just tells him to give him a sword right away. And the professor is surprised by the boy's question, but he questions how he will fight without a weapon, asking if he really wants to face all those monsters with his own hands. And seeing that the boy will not sleep cold, because he is covered in reason, he takes his weapon and tells Rio here to use it. And the boy is happy with the sword, opening a gate in the barrier, leaving him within reach of the monsters. And the teacher continues pissed off, thinking the boy is just being silly, while the other students are apprehensive about what the boy is proposing to do, and with that he pulls the sword from its sheath, gulping down several monsters at once. He continues clearing the monsters with the greatest of ease, and some try to attack him from behind, but then he turns the sword in his hand and sticks it in one of them, and so he says that it has been 300 years since he held a blade, and thinks that it is not bad at all. But back then, because of the monsters, the world could not fulfill its role, and they used any kind of weapon that could be seen. But still, the sword is a very familiar weapon. While he feels nostalgic, something appears behind him, and the monster almost hits him with a club, and he dodges it very calmly, thinking that, as he imagined, the pattern is simple, wondering if it was just an NPC monster. After all, that is just a fake monster, well made. Then the students are surprised seeing this, and the teacher thinks it is impossible, since what he lent to Ryuki was a mere sword, and it does not contain any power of magic or fast fencing. But he wonders how he can cut everything so easily, because it is as if the sword is sucking the monsters, and seeing that, everyone who fought with him thinks it is crazy, while Choi already blushes and crowns himself already. And so the boy says he wants to go to the constellation room to fulfill his wish with the teacher. And the boy looks at him evilly, asking if he's going to keep his promise. Then, a while later, at the end of the class, he says that it must be tiring, since it's their first class, so they should go straight to the dorms and rest. Meanwhile, Ryuki feels absurdly bored, wondering what kind of class has to be this long, since he's only going to take what he needs from there as quickly as possible, and he thinks to himself that he's never considered teaching students, but he's also never been to school before. And as he leaves, he thinks that although the class is boring, he got some information from it, especially the history related to constellations. And he says that there was no such thing as a constellation in his previous life. And speaking of the constellation, he says that it's a term used to refer to the transformation of those who established a great fortune into gods. And most of those constellations are involved with hunters, since their relics give them special powers. And Valhalla, in Korea, is the third largest academy in the world, with several constellation relics. And he thinks that everything about fencing and annihilating monsters is useless, wondering if he should go to the dorm and focus on practicing martial arts, because of this body is pretty weak. Then someone comes to talk to him, and he notices that Choi is kind of shy behind the boy, and already in the teacher's room Lee Sang says that the instructor has been through good things. And he says that, to be honest, it's more of an embarrassment than a suffering. But he stops to think about it and realizes that it doesn't make any sense, wondering if he's really a high school student, since he made 120 monsters in the virtual combat simulation room as anticipation. But the boy killed them all. And Lee Sang asks if the high school student who has never even encountered a monster in his life did all that. And the teacher says yes. Then he gets thoughtful and says it's strange. But from what he sees, Ryuki is nothing special. But the teacher asks about his past, that Blood says he has, saying that this boy is an orphan, and he comes from a small orphanage in a totally dangerous area. And so the professor is surprised by this information, wondering if he is lying, but Lee Sang says he did his own research on this and he is not a fake. And furthermore, he questions whether a fake would try to enter Valhalla and make such a mess at the opening ceremony. Then the teacher agrees with him, and also questions him about what he had said about the boy wanting to enter the constellation room. Then he says that, after the first semester, he would be able to enter there eventually, but if he asked the principal, he would let him go to the first floor of the basement. And the teacher thanks him for that, but Lee Sang says that since he brought him there, he must take responsibility. And says that besides, he doesn't know about the completely restricted area on the 5th floor, but anyone can enter the first floor, and it won't be a problem. Let's go for a quick bit. And he says that he's worried about what will happen next year. And he asks about Ryuki, and he says that's it too, but says that even if he doesn't take care of Ryuki, his class has 3 students from the 5 families, and it's not easy to control even one of them. And so Lee Sang understands, saying that he's not trying to comfort him. But there's an exchange student from the Vendrick family in another class, and he asks if he means that Vendrick. And Lee Sang says that's right, the direct Vendrick family, Rockdale Vendrick. And the teacher remembers that he heard that he was expelled from the British Academy because of problems. So he becomes calmer, saying that after hearing that, he feels that his situation is better than the class next door. Meanwhile, Ryuki looks at Choi and questions what happened out of nowhere, and the girl simply asks him to teach her fencing. And Ryuki can't believe what he heard, and the girl repeats, telling him to teach her the fencing he showed her back then. But the girl says no, and she asks why. And he questions why she asked, because he just doesn't want to, and says that if she doesn't have anything else to say, he's going now. However, she repeats it once more, asking him to teach her the grimas, and the boy starts to get irritated, saying that he already said he doesn't want to, asking if there's something wrong with the girl's ear, who tells her to stop following him, because he has no intention of teaching her. Then he tells her to get lost, and the girl stays behind just watching him. And the next day while he's in the room, he thinks he already expected this, but that body is worse than he thought. Because of the martial arts training or whatever, he can't do anything, because he doesn't have any magical powers. And besides that, he says that it is difficult to control the mana, and he says that the problem of this magical power can be solved if he finds that thing, but for that he will have to prepare some mana in him. So they arrive talking to Ryuki, and the guy who is going to talk to him stinks. An annoying character who is going to take a big beating, and here they are Rodkill and Iora, and in that Ryuki asks who they are, and the boy already starts to get irritated because he doesn't even know the Ventric family, and he introduces himself saying that he is not going to mess around, asking if the boy wants to be strong. And it is said that in most families, the affiliated lineage has much more difficulty in obtaining power and wealth than the main lineage. However, the Ventric family has a beak mask, which is a guardian of the constellation. And this makes the Ventric family different from the others. And normally there is a guardian of S-class or higher who protects the family, and they directly select a member of the constellation and give them strength and protection. But for the Ventric family, they decided to sign a contract with a non-constellation family member. And it was a way for the chosen person to sign a contract with the constellation, without the misunderstanding. And because of this unique choice, the Ventric family has a lot of power in Europe. And if the person is a member of the Ventric family, he would be able to select a contractor independent of his bloodline. Then the affiliated family bloodline could have as much power as the main family. And Rock, who is backed with such authority by his family, has become too arrogant. And he thinks that not long ago, because of the commotion in the British Academy, he ended up being expelled. But then he convinced himself that everything was fine, that he won't cry over spilt milk, because he always gets what he wants. And so, he looks at Yura and says that despite having been expelled before, he is from the Ventric family, so they will always find a way for him to get back into the try. That he thinks that person would like that. First of all, he will get Ryuki, who was the center of attention at the entrance ceremony, by his side. And the boy says that if Ryuki is with him, he will take him to the constellation. But Rilke doesn't give a damn about what the kid is saying, calling him an idiot. And so, Rock Joe even asks him to repeat what he just said. And the boy says no, asking if he thinks he is stupid. And the boy is not interested in him. It's just showing off from the start. And now that he's talking so much shit, he really is an idiot, asking if he's wrong. And Rock Joe gets more and more pissed off, calling him a pirate, disgusting, uneducated brat. But then the teacher comes in, telling them to go back to their place, calling Rock Do by his full name, and the deaf throwing a tantrum about it. But when he sees that it's Lee Sang over there, he puts his tail between his legs. Then Lee Sang says that this isn't the British Academy, this is Valhalla. And no matter how wonderful the Ventrika family is, he must obey the instructors there. And so the boy sees that he won't have anything to do and simply measures the height of the room, saying that he will meet with Ryuki again. And so, when it's time to leave, he says that he didn't achieve anything that day. He didn't achieve anything related to the Hall of Constellations. And instead, he got involved with an idiot that morning. And now he also knows that the scouts of the 5 guilds are a bunch of outsiders who come to the school. So they use students and instructors to recruit him, and he wonders if it wasn't enough to talk bad about them. But while the boy is caught up in a bunch of thoughts, Koirin comes to him again, asking him to teach her swordplay, and the boy asks if it wasn't enough for her yesterday. And then, in Valhalla's dormitory, in the upper-class lounge, Rock starts throwing a tantrum in his room too, breaking the lamp. We think about Ryuki wondering if a shitty orphan like him dares to humiliate him. So he tells Yura to call Dizura, saying that he needs him to deal with someone. But while he talks to Ya, the girl doesn't answer. So he gets angry, grabbing the girl by the hair, ordering her to answer him, asking if she still really thinks she's the eldest daughter of the palace family, wondering if he should throw her out of his family. So she says no, and the boy throws her to the ground. Then he tells her to call Desera again, saying that he needs, and he also says that there's a son of the Rise family in the 2nd year, telling the girl to tell him that she has a womb that wants to see her again, and the girl has no other option but to follow his order. Meanwhile, in Ryuki's dorm, he continues to circulate his mana, and thinks that this body is really trash, since he can't summon any magic, and so he falls in love with the girl that afternoon, following him. So he asks what was wrong, since they are almost in front of the dorm, asking if she will continue following him. And so she asks him again to teach her swordplay. This girl is looking like that little boy asking Shrek to roar. She roars, she roars, she roars, all the time saying the same thing behind the guy. And then he asks if she is a parrot, thinking that she is too annoying, saying that he should make her go away. But then he asks for 10 million won, saying that this is the price of a lesson. Then, she lowers her head and he immediately assumes that she can't pay, saying that he is leaving. So she asks him to give her his cell phone, but he questions why she wants his cell phone. And she says that she's adding her number and says that this way it'll be easier to send him the money. He's surprised by this, noticing that she gave him 100 million won, and she asks if he'll teach her now, but he says he won't and refuses the transaction, but thinks that he was surprised wondering how a student can send 100 million won, and says that if he were to teach her, he wouldn't have to show her all his secrets, and says that that was an absurd amount of money. The pantry that doesn't matter, saying that it's just money anyway, and he manages to find it, so it doesn't matter. And even if he has the amount of mana of a beggar, he can still do something. He prepares himself with a shovel in his backpack, saying that he's going to find the secret safe. And so, in the middle of the night, he says that he took a look before coming to this school, but most of the vaults that were hidden for 300 years were destroyed. And according to the research, there should be at least 4 vaults, but it is more likely that there are only 3 left. And the most certain thing is that they are in the mountains of Valhalla. And with that, he thinks that he has to look for them first, summoning his mana and casting it all over the place. He says that the location of the vaults can be determined by feeling the marble that responds to his magic. And he can feel them even with the little magic he has. So he thinks he found the first one, which starts to glow, and he starts digging. He soon regrets his weak body and thinks that if he had known he would suffer so much, he would have buried it in a shallower place. But he thinks that if it weren't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, there would be no need for him to do this. And he says that the world was on the brink of destruction, and there was no place for his riches, so he made safes and stored them all. He begins to wonder if the contents inside them are still safe, hoping so. And so in the morning, he thinks he has finally found them, the safes, and he wonders where the lock is. Then he finds them, saying that a normal key wouldn't fit in that lock. So he goes to do a line of magic, and molds a key there, and so he quickly manages to open it and goes inside, noticing that everything he left is still the same. Lucky for him that he left everything in gold, because 300 years, right? No paper left. And looking at it, he thinks that now that he doesn't have to worry about money, he can look for it. But then he gets a fright, noticing that they are there, the storage stones. And to keep the safes, he puts some magic in it. But finally the day has come when he will have to use them. So he absorbs that magic, noticing that now his body is overflowing. And with that, the stone resets completely. He says that he will first take care of the remaining storage stones, and wonders if he should leave the heavy gold bars and take the light jewels. However, sometime later in class, the kid is completely dead and completely aborts the idea of making a safe in the future, because he must be crazy, saying that his muscles are hurting just because he dug a little. But then he gets a fright because Shoylin comes to talk to him again, and she once again asks him to teach her fencing, and asks him if she really won't let it go, saying that according to the information he found when he reincarnated, the Shoijin family, which includes Eren, is probably the only family that practices fencing. So Lee wonders why him, asking why she is being so persistent, because he can learn more from her family. But she says she wants to learn from him, and he questions why. And she says she has never seen anyone handle a sword better than him. And he asks about her father, asking if he isn't the head of the Shojin, questioning if he isn't better with the sword than the boy. And she talks about her father. But when she was going to answer, the teacher arrives calling Ryoki, asking him to go to the teacher's room. So he is in doubt about it. And the teacher says that it is related to what he asked her last time, asking if he doesn't want to know. And so the boy gets up quickly, leaving Uncle Eren behind. And she even tries to talk to him, but realizes that she won't be successful. However, Ryoki surprises her, telling her to go to the training center at 6 in the morning, and the girl is even speechless, and he asks if she doesn't want to go. Then she nods, saying she'll be there. And now in the teacher's lounge, the teacher says that he has a class, and then he speaks really quickly, saying that his access to the Constellation building has been approved. And he also says that he will need to go to the basement. But he says that the boy is not authorized to enter any floor below the first basement. Then he understands, asking when he can go there. And the teacher says that if he is available, he can go at night. The boy says that he will go that day, so the teacher thinks it is a surprise, because he thought he would make a scene about not being authorized from the second basement, because he didn't think he would just accept. And with that, peace reigns between the two. The boy only leaves the night. The teacher takes him to the treasure of Valhalla Academy, the Constellation room. And at the door, Ryoki notices that there are several guards there and thinks that the security is stronger than at the main gate. And the teacher says that this shows how important the Constellation building is, saying that it is important enough to make Valhalla one of the 3 best academies. And the boy thinks that it is not just the security, but the outer walls as well, as they are covered in all kinds of magic and are completely surrounded except for the entrance. And he asks the teacher something, questioning how someone would go down to the second basement, asking if he would have to do something illegal. And the teacher says that this would not make him a criminal, but he would definitely be expelled. And besides, he would go crazy before even leaving the school. So the boy is in doubt about this. And the professor says that in the second basement, the magical power of the constellations flows without restriction. And if he touches that magic, his mind will shatter and he will become a madman. And the boy gets excited about it, and the professor starts to get suspicious, wondering why this brat is asking this right before he goes in. Wondering if he really wants to go down there, but he thinks that's not it because the first place entry candidate wouldn't do that. He's sure that he knows it's better to stay in the academy. And so the professor tells him that he only has 30 minutes, and then he must leave. Then he says he'll be back soon. And the system tells him again to claim his weapons and memories. In the 5th room on the right of the 3rd basement, and Ryuki thinks to himself saying that he doesn't care if he gets kicked out or whatever, and he sees the wand. He's just working hard because of that place. He'll have to go to the 3rd basement first. But he wonders why there are so many stairs in that building since he can't, even from far away. So, as he goes down, he wonders what place that is, wondering if it's a prison. And he says that he was sure that the Hall of Constellations was in the 1st basement, but he wonders if that's really it, since it doesn't seem that important anyway. Wondering if he should go deeper, but then the system says that he met the requirements, saying that he's being moved to the hall. But while he's in doubt reading that, he's teleported. And in the middle of all that darkness, a voice speaks to him, calling him Kim Hyun-woo. He remembers that this is his name from the past, and Bard appears in front of the boy, and he says that it's been 300 years, wondering if it would be a reunion. Ryo, who out of nowhere, takes the opportunity to punch Bard in the face, saying that he's happy to see him, even though he's clearly pissed off. And after that beautiful punch, Baji asks him to calm down, but the boy keeps hitting him, and he tells him to calm down so he can talk a little. But Ryuki doesn't stop at all, saying that he's gonna punch him even more. And so, a while later, he's already tired, and Ryuki says that he's not the type of person who would use his fists, and Bashi is in doubt about it. Then Ryuki gets really pissed, saying that his case is different because he destroyed his future for good, and starts to step on him, saying that he took his money and all the time he spent training his disciples. But then, Busty asks him to calm down, asking if he isn't curious about this place. So he asks what is here, saying that there is nothing there, and Busty says that this place is an imaginary world, and says that to be exact, that space is a relic, and what he is seeing right now is just a form in the imaginary world, and his real body stopped existing 300 years ago. Then, the boy asks if he is saying that he has always been in this relic. So, Busty says yes, and Ryuki is in doubt about what happened, and Busty says that's right, saying that he's become a constellation, and Ryuki isn't happy about it at all, beating him up again. However, while they are in this little gossip inside, the teacher outside starts to get impatient. But then the boy comes out, and he asks if he didn't do anything strange, and he says of course he didn't, saying that he only took a look and he didn't go too deep because he would have lost his mind if he did. So, the teacher sends him straight home now. While the boy goes, he thinks about what he said to Bash, saying that he doesn't care if he turned into a constellation, just asking him to tell him what that transparent notification window was, asking what that is. Then, Bash says he doesn't know what it is. Then the boy gets ready to hit him again, but quietly says that he is telling the truth, saying that after he killed you, he was in this business for 300 years without any power. Then he releases him, asking who he sent the message to, and he says that he received that notification too, saying that he received the notification to contact the reincarnated Joe Ryuki to get his memories back, and Bashi says that thanks to that suspicious person appeared, wondering if it was because of him that he became the owner of the Tower of Destruction. And Ryuki asks who the guy is who made him the owner of the tower, and Bashi says that he doesn't know exactly because all his memory of that part is gone, and he doesn't think the memories that disappeared will come back. He talks to Ryuki asking what his notification said. Then he says that it said to find a weapon and memories. He couldn't read what was underneath because it was censored by some symbols, but he doesn't remember having lost any memories, and he also has memories of the tower. However, Busty says that perhaps the memories have not yet come to his mind, since he has already found the weapon, so the memories will appear naturally. And so he asks what weapon this is, what weapon he found, so Busty says that it is exactly that, saying that this space is the inner world of the 4 weapons and the village's sword, became sacred relics, and he says that he became a constellation because he used the village's sword as a relic. But at this, Ryuki, even without an apparent reason, starts to get pissed and thinks that his village's sword has become a relic and inside it there is a constellation. Wondering what the hell this situation is, because he wanted to destroy everything and leave it behind, but he ended up bringing the sword with him. And he says that it doesn't matter how weak he has become. He is still reluctant to leave Bastion alone, since he was once called the King of Destruction. And he thinks that there is nothing he can do, since the new quest that appeared in the notification window is only achievable with the village sword. However, he thinks that there is no receipt with this sword, and so they talk to Ryuki, asking if he is the guy who was first in the ceremony. And when he looks to the side, he already sees a bunch of punks wanting trouble with him. And they tell the boy that their seniors were on a trip, asking if he won't perform. And here he is Lyric Sunrise from the 2nd year, and he is incredulous that Valhalla also accepts bullies like that. And Lyric notices that the boy apparently isn't afraid, saying that if he came in first place, just saying hi to his seniors isn't enough. So they talk to Lyric, saying that they're gonna beat that guy up first. But Lyric tells the bald guy to calm down, and he talks to the boy, saying that the difference between the first and second years is huge. But then the, who was already trying to make fun of them, laughs, tells them to stop talking and get in there, hitting the first of them. And the bald guy, besides getting kicked in the middle of the belly, also gets one in the face that throws him far away, and his friends just make room, letting him crash into the ground. Then Lyric starts calling Rio here crazy. But when he looks at him, he notices that he's holding a sword, and he says he definitely didn't have any weapons just now. And Huok thinks that the good feeling of a perfect grip has certainly been there for a while, and tells them to come quickly because it will be fun, saying that if they delay, he will crush them all. And so, 3 hours before, Lyric finds out everything through Rock Jill, and he says that Lyric only needs to do one simple thing, telling him to deal with a single student, and says that of course he will reward him, something that will help the Sunrise family, and says that he is a first-year student, Ryuki, and tells him to deal with the boy, saying that it doesn't matter what weapon he uses, because he will clean up the mess anyway, asking if Larry will accept. Ends up accepting and leaving there, and he thinks that it doesn't matter if he came in first place, a first year, saying that they can't be opponents of a second year. And he says that it's inevitable that the first and second years will be fundamentally different because of their contract with the constellation. And the students of Valhalla have to go to the constellation room in the second semester of their first year and form a contract with one of the constellations. And the students who have a contract become contractors and are called sophomores. And he says that when someone becomes a contractor, you can summon and use the power of your constellation. Ryuki, who wasn't born into any special family, doesn't have a guardian constellation, so he says he can beat him up really easily. But that's what he thought, because in reality, the kid is going down the woodwork in every way. And Inhoi and Ruivo even think they have a chance, grabbing a dagger and imbuing it with mana, calling the boy a damn newbie. But Ryuki doesn't even give him time to think about doing something, bringing the sword sheath down on the fluffy cake's face, throwing him away and engaging. Then, another veteran tries to hit the boy by jumping up, but he arrives screaming, which gives the boy time to dodge. And only after hitting the ground and raising a huge amount of dust, Yoki appears next to him, saying that he didn't hit. He hits the kid's face, throwing him away. And so, Lyric thinks that it can't be because he's finishing off the second-year guys one after the other. And before becoming a contractor, second-year students must have better martial arts or magic skills than first-year students. But even with all that, they were useless like that. And he wonders what strange fencing technique is this, because it seems like he's just walking around with half-hearted strength. But whoever gets hit can barely get up, and the boy keeps swinging the sword, getting the hang of it. But then he looks at the rest that's left, wondering if he hadn't already said that he was going to crush whoever kept stalling. So, they think they have to go for it, and Lyric thinks everyone is trying to decide whether to go for him or get out. He yells at his friends not to be afraid because he's just a newbie. Then Rio, who notices that the boss of the brave ones has courage, so the boy tells him to shut up, summoning mana in his sword and trying to hit him, but then he stops in the middle of the attack, because Rio put the hilt of his sword on his belly and asks who stays still when they're going to get hit. Then he uses that half-inch palm through the sword, throwing Lyric, who only has time to think when he got so close. And so, after that huge P, Ryuki wakes him up with a slap and asks who he is and why they got together and came to fight him. And so, the boy asks if he didn't hear before because they are his seniors. But Ryuki certainly doesn't believe that a bunch of seniors came while hiding weapons to take care of a rookie, asking if this is a normal business. And he soon tells Lyric to tell him who sent them. And he even tries to lie, saying that it was just to break the nose of the first place among the rookies, saying that it's just that. But then Ryuki notices that there seems to be loyalty among the bullies, saying that he's getting emotional, saying he's going to leave, ordering them to clean up the mess. Then Lyric tells him to wait, asking if he thinks he can go to school. But they ended up losing badly, and if the school leaks, he would definitely be ashamed to go to class, telling him to think carefully if he really wants to go to school and have the chance to join a guild. So he leaves everything thrown on the floor, and at 9 in the morning, Rock Jill thinks that a call should come at any moment. And indeed, Lyric calls him, and the boy asks if he gave Ryogi the beating he asked for. But then the boy tells Rock Jill that he's taking this job off his hands, and simply hangs up. How much this crazy guy must have been shitting himself while he was talking on that phone. It's a joke, you know? And did you hear what the boy said? Rock Deal is discredited. And so, Larry says that from now on, he should stay away from anything related to Kim Jo-hyuk. And the boy wonders what got into him because a few hours ago, when they were talking, he seemed pretty confident. And so, Lyric says he's gonna hang up, but Rocket asks him to wait, saying that if Ryuki hit him, he asks what the boy thinks about reporting him to management. However, he doesn't answer anything. And Rock Jill says that if he still has visible bruises, it means they have enough evidence, asking if he can't do at least that. And if he does, he'll give him the full amount as promised. And he even tries to get his family to sponsor him. But Lyric says that even if his family sponsors them, they won't be able to recover the honor they lost. Then he says he's going to hang up, And so he makes the kid all pissed off, calling the kid a piece of shit. Then he talks to Yuri, asking if she got in touch with Sarah's guy, and she says she did, saying that she informed him that the kid wanted to meet in person. But since he's far away, it'll take a while for him to get there. And the kid asks where he's seriously. And so, in Mexico, at the Aripia Academy, the kid is beating up everyone there. And he's surprised, arrested that Okira's rock wants him to go to Korea. And he finds out that he's gonna have to deal with a person named Ryuki. And he also finds out that the reward is already prepared. And he gets excited about it, because there was no one he could ask for money after being sent out. Thinking this is a great turn of events. And the next day at 6 in the evening in the Valhalla training hall, Yogi is surprised by the size of the training hall, wondering if it's because the school itself is already big, because that makes him want to run. But then he hears Bart's voice talking to him, asking why he's there, and he wonders where Bart is talking to him from, and the guy says he's sealed in the sword, so why? He's surprised. And Ryoko says she's surprised, because he thought Busty had gotten out somehow, because then he could beat him up and drag him back inside by force. Then Busty says it's nothing like that, so he doesn't have to worry. And Ryuki thinks that if that's the case, then it's okay, becoming calm and starting to stretch. And in that, he questions about the situation of the sword, since it became an artifact and is currently being kept in Valhalla. And they simply left the Hall of Constellations with it. But Busty says that there's no need to worry, because he exchanged the sword with a replica. Then he says that's what he's worried about, questioning where he learned to make a replica. And he says that when he woke up he had lost all his strength, but he was able to make a replica from the beginning, although he doesn't know why he has this ability in the end. Then the boy says that he doesn't know anything, but while stretching, he notices that Uncle Aaron was there next to him, watching him talking to himself. And he's surprised that she came. So once again she tells him to do which basically involves asking if he's going to teach her Edagram, and he says no, saying that they're going to start by improving her stamina. And the cute girl is in doubt about this, asking why. However, he doesn't answer her, saying that she can leave if she doesn't want to, and she gets nervous, saying that she does want to. So he tells her to start stretching, and the girl hurries to start, and he thinks that if she improves her stamina, she'll be able to absorb mana better. Besides, it will improve her control over mana, and although this is the basics for improving, the current training method is strange, and so the girl goes on stretching, and he thinks that they're investing everything in mana before stamina for some reason. And even that Koirin is doing it. And even though she has a lot of mana, she only has the stamina of a student who could wield a sword. And as soon as she finishes stretching, he says that now they're going to start the real training. Then he makes her do push-ups, with the girl almost dying, making her do squats, which she can't do even without weight. And when he makes her do a deadlift, she can't do it that well either. And so the girl falls to the ground, all exhausted, tired as hell. Then he says that they're just starting, and she's in disbelief, questioning what he just said. But he just tells her to stop being lazy and get up, because they still have to run 20 km. And the girl almost has a heart attack. And sometime later in the classroom, he asks if she's feeling okay. Because even though they trained harder than last time, they did a good workout and she has a physique worth developing. And the girl, in turn, looks like she's been through post-traumatic stress from the end of the world, shaking in her chair. And so, someone comes into the room asking for silence, saying that on that day they're going to take a simple written exam. And that's the supervisor of the dimensional monster subject, Lilia. And she says that even though she explained it briefly on the first day, she's already told them to study the dimensional monsters a little on their own. And that day she's going to be testing how well they know how to deal with each monster individually. And when they get the test, some of them have doubts. While Uncle Yarin is feeling sick, poor thing, shaking like a leaf. And Proda, in turn, seems quite relaxed. And after the time is up, Lilia asks them to move their tests forward, saying that the test from that day will not be added to the overall ranking. However, it will be used to measure their skills for the next class. And she tells them that in the next class, they will start their first official lesson in the virtual combat simulation room, that she will see them next time. Then, when she leaves there, Busty starts talking to him, asking if he is sure he can write his answer like that. And Ryok, who is surprised that he was watching, and he says yes, saying that since he isn't here, he has nothing else to do. And Ryo, who asks if he is reading his thoughts. But Bart says that to be exact, he can only hear what he thinks related to him. So he gets surprised and says that he just wrote the answer the way he knew how. Bart even gets his point. In the teacher's lounge, Lilia is totally pissed off by the boy's answer, wondering if he dares to call those shitty sentences an answer. And the class teacher comes over and asks her if by any chance these are his class tests. And she says yes, saying that in preparation for the next fight simulation class, she told them to study how to kill monsters. Then she gave them a simple written test, but as expected of Class A, which has all the children from famous families. They all did well, so he thinks the same thing, saying that he'll go his own way. But at that, he gets worried. And she talks about Kinji or Ryuki, gets mad at him. So he asks if Ryuki didn't try hard. And she says that it's not that he didn't try hard. He's just making fun of the class at this point, and he asks if it's that bad. And she says that this can't be ignored, saying that in the next class she'll show him these answers and prove that it's not easy to deal with monsters like that. Then, a week later, in Loaded to Valhalla's virtual simulation, she says that she's already given the grades and brought the tests that they gave her last week, and most of them went very well, but she tells Ryuki to step forward, and so he does, getting close to her. And she tells him to get the test, saying that Ryuki got a 0, and asks if he's sure he took the test seriously. And he says that he did. Then she talks about the first question. What is the most effective method of dealing with the stone goblin? Asking what he wrote as an answer, and he tells her to just hit him in the stomach. This teacher gets pissed and talks about the second question, which mentions a hypothetical situation where he finds the 8 wild goblins running towards him. And she asks him to mention how he would deal with this situation. And he says that starting with the ones closest, he hits each one and sends them to hell, so she says that he can't be serious because if he just acted like he had studied a little strategy, she would have let it slide. Wondering if the best way to kill a stone goblin is with a sword, saying that stone goblin's defense is B+. This means that a normal aura sword won't do any damage. And even so, she asks if he's saying he would use a sword against that kind of monster, and he says yes, saying that everything ends with a single blow. And she gets even more pissed off, thinking that his ego has no limits, thinking that he keeps talking nonsense. Then she says that if Ryuk is confident in his answer, she'll give him a chance, making that hologram appear again, and says that if he kills the monster exactly as he explained in his test, she'll change the grade. And so he says he understands, saying that he'll put his test there for now, grabbing a simple sword and going after the monster. Then he comes face to face with the stone goblin, and Lily claims to have heard that he killed all 120 goblins that were summoned before. And she's sure that his talent is real. But at least with the stone goblin, he can't just attack with any old sword. Random. And so the goblin attacks him. Then he counterattacks, sticking his sword in the middle of the goblin's belly, leaving him paralyzed. And so he breaks completely, and everyone gets scared. He asks if it's okay with her, because just like he said, he just has to hit him in the stomach. That, and Ian notices that he killed the goblin with a single sword, without any magic. And all the students are surprised by this, but Gilead asks how he did that. But he questions if she didn't see what he just did, telling her to just hit his stomach with a sword, saying that's all. But then she says no, saying that in fact it's more than that, because if he wants to kill a stone goblin with a sword or a machete, you need to at least be a Class S contractor. And she thinks that it would actually be logical to deal with him using one blow. But she asks how he did it with just a sword. Then the boy goes to charge, saying that his answer was right, and she says no, saying that that still wasn't his answer, sending the next question and summoning another monster. The earth opens up, changing again, placing him in the middle of a dungeon. Then he questions what that is, and she says that he should pay attention in front of him. And so other goblins appear, and she talks about the wild goblins, which informally are goblins with anger control problems. And it's very difficult to deal with them, saying that if the person doesn't do it correctly, the goblin in front will use Greto's ability, and the other goblins in the vicinity will also appear. And normally one would fight with magic and kill them all at once, or else run away instead of facing them, because although the boy can only see 3 goblins in front of him, 5 more will appear as soon as he makes a mistake, and even if he manages to use the sword well, it will be difficult, because from what he heard, it seems that the speed of his sword is very slow. However, the boy goes ahead, simply sticks the sword in the first one, sticking it in the second one as well. And the last one left even thinks about using his Greto ability. But then, the boy sticks his sword in the middle of its mouth, killing all 3 of them instantly. And he tells Lilia that if that's all, he also got the second question right. Dude, it's really simple. If you don't let the opponent click, you win. That's it. And sometime later, he's in his daily torture session with Choi Erin, on the girl for running on the treadmill. And so, when they finally finish, she's exhausted on the floor, and she can barely breathe. At that, the girl asks if she didn't train in her clan, asking why she's suffering with this level of exercise. And the girl says that she doesn't normally work so hard. Then he asks if she doesn't train normally, asking how she's gonna fight those monsters. And she says that she can simply use her magic power by borrowing the strength of the constellations. Then he says that it's as he expected, because instead of training their own stamina, they focus on magic power since they depend on the constellations. And even if they don't increase their physical abilities, it's fine, as long as they train hard to take advantage of the power of a constellation. But he thinks that this is too risky, since the person can get caught in the middle of a dungeon or a labyrinth with magic restrictions. Besides, all his mana can run out and he can fight for a long time. Besides, the members of the constellation may not even lend him their power. So he talks to the girl, asking if she thinks these stamina exercises are worth anything. And she says of course, saying that he told her that he would teach her swordsmanship if she did that. Then he wonders what kind of answer that is, questioning if she's basically doing this because he told her to. So she doesn't know what to answer, and he leaves it at that, saying that they'll end up there, since they need to go to the gym soon. So she asks if he's not going, but he says he's going to do one more set of exercises, asking why, wondering if she wants to do it too. And the girl seems pretty scared about that, so he asks her to let it go already. Then he says he'll see her later. And so the boy continues, and Basher asks if her name is Arian Choi, saying that it seems like she endured his training without even complaining, but asks anyway if he decided whether he's going to help her with the training or not. And he says it's just because she pestered him so much to teach him her fencing technique. But then Barker asks if he's already shown his technique to Raren Choi, but he says he never really showed it to her, but he bets she noticed when she used it during class. Then Baxter notices that she understood his strength just by observing, noticing that it is interesting. He says that he also found it interesting, so he plans to teach her a little of his ability.
And with that, he hears a noise from the side, noticing that Seriok was there.
Then he gets up all tired, and the boy asks how long he was there, and he says that he was there from the beginning due to his routine. He always went to exercise before class, asking the boy for permission. Then Ryuki thinks to himself about him, saying that he doesn't know if it is because of the martial bone structure he was born with, but it seems that he is able to train for so long due to his talent. Then Busty asks if he is interested in that man, and the boy says that he is destined to be smarter than those who train only their magical power. And so, Baxter says that's probably it. But he wonders what those damn constellations are doing. But even Baxter, who is one, doesn't know. And the boy asks if that's all he can say. He says that he's also a constellation, but all he did was stay there isolated for 300 years. He doesn't know anything about the others. He might be able to learn more if he finishes his new mission in the system tab. He thinks about that new mission, which also has all of its content censored, which talks about the center of the Great Forest of Valhalla, and he notices that someplace he's heard about in class, and it was the last survival place they went to during the first semester. And he says that if it weren't for that damn mission, he would only escape from there after getting his stuff back. But it seems like he'll have to stay stealthy for now. So that's enough with the question about it. After all, he caused quite a mess by starting a fight with those bullies a while back. But he says that those bastards didn't seem like they were going to stop at any moment. And in his vision, he held on for quite some time. And he says that if that weren't the case, his head would have been broken, like the one below. So he thinks that anyway, until he finishes this mission, he won't be able to leave. So the secrets of reincarnation will be revealed too. And so in the United Kingdom, in London, there at the Ventric mansion, someone talks to a girl who seems quite arrogant, and she asks the butler to tell her what happened. And he tells Delia Ventric, the deputy lady of the house, that the labyrinth on the outskirts of Hudson has been solved. And she says it was a good job, but asks if he has anything else to say. And he says he's thinking about recruiting some competent men he found along the way. And he says that that time in the labyrinth, there was a survivor from the Hobbit clan. And the girl asks if he's strong enough, and he says he is, because the two he found are Class A contractors. And Delia says that if they're at that level, they deserve the Bentrek's blessing. So he should test their ability and send them there. So he asks if that's all for today, but he says he has something to think about. Report on Rockdeal, and she wonders if something happened to them again. And the butler says yes, saying that he was called to South Korea. And Adelia doesn't like hearing that name at all, and she comments on Desera, saying that he is the black sheep of her family and the worst delinquent. And he committed several terrible acts using the Ventric family name. At 19, he killed 5 people at the English Academy, just because they started an argument with him. Then, at 20, he was completely disinherited from the Ventric family, and she says that he has been living. And she is surprised that he is going to meet with Rockjill, ordering him to be placed under surveillance in Rockjill's name. And the butler understands her order well. However, she also tells him to inform Rockjill, saying that if he is caught doing anything strange, he will be removed from the family. And so he says that all of this will go into the report, saying goodbye to her. And when Adelia is alone, she thinks that all of these damn people are using powers that they didn't earn through their own merit. Powers that weren't made to be used by trash. So she thinks that that power is for everyone. Everything is just one person, and in the end, everything is for her. Wow, huh? Who would have thought that the leader of the criminal family would also be the little criminal? Okay, right? Okay. And she still has the nerve to ask the Guardian Constellation if she is or isn't. Then, in another class, the teacher says that if he were to define the word evildoer, it is composed of the words evil and doer, which means a person who does evil. The word evildoer is mainly used to describe a person who uses the powers of the constellations for evil. And he says that while evildoers usually operate alone, they sometimes form organizations. And among these organizations, the most notorious is the Onagod group. And as the teacher continues explaining, Ryuki thinks about that body, thinking that while He can feel himself getting stronger just by exercising. He also has the talent to use mana, and although it is not at the level of a genius, it is much better than his body before he was reincarnated. He thinks that it is still strange because no matter how sedentary this body was, he wonders why his condition is so bad, because when he did the key circulation on the first day he could barely finish since he had less mana than a normal person, and his physique was so bad that just digging a little made him feel like he was going to faint. And yet, a body of that level should not have gotten to that state, and he wonders if something happened in the past. But he doesn't know. Besides, he doesn't see any point in stressing about it now. Then someone knocks on his desk, and he notices that it's Soyeon. Then she hands him a note, and the boy opens it and notices a hello. Then he wonders what it is now, since she didn't say anything to it. Late in the afternoon, the teacher says that this weekend they will be allowed to leave the campus. And for students who are planning to leave, he asks them to send their requests separately. He says that's all. And Prota soon thinks about leaving the campus, saying that his reason is to go for a walk around. Then Backer asks about it, asking if he's planning to leave the campus. And he says yes, saying that he's thinking about going somewhere. And he questions where he's thinking of going. But while he's talking to his mind, Suyun goes to talk to the boy again, and he, soon remembering Choi Aaron, asks if it's fun to be behind him, asking what it is, because he even answered her note politely, but she didn't even answer him. And he tells her to speed up, because he still needs to deliver something and he's busy. And she starts to stutter, speaking all haltingly. He gets really angry about this, telling her to just speed up and say it right away. While he scolds her, he calls her crazy. But she asks why she's crazy, and he questions if making someone angry for no reason is normal. Then he asks her what the hell she wants. She remains stuck thinking about the day he killed that stone goblin with only his sword and no magic. And she thinks that this is different from the books. She thinks that she just wanted to ask how he killed that stone goblin, but she starts to question herself because it hurts her pride so much. However, while she is gnawing, Lily steps in front. Apparently her pride is gone, and she asks directly if he can tell her how he killed that stone goblin, and sees that ridiculous situation. Everyone's sad and paralyzed, and he questions where she came from, and also asks why she is interfering out of nowhere, because he thought she hated him, but she apparently is totally against it. But he questions again if it isn't true, because he threw the whole answer in her face, and he asks if she doesn't hate him, because he made her feel ashamed, but she says she doesn't care about that, and she believed that there was only one way to kill monsters. But he showed her that there are many others. So she asks if he doesn't want to become her assistant, but he automatically refuses, saying that he needs to hand in his exit request form. But she asks why, since she becomes his assistant and a lot of blah blah blah, but he refuses again. So Suyin ends up being left behind, since she's mooching, but she thinks it doesn't matter, since she doesn't need it. And so, the next day, Rio is the one who goes to the market, being surprised by what he sees. And returning to the dormitory, the boy is looking for something on his cell phone. Backer asks what he's rummaging through, and he says that it's the information about the place that he's going to get. He should find a trading forum where he can sell the treasure he found in the vault. And he says that this place seems like a decent place, and so he finds the market. And what did he research about it? After paying an entrance fee, people are allowed to trade pretty much. And despite it being a market that anyone around the world can use, it is seen as a black market because of the evildoers who use it. And the reason for such an unusual market like this to exist is that the person who created the market is a guardian constellation called the Secret Ruler. And he thinks that since it was created and maintained by a guardian constellation, upper-class people use it open. And even though it is illegal, governments don't touch it. And that is also the reason he can find out how to enter so easily. And he thinks that he should use it for and he reads all the information in the post and notices that there is a link in the comments section. But when he was about to click on the link, Choi Aaron sends him emojis and starts sending a bunch of crying love. He questions what happened, and she says she won't be able to go to training tomorrow, saying she'll have to leave, and he thinks he also has a place to go, so it would be difficult anyway. And he just sends a caca, and she is doubtful, and he says he's just telling her to have a good trip. And so the girl fills him with emojis, and he wonders why she keeps sending him these things. Look, Proda, I think you died a virgin in the other life and you're on your way to dying a virgin. Virgin again, okay? You better pay a little more attention. And in this one he goes back to Pussy saying that Pussy said that if he opens the comments link, he can make a reservation and get the location. So he clicks on that, and right after he leaves the house all hooded, all weird, and he starts to see on the map the place where it is marked. But then, when he gets there, he thinks it's something with old coffee. So he really notices an old coffee falling apart. And so, when he opens the door, there's nothing inside. On his cell phone, he reads that he just needs to go in there and go straight to the right corner. And seeing in the right corner, there really is a door. And when he opens it, he falls into another place and notices that it's a totally different street, realizing that this is the market, and that atmosphere is quite dark. And he already notices that this is strange because he's sure it's his first time there. Then he wonders why it looks so familiar. especially that purple sky and the moon with clouds. And it's also similar to the night sky he saw 300 years ago. So they ask the boy if it's his first time there. And then he notices that the man is wearing a leather jacket and connects it with item 1 on the list he saw on the website and thinks it's the employee he heard about in the post. And he says it's his first time there. And the man assumes that maybe he already knows how to use the market. And he says yes to a certain level, taking out the money and giving it to the guy. And he says that with that, he's already used up all the money he made from being ranked first in the entrance exam. And now he only has about 30,000 ounces. However, since he came there to get more money, he's fine. So the man asks if there's anything he wants. And he says there is one thing, saying that he wants to sell as much jewelry as he has, but asks where he should go. And so the man asks if he's thinking of putting it up for auction. He says no, saying that he just wants to sell it quickly. And the man says that in that case, he should go to the market in the 3rd district, saying that there are several merchants there who buy anything from jewelry to weapons as well as anything else he can imagine. So he asks who the most trustworthy person there is. And he says that since he has gold or jewelry, he would recommend Morris, who is known for having the best prices. He asks where the 3rd district is, and the man points to the side, telling him to go that way, and when he sees a crossroads, he should just go straight ahead. Then, the man says one more thing, strongly recommending that he wear a mask there. He says that due to the nature of the goods that are exchanged in the market, everyone, most of the time, wears a mask, and he tells the boy to think of that as just a little toast from him. And so he thanks the man who tells him to be careful. So in the 3rd district of the market, he notices that everyone is wearing a mask, and asks if one of them is Morris. And the man gets a little scared, but ends up revealing if he is the one the boy is looking for. And he says that there are some goods that he wants to sell right now, but the man says that it all depends on the items. But if they're gold or jewelry, he can evaluate them pretty quickly. And so the boy takes a bag out of his backpack and throws it on the table, saying he wants to sell it. Then the man asks if they're rings, but when he looks at them, he sees that there's something quite impressive, being an artifact from the Age of Destruction. And Morris thinks that no matter what angle he looks at it from, it's an artifact. And by the sound of his voice, he must be in his 20s at most. And he asks about those artifacts where he got them. And the boy says that, from what he heard, those questions weren't asked in that place. Then he remembers saying that it was his mistake, and he thinks that he was so distracted by the artifacts that he asked something he shouldn't have, and he almost threw away his reputation as a negotiator. Then the man says that he honestly doesn't know the price of them, saying that he can't process them. And since those are artifacts from the Age of Destruction, he lacks the capital to buy all of them. So the boy is surprised by this Age of Destruction, asking where he should go to get a fair price. And he says that on the way there he must have passed a tall building, the auction house. And the boy questions how long it would take to sell it and put it on the auction house. So he says on average 2 to 3 weeks. And since there are many people who reserve time slots, it will take a while for there to be spaces. The boy asks if he will need to come to the market in person after this, and he says yes, since he would need to be verified to receive payment. The boy thinks this is bullshit, and he talks to Morris, because even though they say they wouldn't be able to process it, he questions around how much he thinks those items would go for at the auction. And so he thinks for a bit and says that it would be around an absurdly high value. And the boy gets to the point of wondering how many zeros are there, saying that although he celebrates that they were also expensive in his past life, he didn't think it would be so much. And he asks Morris how much of the value he wouldn't have. And he says that this is just an estimated value that he calculated. But it would be a very different story if he put it up for auction. And if he sold everything he has, he would still only have around 3/4 of the total value. The boy is surprised by this, saying that he will take that amount. And Morris is even more surprised by what the boy is saying. Then it is said about the artifacts from the Age of Destruction. And although they are sold at a high price due to their age, there is also another big reason, which would be thanks to the constellations. And the constellations that started appearing after the end of that era strangely reacted well to the artifacts that originated at that time. And since a person without power was able to create a contract with an S-class constellation thanks to those artifacts. And if he remembers correctly, they are called the Alchemist Zone. And he is still active as a contractor from what he remembers. Then he thinks that after a second inspection, he is sure that these are from that era, being impressed by the way mana flows through them, and says that the magic released at the end of the Era of Destruction still seems to be trapped in the artifact, and an artifact from that era has to have those signs. And he is impressed that he managed to get 8 artifacts from that era, because who would have thought he would be able to buy them for so little? A little, and he already starts to think that this is his lucky day, but then a man comes in front of him and he is amazed by that, getting scared by a man standing in front of him, and with that the boy arrives home, thinking that he thought he was going to die, and he starts to think about the memory, remembering that if he leaves through the door he came from, he must return to his starting location. And he wonders if that seems to be the cafe where he started. And looking at his cell phone, he notices that all the money has already been transferred. And he thinks that with that, his money problem has been solved. And he wonders who would have thought he would win all that with just those 8 rings that he took from the safe. He says that even if they run out, he still has a bunch saved up, so he shouldn't have any problems from now on. I know Prota is filthy rich, he has a bunch of that stuff saved up, but he looks like a crackhead trading an iPhone for RR. It's not possible, man. He just had to wait a little bit. Man, live off those 30,000 and then get, I don't know, 2 trillion? And then, as he walks down the street after leaving the cafe, he notices that someone is calling him and he doesn't recognize the number. And so, when he answers, he notices that it's Lilia calling. So she asks what he's doing, inviting the boy to eat something with her. So he asks how she got his number, and she says it's because she's a teacher from Valhalla. But anyway, that's not important. Calling the boy to eat, telling him to go to the front of Valhalla Academy, because she's gonna buy him lunch. So she doesn't even let him answer. And the boy wonders who hangs up on him after saying what was important. And he starts to wonder if he should go and make her spend her money to eat for free. After all, he's free anyway. I'll let my preferences show. Even though the teacher is much older than him, she hangs up. She's very excited. And with that guy just standing in front of Morris puts an absurd amount of pressure. He asks why he's there. Then he questions if their relationship is that bad. But Morris says that even though he's only seen him a few times, a normal merchant can't just talk to the market owner. And he says that he treats Pokemors this way because he likes him. So he asks why the owner is there. And he says that honestly it's nothing important. Yeah. It just seemed like he signed up to participate in the auction anonymously for the first time in a long time. And Morris realizes that anonymous participation isn't really anonymous by the looks of it. And that guy says that the owner of the market. So Morris says of course, saying that it's strange, saying that it's the first time that the black cat has shown any interest in an artifact, even one from the Age of Destruction. And so he puts the artifacts up there, and the black cat looking at them says that these must go for a high value. So Morris questions what he's talking about, and so a system message appears to the black cat, saying that the constellation on the other side looks scared, and she starts repeating this several times. And he says that apparently this constellation really wants that ring. And guys, if you got this far without looking at the pinned comment, take a look at the pinned comment. If you don't understand English, take it, copy it, and put it in Google Translate. Because the name of the work is The Constellations Are My Disciples. And I think that explains a lot about the reaction of that constellation there. And then, Ryoki goes to a restaurant with his teacher, so they start eating some pasta, and he is apparently very little bothered. And she notices this, asking why he is not eating. And he says that he was just wondering why Valhalla has a place like that. And she says that besides the school cafeteria and the employee restaurant, there is also this normal restaurant. Then ask if he didn't know. He says he's just not interested, questioning why she called him there. And she asks him again to be her assistant, but he says he doesn't want to. Then she says that he should think about it first, and if he becomes her assistant, he would have many benefits, asking if he didn't already know what she was going to order when she came. Then she asks him to listen a little, and he asks what kind of benefits these are, and she says that firstly he would receive a scholarship and others. Financial aid. So he asks more about it, and she tells him that he will have a chance to write an article with her, saying that if he publishes an article, he can write about the 3 types of monster attacks, and if that happens, his name would be listed in the World Monster Research Association. That glory and wealth will naturally arise. But the boy doesn't catch the eye, and she says he can go out twice a week, instead of just once a month. But he asks if there is anything else. Then she says he would have the opportunity to work with her, but he says that it sounds like too much of an ego. But then she keeps begging him to be her assistant, but Prota keeps denying, and thinks to himself that to be honest, if there was any decent benefit he would think about it. But there's nothing quite as tempting as it really is, saying that the urgent objective at this moment, it is reaching the center of the Great Forest, and he says that someone can only get there during the first year performance evaluation. So even if it is a structure, would have difficulty entering. So he tells her straight out that he won't be her assistant and he won't write that article either. But she doesn't give up, asking if he's willing to exchange information, saying that if he could give her some information that would spark her interest, he could tell her about. And she says it's about that girl who's always around him, Choi Erin. So he says he's just helping her with training. But he wonders if they seem that close. And he says he's not interested. But she says anyway, running him over, that she heard that Choi Erin might be disinherited from her own family. But he doesn't seem that interested, and simply gets up to leave. But then she stops him, asking where he's going. And he says he just ate and the benefits aren't that appealing to him. So now that they're done, he should go. However, she denies this, saying that he needs to give her some information in return. But he says that he didn't even care about that. However, anyway, she says that he heard. But at that, the boy changes the subject, saying that there is something he is curious about. Well, for someone as childish as her, why is she so strict while teaching? And she says that as a teacher who teaches about mysterious monsters, The students would have problems if they treated them as a joke. And basically, monster attacks can be directly attributed to the student's survival rate. And the students can't even memorize the most basic attacks. And that's why she has to be strict with him. Then he realizes that it's just an ideology. But she says that it's not an ideology. It's a teacher's duty. And he asks if it really is, saying it's cool, wishing him good luck. So she calls the boy over, telling him he should at least pay her for the information before leaving. But he says he won't, he'll just leave. Meanwhile, at the Choi Jin family, the girl and her father are there. And what appears to be the leader of the family says that the reason he called them there is to ask about their intentions before participating in the ranking test to carry their family's reputation. And that's Choi Jong-suk, the head of the Choi Jin family, and the one next to her. He is the combat leader, the eldest son of the Choi Jin family, Choi Jin Jayam, and the second daughter, Choi Erin, and he says that if they pass the ranking test, they will have the chance to form a contract through Cho, I don't know how many, one of the sacred relics. And he says that this is a testament that they are a legitimate successor to the family. However, if any of them fail, they will be cut off from the family. Then he asks if they will still do it. And both the boy and she respond that they will. And so the boss even puts pressure on them. But he notes that they are determined and says that the classification test will be held in 3 weeks, saying that they can leave now. As they leave, the boy talks to her, asking if she couldn't read between the lines. And she is in doubt about it, and he remembers the moment she said she would participate in the classification test, asking if she didn't see their father's expression. And so she clearly remembers the eyes her father made, and the boy she really wants to be the head of the family, an illegitimate daughter. And the girl gets irritated by this failure, and he notices that threatening look on her face. Then he tells her not to delude herself into thinking she can win the classification test, because she, who couldn't even get the blessing of a constellation, can't even touch him since he has a formed contract. And he starts to strain the girl, saying that since she has already given up, she should go suck and live off the family's money for the time she has left, because he will make her pay dearly. Then he says he'll see her in 3 weeks. And the girl stays behind, still thoughtful, and she remembers the past, seeing a lady almost dying, talking to her, saying that she must become the head of the family and achieve this goal and become free to do whatever she wants. Quite determinedly. And so, another day, Ryuk is in the classroom and Bersha talks to him, saying that soon it will be time for the bi-monthly exams, so he asks if he is looking for himself, busy with something like that. But Busty says that if he stayed quiet, he would listen, asking if the teacher is not explaining about the bi-monthly exams, which only now the boy realizes because he says that he normally does not pay attention in class. Then the teacher says that everyone should already know this, but in Valhalla, the tests are very important, and both in the bi-monthly test and in the final test, the students with the lowest grades will be immediately expelled from school. So he tells everyone to get organized and says that he expects them to prepare well for the theoretical and practical tests, and not get a bad grade right at the beginning, so he thinks that he doesn't care about the practical test, but rather the theoretical one, because he needs to stay at that school until he gets to the center of the Great Forest, but he barely knows how to get there. So he calls Busty, asking if he has already had most of these classes. And Busty says yes. So the boy tells him to take the test, and he is surprised. And Ryuki says that he will just check his answer and tell him if anything is wrong. But Barker asks if that wouldn't be the same as his representative doing on his test, saying that he thinks it's a bit unfair. But in that, Hugh asks what would be unfair, since he would take the test with him saying the answer anyway. And so, he puts a lot of pressure on him, telling him to just do that. While they fight inside him, the teacher ends the class, and Ryuki just gets up. However, Eren goes to talk to him, and he wonders what it is. She asks if they are going to train that day too, and he says yes, asking if she wants to stop. But she says that it is not that, and Hugh notices her a little awkward, asking if she wants to learn fencing, and says that it is high time for them to talk, because if she trains with him, she probably doesn't even know how to use a sword. And he says that it is not fencing or martial arts. He's just going to show her how to hold a sword, and says that, besides, it's high time for him to practice with his own weapon. Then he calls her to the training hall next to the gym, and the girl is radiant with happiness. And so, there in the training hall, he asks how long it's been since she used her sword. And she says it's been a day and a half, saying that she hasn't touched it since she started strength training with him. And he asks if before that she practiced every day. And the girl says yes, so he asks her to show him her sword. And when she draws it, he asks her to put strength in her ring finger and little finger, holding the hilt firmly. And the girl does so, feeling something different. Then Amanda starts to flow in the middle of the sword, and she thinks she didn't even put magic in it. But she seems more secure and stable than when she was holding it with both hands. So he asks her to attack him with everything she has. And she agrees to this, putting her sword back in its sheath and charging at him. But as she does this, she notices that the speed of her feet is different. So he says that she has gotten faster, but she shouldn't put more magic than necessary into her feet. She agrees with him, putting her sword back in its sheath and repeating the attack, charging at the boy once more. He thinks that this attack was good, dodging, but says that when she stops, she should generate her body a little more. So she understands this, and he tells him to attack again without stopping. And so, she continues attacking him several times, and the boy continues to dodge with ease, until she leaves her sword on the ground. And she starts to think that things are going as expected, because he is much stronger now, thanks to Ryuki's training, and she continues to attack with everything, even though he is taking it as a joke. And so, after a while, the ground is all gone, and the girl too already shaking all over, and he asks if it's time yet, saying that they will stop for today. Then she simply collapses and falls to the ground. And she watches the boy thinking that his sword handling is sharper than ever and can't even compare to his skills during the opening ceremony. But still, so she couldn't even reach Ryuki, but she thinks that this is natural because she asked him to teach him his sword technique, but then she talks to Ryuki, asking him to duel her just one more time. But he says he doesn't know. He says it's definitely useful to duel Choirin and it's fun to teach her, since she has talent, and he felt it during the entrance ceremony, and she's familiar with this sword technique and she uses the panting technique, but it feels different. And anyway, he says that thanks to the familiar sword style, he was able to receive some help in recovering his senses. And if it were 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worthy of being his disciple. But he thinks that unfortunately he doesn't have that freedom at the moment. So she asks if they're going to duel again, and he starts to wonder if he should tease her a little. And he says he doesn't want to, and she simply respects his will. And he asks if she's giving up so easily. So she says it's because he's right, and thinks that if she follows Ryuki's words, she'll definitely get even stronger. And he gets bothered by her words and the submissive way she has, and says that it's just for that day. And she says he'll see her later.
So, 2 weeks at the Valhalla Stadium. So Yin thinks that it's her first time at the stadium since the opening ceremony.
And Se-hyuk thinks that all the first years are there together, and says that he didn't know there would be so many people. And Aaron's head is crazier than I know what. And Ryuki wonders why everyone is gathered together. And Bastia says that his teacher talked about it 2 weeks ago. He wonders what it is. And Lee Sang arrives saying that he will explain the Valhalla bi-monthly exams, saying that this time the practical bi-monthly assessment is the dungeon attack. They will form groups and enter an artificial dungeon. Then the dungeon starts to appear around them, and so they are surrounded. And the teacher says that they are free to choose their groups. And he thinks that the right amount of people per group is 8 participants, but they can decide whether to increase or decrease that number. And he says that he will evaluate them based only on their level of contribution in the dungeon attack. And the elimination criterion is if they fail to pass within the determined time, saying that after that everything is over. He says that the difficulty of the dungeon is F+. Then he says that it will start now. And so 5 hours begin, and everyone starts wanting to form their own groups. And the teacher thinks that, as expected, they are in a rush. But Lee Sang observes the people from the big families a lot. And so Yun says that the dealer on her team is not good enough, asking if there is anyone else. And she thinks that she doesn't need to choose someone better than her. The 5 hours is enough time for 8 people and an F+ dungeon. So what matters is the contribution. And with a group of 6 people, he can choose someone with good skills. And it seems easy, but it is difficult to stand out. And Lee Sang thinks that they are acting as expected, because if they are a child of the 5th generation, they must have understood the objective of this exam well, and the rest of the students decide to enter with 20 people. Or usually they enter with a group of 8. But then, if the team is not well balanced, there will be fights. And there are all 3 of these possibilities. He says that after 30 minutes, all the students will have entered the dungeon, and they should be ready to evaluate them. And so, Ryuki ends up staying behind watching the students enter. And he notices that all the students who have already entered are being evaluated. So he thinks he should enter, but he sees Rin stop motionless in her place. So he asks if she hasn't entered yet, which is obvious that she hasn't. He asks what she's going to do, and she says she's going to do as Ryuki said. And he's incredulous about that, and asking what's gotten into that girl, because she's been trying to follow his words like a sword, ever since the last training. And he says he's going to enter alone, bro. And she asks if she should go in alone too. And he says it doesn't matter, saying it doesn't seem difficult. And so the girl just stands still thinking about what he said. And some students notice her standing there waiting, asking why she's alone and if she doesn't have a group. So they go up to her, saying that if she's alone, she can join them, since they have exactly 7 people and with her there would be 8. But she apologizes, saying that she's going to go in alone. They are surprised by this, telling her not to be crazy or she'll be eliminated. But then she says she can do it, since Ryuki says it's not difficult. And so she really does go in. But I think she Isn't it difficult? For him, and I think she's going to suffer a little. And after all the students enter, Lee Sang goes to the Valhalla Stadium monitoring room. And the teacher is thinking about this, looking at the students. And they have a lot of difficulty, and the students' scores start to appear. And the ones who are the most afraid are the ones who get the least points in every ranking. And the teacher thinks that, as expected, it's a tough score that makes people who don't know think it's too strict, but he thinks that they are being evaluated so quickly and accurately without making any mistakes. And when combat instructor Lee Sangchul was active as a soldier, he was known as Clear Master, and he is a legendary contractor with a 99% dungeon clearing rate. So he acts like he understands the essentials of dungeon raiding better than anyone, and that's why he can evaluate so well, saying that he respects his blood and he thinks it's a very good year overall. And he believes that the children of the 5th generation are active as a whole. And among them, he says that there is an exceptional student talking about Soyeon. And in the girls group, she stays in the rear giving orders to all of them, telling the tanks to block the front line, and the archers to take care of those who jump from the sides with their arrows. Then the monster attacks the tank, and he manages to hold off that attack. And she says that the front line can't fall, going forward ordering her archers to shoot. Then they hit the monster, and she finishes it off by hitting its head. And Lee Sang thinks this is amazing, saying that it's like a standard dungeon attack, and she has set fixed roles for the team members to play and even performs moves that will surely earn her points. And on top of that, she is forming a formation with the team members in the middle to make sure they will clear the dungeon, and he thinks that if she does well in the bi-monthly exams, it is only a matter of time until she returns to the top. And if it weren't for Ryuki at the entrance ceremony, her record wouldn't have been tarnished. And at that, he thinks of Ryuki, wanting to see how he is searching for the boy, but then he finds nothing. And he is surprised, because this search engine can find all the information of the students who have entered the dungeon. But then he remembers a variable searching for the students who have already cleared the dungeon. And so he clears it in just 23 minutes. And Lee Sang is surprised that he has already completely cleared it, all alone without any group. And it was in days. The completion time was 23 minutes and 32 seconds. And he says that no matter how impressive he was at the entrance ceremony, he wonders if that's really a time that a 17-year-old high school student could achieve. And he says that he needs to take a look at the footage, and so he sees the boy standing in front of all those monsters. So he just warms up and goes after all of them. And what comes next is simply his one-sided massacre against the monsters, quickly cutting through all of them, cutting through the wild goblins and taking on those huge ogres that were near him. And he manages to slit their throats very easily, leaving all 3 teachers amazed at what they're seeing. And after finishing off all of the monsters of flesh, a huge iron golem arrives in front of the boy, and Lee Sang thinks that that golem is a special golem that was simulated especially for the bi-monthly exam, and this guy had his specifications increased to fight against the exact number of 8 people. But then, when the golem attacks him, Ryuki simply gives a frontal thrust, tearing off the golem's head and defeating him quickly. And so, Lee Sang thinks that he is not even surprised anymore and simply accepts that the first place of that bi-monthly exam goes to Ryuki. And at the end of the process, some teams come out finished, while others come out with only a few scratches, and Soyeon in turn comes out not very damaged. And if Ryuki comes out more or less, while Erin, she only has some lacerations on her body, but Ryuki is completely intact. And so the bi-monthly exams are finished. And in the teacher's break room, the class teacher is horrified by what he sees, with Ryuki in first place, Choyari in second, Soyeon in third, and Se-hyuk in fourth. Then he thinks about it, remembering when he told Lee Sang that the results were released, and he says that this is not what they expected since Ryuki came in first place. And he says that this is unexpected, and he expected the boy to be in first place, but finishing the dungeon alone and without any injuries is absurd. And he says that if the boy matures and enters the industry, Korea would be able to regain its #1 title. But then the teacher questions if this title isn't given to the strongest employee in the world. And he says that it is, saying that maybe it's because they haven't seen so many geniuses in a long time, but he's so excited that he doesn't even know what to say. However, the professor says that the other surprise of this exam was Choi Arin, because the time that Hugh achieved was unbelievable, but they weren't imagining that she would win second place instead of Soyeon. And he says that he doesn't know what happened, but Choi Arin challenged the dungeon alone, just like Ryuki, and it didn't take her long to finish. And he says that it's true that she came out quite hurt, but she managed to finish the entire dungeon. And the professor says that he already knew that she was the quiet and hardworking type. But he never thought that she would be the type of person who would finish a dungeon alone. Eli Sang says that if this exam focused only on work and teamwork, Soyeon would definitely have the highest grade. However, Ryuk and Erin received better grades because the test focused on their contribution levels. And even with these results, he would never recommend this path to his students, as it is not something that normal students can do. And so the teacher agrees, and thinks about Erin, saying that he met her when he was an executive at the Shuijin Guild, and she had the aura of a model student who only practiced swordsmanship. But he wonders how she got the idea to face the dungeon alone. However, he soon comes to the conclusion that it must be because of Ryuki. But he soon thinks he is thinking too much and says that he will put these thoughts aside and prepare the notes. And so, the next day they put the notes on the wall, and everyone is surprised that Ryuki is #1. And a certain well-known envious person called Rock Jill, he bites his nose when he sees that, and he talks to Julia asking if they said they were in Korea. And the boy tells her to call him now and get ready to go out. And so, Sue and Jansel, they go to meet Desera. And the boy, in turn, is already at the restaurant waiting for them, looking like a Japanese loan shark, saying that he hasn't seen them for a long time, so they sit down to talk. And the boy starts eating like a troglodyte in front of Hodgkill and asks if that guy he wants to deal with, the Ryuki guy, asking what he did. And the boy says that he didn't do anything wrong and he's just an idiot rookie who thinks he's all that, and he embarrassed him a lot because of his humble origins. And he asks Desera to make him pay. Then the boy asks if he can kill him, and Rockadil just says that the choice is his. However, Desera says that this is different from last time, and he has to prepare the council properly. And Rock Joe asks about this council, and then Sarah points to Iolia, saying that because of that woman he had to deal with a long time ago, he had a big fight with the Palace family. And he says he doesn't know if it's because there aren't that many people in the Palace family, but he's already had to kill some, because the rumors have spread far and wide. And so, Yulia starts to tremble with fear. But he says that the people in Valhalla are different, and he says that it doesn't matter how often he does it. It's different from going in there and making a mess. And so, Rodkill says he understands, saying that he'll do his best to organize a scenario for him, asking Rock Jill not to worry. So, he just makes a deal, telling him to prepare a good reward. And so, a week later, Hulk once again makes a request to be able to leave. And Busty is surprised by this, asking if he hasn't already left once. And the boy confirms that he left, but they are allowing him to leave again. And Busty says that stopping to think about it, he heard that if he did well on an important exam like the midterm or final, he could get another chance to leave. And the boy says that's exactly it. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity, saying that he has to find the missing notes. Then Bart asks where he's going. And the boy simply ends up in Suwon, once again with his hoodie, and once again looks at the map looking for a place, until someone calls him, and says in front of the boy with a rather murderous look, saying that it's a pleasure to meet Ryuki. And in the market, in Area 7, the Black Cat continues thinking about something, until his constellation asks when the ring will arrive, and he says it's on its way, saying that it will go through the normal procedures and arrive through the portal. However, the constellation freaks out again, wanting the ring now, and he wonders what's going on. And he thinks that, at the request of the old Black Cat, he has been researching whether or not this was an artifact from the Age of Destruction. But it's the first time he's seen this kind of reaction. Then, something next to him starts to shine. He receives a box and thinks it's finally there. Since he gives it to them, he hopes they'll stay quiet, and so he hands over one of the rings. And he says the ring has finally arrived. But he doesn't get the euphoric response he was expecting, so he calls out to the constellation again. Then she gets totally euphoric, saying that she's there, wanting the ring now. Meanwhile, Ryuk is in front of that psychopath, asking who the boy is. He questions if he needs to know. Then Ryuki quickly assumes that he wants something with him, and the boy says that's right. After all, why else would he find him on that remote mountain? Then Ryuki thinks if that something is something related to getting rid of him, and the boy says that he has a good intuition. However, Ryuki says that it's not about his good intuition. Then, he says that anyone would know the moment they looked at that psychopath, saying that he guessed a few days ago. Then, Yank realizes that he's been followed for a long time. And he says that for someone who is in the first ranking of Valhalla, the kid seems like a stupid guy and tells him not to disappoint him going on the attack without even saying much, so Hulk simply steps out of the way of his punch, letting him hit a tree. Then he realizes that the kid is really fast, breaking the tree in half, and suddenly assumes that he is lucky to have managed to dodge, saying that if he hadn't, he would be dead. But the kid complained about this luck he's talking about, saying that he didn't dodge because of that, and yes, because he was slow. But Hulk thinks to himself, admitting that he is definitely a strong guy. He seems to be on the same level or stronger than Yosei Ryuki, and even so it is still dangerous for him to stop a fist from kids with that fragile body, and thinks that the strategy is simple, simply running away from the kid. And they asked him if he was running away, saying that for someone in his position, running away is a good choice, and saying that he would have been beaten to death if he hadn't done anything. But of course he won't let him get away. So he goes after the boy throwing a punch, but then Ryuki stops abruptly and asks if he's at least using his brain, returning with a punch towards Desera, and at that he wonders when the boy got so close, because he didn't even notice his fist until it was right in front of his eyes. And so he receives a huge punch, using the strength of his own speed with the strength of Ryuki's fist, and flies away from there with the first stamp in the middle of his face, and falls feeling pain on the ground. However, he doesn't have much time to think, because the next thing he sees is the sole of Ryuk's shoe near his face, and he manages to dodge. By a hair's breadth that Ryuki stomps on the ground, opening a hole, and Ryuki takes the opportunity to make fun of him, saying that he is very lucky, because he managed to dodge that. And the boy gets irritated by this, asking what he did. Then Ryuki asks if he doesn't already know, because he thought Jizra already knew that he was ranked number 1 in Valhalla. And so the boy gets pissed thinking about Ryuki, wondering what drug that kid used to become so strong. And it talks about the members of the Ventric family who used their talent to increase their status, even if just a little. And this talent is the innate aptitude for elixirs. And from Wax he says that he was able to consume any elixir that was given to him without any problem. And his parents gave him elixirs that were worth hundreds of thousands per bottle. And the boy took them and became stronger and stronger. And he says that at 16 he had already become stronger than an adult. And his parents wanted to use him to gain recognition from his family. But he started to lose control. He says that he didn't want to live his whole life under his control. And he ended up turning against his family, thinking that he had overwhelming power. He wondered why he would care about his family's recognition when he was so strong. But then he realized that he had become a thorn in their side. He was kicked out of the family by a member who was pretending to be the head. But he didn't care because in such a dark world, whenever he received a commission, most of his problems were solved thanks to money. And he even managed to become bolder after cutting ties with the family. In fact, when he received a request from Rock Jill, he also offered her money, but his interest in Ryuki was greater, and he got first place in the Valhalla entrance exam. And the boy heard that he was a crazy man who swore and drove away all of Gilda's scouts. He wonders how much fun it will be to play with this guy. And he tried to entertain himself by playing with him, but he wonders who the hell this guy is, getting beaten up like the Prola. And so he calls Ryuki, asking what kind of drugs he used to get so strong, saying that there probably isn't any elixir so cheap that an orphan like him can buy it. But at first the boy asks what he's talking about, starting to laugh. Wondering about drugs, questioning what he's talking about, noticing that they said it in the steps of a cheater who abuses drugs. Then he asks about that, asking if he's saying that he didn't get strong using elixirs. And he says that of course he didn't, calling the boy a druggie, saying that he got strong that way, training and exercising a lot. And in a way, he could compare the boy to Suryoki, but he thinks it would be rude to compare a naturally muscular guy to a little boy like him. And he gets more and more pissed off hearing those words, and says that he doesn't have the power to use what's in his pants, but he thinks he's going to have to use it, pulling a dagger with mana towards the protagonist. Then Ryuki recognizes that magical power, and Asura begins to feel his power growing, asking if Ryuki thought he would let him go so easily. But in the middle of his pretentious speech, Ryuki is already close to the boy's face, about to kick him in the face. And he really does it. And the boy asks if Asura is an idiot. He wonders what kind of retard waits for the opponent to get ready to attack. And he doesn't give Asura a break. After throwing him into the tree, he hits him with a punch that breaks the tree in half. Then Asura begins to ask for calm. But then Ryuki pulls him by the hair, saying that he can't lose consciousness yet, calling him an idiot who drinks bleach. And he says he would forgive the boy if he was just picking a fight with him, but he said he was coming to deal with him, so he can't let him go, saying he has something to ask him. But first, he tells him to close his teeth tightly, preparing another punch. And so, in Valhalla's dorm, in Rock Jill's room, he continues sitting and apprehensive, saying that it's that time for Wax. And the boy thinks it's a pain to have to clean up his messes. But at least it's not on school grounds, and he didn't expect Ryuki to leave at such a perfect time, and saying that it's a real relief. Then he talks to Yulia, telling her to get a car, but Nils from Sarah starts calling the boy, and he gets excited, asking if Sarah dealt with Ryuki, but then everything goes silent. Rock Dio starts to get apprehensive, and on the other side, some moans are heard. Then Rock Dio recognizes Jizura's voice, and Ryuki tells the boy that he probably has no idea what's going on, considering how much his jaw dropped. And Rock Jill notices that the voice belongs to Kinjo Ryuki, and on the boy's side, Sarah is almost dying, and Ryuki says that if he tries to translate what his brother is saying, if he dies, he'll want Rock Jill to burn 2 incense sticks for him. And he tells Rock Dio to wait calmly for his turn. And then he notices that the boy didn't even answer and just hung up, staying behind, and he thinks that that was really rude. But then he looks at Rock Dio and wonders what he should do with this guy. Yulia prepares some tea for him and goes to take it. But the boy is completely down and she tries to give him his tea, but he starts yelling at her, telling her to put it there and get out of here, and so she does. And he keeps thinking about Ryuki, shaking like a leaf, saying that he never imagined that he would be able to defeat Sarah, even after what happened with Larry, that he wonders what he does, how he will screw up the boy's life, because now he knows that it is Ryuki who was behind everything, and he wonders if it was Daisero's fault for calling him trash, thinking that this way it is only a matter of time until the news reaches the Ventric family, which he thinks has gotten way out of control. But he tries to calm down, saying that, on the contrary, maybe it is not such a big problem, noting that Ryuki comes from humble origins, and he will not be able to get to them. But he says that just to be safe, he should avoid talking about it for a little while, and he says that he'll just keep an eye on the boy for now. And Ryuki continues walking calmly, and Basha asks if that guy he just fought forgot to bring the brain. And the boy says that when the time comes, he'll report him. For now, he'll hold back on the information, since there's nothing else he can do. and just ask if he couldn't have just killed him. And Ryuki says that if it were him from the past, he would have done that. But right now, he'd end up getting into trouble. Because right now, he's not Kim Ryan-ho. And he's a high school student Kim Jo-hyuk. Then, Bastia says that it definitely sounds like him. And he also says that there's something he's been wondering about. And the boy asks what it is. And he talks about the magic that guy released earlier, saying that it seems strangely familiar to him. And Hulk is doubtful about this familiarity. And Bersha says that if the boy had released more magic, he could have confirmed it, but he definitely felt magic like that before. He laughed that he didn't feel anything, and he questions about this special thing, saying that 300 years ago, the monsters sacrificed dogs and cows to use that kind of black magic. And Baxter starts to notice that the boy doesn't have much skill to differentiate people by magic, but he tries not to blame him, because it's a more delicate skill than many think. Then Ryuki gets pissed and wonders if the hidden side of that sword that guy was talking about is related to that power. And Bar just says maybe. And with that, Ryuki remembers asking Adisara who told him to look for him. But the boy can barely speak, and he remembers that the reason for that might be because he dislocated the boy's jaw when he hit him. So he grabs the boy's jaw and says it might hurt a little, putting it back in place. Then he asks DC again who he sent. And the boy even thinks about not talking. However, Ryuki goes on being ignorant again, saying that he put his jaw back in place so that he would answer him. He questions Wax if he really thinks that staying quiet is the right thing to do. He grabs. The boy starts to moan in pain, but says that rock of the belly he sent. However, Ryuki was already suspicious whether or not it was that guy he bothered last time. So he asks who the hell he is and why he sees that brat's request, because he doesn't look like a student of Valhalla, asking who he is affiliated with. And he says he almost doesn't believe he is asking him this because he may not like it, but he will end up finding out one way or another. Then Hugh asks if he wants to break 2 more fingers. And of course he doesn't want Wax. And he starts to open his mouth saying that he is called Wax of the first species. And he says that he takes care of several commissions as a mercenary. And Hulk remembers having heard about the first species before somewhere. And he wonders if being a mercenary is cool, saying he's just a bully who gets paid for it. However, they ask the question if the boy sees everyone as trash, saying he's just a lucky guy. And he says that the constellation that the first species worships is the hidden side of the sword. And of course, he also has a contract with the constellation, and says that if he could have carried more of his magic for 30 more seconds, the outcome of that fight would have been very different. However, Ryuk is already pissed off, since this guy is a loudmouth, saying that he would have let him go if he had shut up and told him who he was affiliated with. But he grabs the guy's mouth again, saying that it really is better for him to keep quiet. And so, he breaks the boy's jaw once again. And in the present, he starts researching what he heard and says that, as expected, everyone seems to agree that they are an evil group. But he thinks he's kind of pissed off because he's bothered that he couldn't find his notes. And he gets even more pissed off because that rock deal keeps trying to make him look suspicious. And he starts to wonder how he should screw with that brat. But he thinks that, in this current era, he needs to use current techniques. And first of all, he made sure to record all of Disara's confessions. And he says he needs to find a place to post this. And after thinking for a while, he calls Lily. And she is all happy, asking if he finally accepts to be her assistant. But he says that's not why he's calling, asking if she knows any journalists. And so sometime later, a news story comes out about the attempted murder of a Valhalla student by the Ventric family. And in the article, there is a photo of Disara being arrested and also of the Ventric family being associated. And a lot of information comes out because of this. And Hugh is happy with the result, thinking that this is what modern warfare looks like. And Barkia says that for a person from 3 years ago, he's adapted to the current culture very well. And he says that he suffered a bit after his reincarnation, and he focused mainly on getting used to all this. Reading community forums, and watching the news, he says how funny that was. He was able to become who he is now, but he thinks it's a shame. And Baxter questions what he's talking about, and he says he was just trying to screw Rock Jill. But all the journalists rushed to publish this and screwed the entire Ventric family, and that could end up splashing back on him. And he also thinks that the journalist that Lilia introduced to him is apparently quite famous, and he didn't know that the story would blow up so much. Then the statement about the Ventric family's pollution of this begins, and the Vice Patriarch arrives to give her opinion, saying that, first of all, she would like to express her sincere apologies to the attacked student and to Valhalla Academy, and the following statement to the Ventric family's official position regarding all of this. And she says that this attack was carried out in rebellion by Disara, who has since been excommunicated from the Ventric family. And she says that in Disara's confession, which the victim have recorded, claims, he said that it was Rock Gilventry who gave him the order. However, he said that it was shortly after. He testified that this was in fact a lie, an attempt to escape the dilemma he had found himself in at the time. So they believe that the Ventric family had no part in that incident. And she says that even though it was committed by a banished member, he was once a member of the Ventric family, And she says that therefore they believe it is their moral responsibility to make amends. And she says that as the head of the Ventric family, she will visit the victim herself and apologize. Apologize in person. And she also says that regarding Joaquim Dio, who is currently studying at Valhalla Academy, she says that even though he cannot be directly duplicated in the crime, they assume that he may have been somehow connected to the perpetrator of the. So they will request that he go home, where an intensive internal investigation will be conducted within the Ventric family. And she also says that the prosecution's investigation of her home has been scheduled, so they will do their utmost to ensure that no doubt is left. And so, she finishes her statement and leaves. But the reporters question if she won't accept questions, asking what kind of apology she will give to the victim. But then, Rocky Jill is shaking with fear, because his father is calling him, so he answers. So, his father tells him to go back to England for a while, saying that it is a family order, and he just complies, shaking with fear and getting very pissed off, and Yulia has to put up with this shit all day. So, the next day they talk about Sarah and everyone starts watching that. And a reporter asks him to say something and he says that the Ventric family is right and he was the only one behind this. But then Hugh wonders what the hell of this, asking if he's swallowing his pride. And he starts to think that he can't stand the Ventric family, but he wonders who said they would come to him and apologize in person, saying that this will be very uncomfortable, since it's already bothering him. And then he passes by the teacher's lounge, saying that class must have ended early, and he has a favor to ask, wondering if he should ask that person. And he's already at Cafe Valhalla, along with Lillian, who's shining looking at the boy, but he says again that he doesn't. But she questions if he knew what she was going to say. And he says that she was about to ask him to be her assistant, and he says that's obvious. Then she questions why he called, because even though she's such a busy person, she went. But then she comes to another nonsensical conclusion, asking him if this is supposed to be a date. Then he tells her to wake up, calling her an old lady. Then she gets pissed off hearing this and stops to think better, noticing that he's not treating her with any respect. But the boy says that they've been treating each other like this for a while. Write down that it's true. And he says he didn't call because he was bored, and he wanted to thank her for introducing him to that journalist. And he says he'll give her some information on how to deal with monsters. And she gets all happy. And he says that since he's going to be telling her something, he asks if she could help him get out of school that weekend. And she says that it's easy, saying that if he becomes her assistant, he'll be able to go out every day. But he says there's no way that's going to happen. While they're on this crazy meeting in the North Pacific, they tell him he's being transported on the ship AL-08 in the cells on board, and he starts to get pissed off. Because he didn't think he was going to be put on a ship and treated like cargo, wondering if he's being transferred to the prison tower. And this is a prison in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean, the prison tower. And a Class S constellation created this refuge of deprivation themselves. And it's a prison that turns all contractors into normal human beings. And he thinks it doesn't matter because all he has to do is shut up and make sure Rock Jill gets to stay in the family. And he thinks if that happens, they'll reduce his sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. And he says that 5 years is nothing. But then someone comes up to him and says that his face is really ugly. And he wonders who it is. But the person simply uses a knife to cut Disra's neck, slitting the boy's throat. And he even looks at that person, but he tells him to die. Because the first species doesn't need someone like him, and the boy bleeds until he falls face down on the ground, and the man watches him in agony until he disappears into the dust. And at the Ventric family mansion, the leader of the family stands in front of Rock Jill's father and also the boy, and she talks to Rock Jill and he starts to shake. And she asks what he's going to do, but he doesn't understand the question, so he automatically asks for forgiveness. And she asks if that's all it will be, questioning if this excuse will fix anything, and he is left speechless. And she asks him to explain in detail what led him to commit such a wicked act. So he explains, and she asks if he wanted to take care of Kim Jo-hyuk, and he says yes. Then she asks if that's really the explanation he's giving her, getting really pissed because he acted alone because he believed that the boy had insulted the Ventric family. But in reality, it was just his pride that had been hurt. And he also says that, as a result of this, he was the one who caused the Ventreg family's name to be dragged through the mud. So she asks what they should do. A rock song by Oventreg, and the boy locks him up until the 6th generation, and then bows down to Dejisa saying he'll do anything to restore his family's fallen name and she questions what he's saying that the only way to get her back is to expel him. The boy starts to get scared, and his father talks to the head of the family about the expulsion, asking if that's not too harsh a punishment, and she asks Eden if he wants to be expelled instead of Rock Jill, and he starts to stutter, and she thinks she'd rather have him dead or expelled right then and there. But that would make it clear that it was Rock Jill who ordered the DC to carry out the assassination attempt. So she bites her tongue in anger and talks to Rock Jill, saying that she won't expel him for now, and tells him to go back to sweeping her and to keep his mouth shut. And he says that after he meets that guy here in Jorioki, he'll think better about it. And he thanks her, putting her face on the ground again, and she talks to Eden, telling him to keep an eye on that mediocre son of his. And his position will be defined according to what his son does. So she tells him to leave, and the two of them walk frustrated through the hallways. And he tells his son to be quiet from now on, and not to do anything reckless. But he talks to his father, asking if he didn't hear anything the head of the family said. Then he says that he's going to be expelled sooner or later, but the media is watching them closely now, so he can't do anything, and says that when things calm down, he'll release it when no one expects it. But before that, he says that he has something to do because now there's nothing holding him back, and he says that his father has to help him too. The brat's father seems to be afraid of him and says that whatever he does, he should do it carefully. And so, a few days later at Valhalla Academy, the teacher tells Ryuki that the head of the Ventric family will come to apologize to him. However, Ryuki says that he has nothing to do with the head of the family, saying that she even explicitly said that the incident had nothing to do with her family. However, the teacher says that she still thinks that the right thing to do is to apologize. And he heard that she's coming to Korea. And in that he says that the Ventric family wants to take care of Rockdeal's punishment personally, but she's coming to see him because she has no other choice. And he thinks that's very annoying. However, the teacher says that, to be honest, he and Lee Sang are also bothered by this situation because, following the order of events, a Valhalla student was attacked and the criminal confessed that he received orders from Rockjo. But then he can't believe that they are trying to protect their family's reputation by belittling the confession that the boy recorded. And he says that, in any case, they are trying to cover up the truth. But he says that whatever the conclusion is to protect their students, Rock Jill or the head of the Ventric family needs to be expelled. But he says that not long ago, the Ventric family donated a huge amount of money to the school, and he can't believe that most of Valhalla's funds come from donations from the big families, and the school will probably turn a blind eye if they receive enough. Then the boy understands, saying that he will have to have a conversation with this so-called head of the family. However, the teacher thinks that this reaction is very normal, and the boy asks what's wrong, since he has always been normal. Then, there is a knock on the door saying that she has arrived, and he asks the boy to have a good conversation with her. And so, she is inside the room with the teacher leaving, and he tells her to make herself comfortable, and she thanks him for the hospitality, getting close to the boy who remains seated, even with her entering the room, and says that it is a pleasure to meet Ryuki, introducing herself as the head of the family. But the boy doesn't pay much attention, saying that it is also a pleasure to meet her. This will certainly cause problems, because she won't like the attitude. Him, especially her who has an ego the size of the world, thinking that everything and everyone should serve her, and I want to see what this will lead to. She sits in front of him and they look at each other and she talks to Ryuki, saying that regarding the attack carried out by Disera on her family, she has to apologize deeply and she lowers her head, but the boy comments that she had already said that he was being expelled, so it's okay. But she also says that she heard that Rock Jill Vendrick has been causing her problems at school, and tells him that it was just one time, and it doesn't matter anymore. And she herself had said that Rock Jill had nothing to do with this incident, and she announced it that way, so he has nothing to say. And she realizes the message that the boy passed between the lines, and says that she actually needs to talk to him about it, saying that they made an official statement right after the attack. But they are in a situation where neither the media nor the citizens believe them. And the boy actually agrees with this, thinking that anything they say is probably a lie. And she says that she was trying to create an opportunity to resolve this misunderstanding, asking if he could help them by any chance. But he clearly says no, and she imagined that he would say that, but says that if he helps him just this once, she promises to give him all her support from now until his graduation. And she says that of course she can also recommend a guild sponsored by her Ventric family, so that they can continue helping him even after graduation. And says that she will help him become a successful hunter in Korea, so that he will never have to go through difficulties again. And he asks if this will end if he makes the statement, saying that he didn't imagine they would give him so much just to try to shut him up. Noting that they must really be desperate, Erla starts to get full of hate, and tells him that she's mad because they're trying to make it seem like nothing happened, then asking why he should help her. And he says that he doesn't need a reward, because all he wants is to see him live with the dishonor that the rock deal brought him. And she gets really pissed, already starting to rant, calling the boy a piece of shit, asking who he thinks he's talking to. And he asks if she's trying to show her true face now, saying that it must have been hard to hold back. And she says that this trash school came to make it easier for him. But still, he dares to be so arrogant, saying that he should just kill him there and says that he wanted to be generous and give her a chance. But even so, he's throwing her away. So he tells her to try to kill him, and she's disbelieving with the boy's audacity. And he questions if she didn't say that the Ventric family had absolutely nothing to do with the attack against, saying that to continue with this lie, she wanted to throw an immense amount of time and money at him. But now she wants to kill him, saying that that's probably all she can do. And she doesn't have much to say in response. But he says that either way, even if she really attacks him, she can't kill him. So she starts to lower the ball by talking to Ryuki that she will make him regret what he did that day. And he realizes that she really couldn't do anything in the end and was probably just talking shit, and Baxter says he didn't think it was necessary to interfere but asks if he really needed to do all that. Then he talks to Barcia, saying that the damned ones who think they should be worshipped are the ones he hates the most. Then he says he knows what she's going to do, and he says he hates everyone who tries to put someone on a leash, saying that he also hates Barcia, leaving him in disbelief with this statement. Then the boy thinks he doesn't have any more classes that day, wondering if he should go to the training hall a little earlier. And so, already in front of the Valhalla Stadium, he walks calmly. And he wonders why Cho Aram is there, and he is in doubt about who that is in front of the girl. And Jin-gun talks to Aram, asking if she really doesn't think she can beat him. Then he says that no matter how much she trains in Valhalla, it won't do any good. And he says that if she wants to continue being a member of the family, she shouldn't go to the selection test that weekend. And he wouldn't want her to be humiliated. But then she simply says no, and he is incredulous, saying that he is giving her one last chance and she is refusing, asking if she really can't understand what's going on. And the girl even tries to fight back. But Ryuki says that it's that piece of shit who doesn't understand what's going on. And Jingu asks who's calling him a piece of shit, and Ryuki says again that he's a piece of shit, getting close to the girl and giving her morals, asking why he would want to stop someone who's trying so hard. And he asks who the boy is, because he doesn't even know him and is cursing at him. And Ryuki asks why there are so many damn people bragging about their authority that day, and says that it doesn't matter if he's a king, president, or whatever, he shouldn't invade the school grounds and demand something from a student, saying that if he's already finished all he had to bark at, he should put his foot down. And he asks if Aram agrees. And the girl nods in agreement, and the boy says he'll see her later at the test, and so she thanks Ryuki, but he says it was nothing, calling her to train. However, she says that before, when he asked her if she agreed, she was thinking about doing something else, and he asks what it is, and she starts talking a lot of nonsense, and he tells her to stop, saying that she is crazier than she thought, so he calls her to train, saying that he will be away during the weekend, and tells her to try hard that day. And so, a few days later, near Shiwang on a mountain, the boy goes after another of his safes. So Baxter asks if he came to look for another of his notes. He says yes, but Baxter asks if he hasn't already found a lot of relics and inventory stones in his old notes. And he says that he is right, but he wants to know how many notes are missing. And he says that if he looks for them, he thinks that something incredible may still be hidden in the notes. And Barger asks about this something incredible, and the boy says yes, saying that if he can just find them, he won't have to go through the great difficulties he went through when he was here in Rionoa. And he says that if he had found it more than 300 years ago, he might not have killed Barcha. He is surprised by this. But then, in the Shoijin family, that is the day of the test, and many people appear there. Then, the boy's father stops in front of the two, and says that the selection test will begin. And as he said before, if they pass the selection grades, they will be recognized as successors, and all those who fail will be banished from the family, asking if the two are ready. And so the two confirm. And he says that the task of this test is to find the double blade hidden in the mountains, and says that the person who finds the double blade and brings it to him will be recognized as the winner of the selection test. And he says that it doesn't matter how they obtain more material. And the girl just runs away, and he thinks that she should run anyway, saying that it's not an urgent test, but sooner or later she'll find the double blade, and the moment he gets it from her, it's over. And this time, he'll get the double blade. And he remembers the moment when he got that scare from Ryuki and left all pissed off receiving a call. And when he answers a man who seems to be a mobster, he asks what happened to him with the double blade. And he says that apparently he's going to have to take the selection test, so it'll probably take a little longer. And the man gets impatient with this, saying that the second time he talks about him, asking if he doesn't know that he's very late. And so the boy apologizes, saying that if he gets the double blade somehow, he'll keep his promise. But then the man says that of course he will keep it, because it is a promise they made in front of a constellation, and it is destined to be fulfilled, telling him to just focus on the target. And Jingu understands the message, and he says that this is his last chance, so he needs to find it. And the girl, in turn, is already in the middle of the forest, feeling a trace of the magic. And he says that she continues there, thinking that it will take another 15 minutes to walk forward. And so, Jingu simply follows her, and notices the path that the girl is taking, and asks if she will find her with magical traces, asking who taught her this skill. And she says it was Ryuki, remembering the class he gave her about magic control, because he thinks she knows the basics since she has already mastered the technique of changing to thunder, asking if this isn't the basics, and she says yes. And with that, Ryuki tells her to practice small guided magic controls, and not just those huge ones, but she questions how she would do that, and he is surprised that they didn't teach that in her family, and she looks downcast, but he says it doesn't matter, noticing that she only knows how to borrow the power of the constellation and gather magical energy, and she says yes. Then he says he's not good at that either, and tells her to first relax her whole body. and she responds to each command. However, he tells her to stop responding, ordering her to spread it slowly, as if he was taking the magic to each strand of her hair. And he says that in the state she is in, she should try to feel the magic in the air. So she tries to do it and succeeds at first, feeling Ryuki's magic. Then she finds it scary, stopping quickly, already tired, and he asks if she felt it, and the girl says yes, saying that she saw the shape of the magic surrounding him. And he says that this is how magic feels, and she can feel even the weak magical energy that doesn't leave the body. And he says that it's one of the things you can do with precise control of magic. And the more she uses it, the easier it will be to feel the residue of magic on the ground or in the air. And the girl picks up the essence very quickly. He says that if the appearance of the magic is like his, the person can know what kind of magical traces come from each object. And he says that if she trains more, she will be able to see the silhouette clearly. And he can't teach her anything beyond that, so he tells her to keep training alone. And she gets all excited, happy, brave. This is going to turn into... They're going to be quite a couple. And now she's face to face with Shingun, and he asks who this Ryuki is, and notices that it's that shameless guy who was with her before, asking if he had that much talent, even though he seems so stupid. And the girl gets mad at him for talking bad about her master, saying that he's much stronger than a brat like him, asking why he went there. And he tells her to try to guess, while he pulls out his sword, summoning a bunch of lightning, saying that he's there for her, attacking the girl directly. Then he's surprised, because she's pushing him, and so he feels the brunt. When she throws his sword away, he realizes that maybe she's not that weak, wondering when she became so strong. Meanwhile, in another forest, Ryuki also uses magic detection and notices that there's nothing there, thinking that he hid so many notes and there's only one in all of Valhalla. But while he was almost losing hope, he finds another one, getting all happy and finding the location. But then, he hears a really loud bang coming from that direction. And meanwhile, Rin is going head-to-head with Jingu, giving him a hard time, until she hits him from the side, making the boy laugh with her sword, and he asks if she's taking lessons on how to be a wild boar at school, since he can already see that she's gotten stronger physically, and so she tells him to give up the double sword while summoning her lightning. And he asks if she's crazy, saying that an illegitimate daughter like her doesn't deserve her, and he goes after the girl with everything he has, but she stays calm, wielding her sword, placing it in the right position, remembering that from that angle she must rotate the sword, ripping the sword out of Jingong's hand, throwing him back unarmed. And she remembers that Ryuk said that while his sword is on the ground, she must hit him squarely with the hilt in the middle of his chest, putting him to sleep. And the girl stays calm after this huge surprise, so she even thought she would be able to hit him at least once. But she didn't imagine it would be a critical attack, so she thinks she will grab the double sword and get out of there. However, Jingun talks to her again, questioning if the girl had thought the same thing that she had won. And she is in disbelief hearing this. And the boy stands up, emanating a completely dark mana. And she gets into position. And he says he's told her before, saying that her blessing is a joke, and she'll never be able to defeat someone like him who has a contract. And he says she managed to hit him while he was off guard, saying he'll give her that credit. But she notices that magic involving the sword, asking if by chance he's a villain, asking why. And he simply goes for her, finding her idea kinda stupid. But then the girl tries to counterattack, but the boy dodges it from below, and then goes for her with the sword again. And she's incredulous that he dodged her attack at such a short distance, and so he manages to hit the girl, throwing her away. And she already falls into a not-so-good situation, and he questions if she won't get up, saying that although it would be better if she didn't get up. And while she tries to move, that cut on her belly starts to bleed even more, and she feels an absurd pain. And he warns her that he had already asked her not to get up, because if she stays still, she won't die. And the girl still on the ground asks about the contract he mentioned, asking if the contract he made was with an evil constellation. And he says that since he is the leader of the Guides or Jinsaw's offensive, he signed a contract with a level A constellation to keep up appearances, but now he is on the side of the devotees. And she becomes alert about this, thinking about the devotees, saying that she has heard this before, and that they are the third most dangerous evil group in the world. Noticing that the boy made a contract with a constellation of the devotees, but thinks he doesn't understand, asking if his benefits are better than enjoying life. And he questions if she's really asking that, talking about the incredible power and commands, and the power to move away from the need to feel. And the girl is in doubt about this moving away. And Jingun wonders if she knows how old he was when he joined the Jinsa Guild, and says that he was only 12 years old, and he's been working for the icon of his family's guild since he was a child, at an age when all he wanted to do was play. And he was expected to be an example as the eldest son of the Shojin family, and says that he only stays in the Jinsa Guild because of his father's vigilance. It was never a choice, and he was full of desires even in his adolescence. And that's when he met a person from the devotees. And as soon as he met him, he called the boy to the devotees. He encouraged Jingu by saying that he could fulfill his desires that remained within his heart. And perhaps he already knew her temperament, her desire towards breaking humans. And the girl becomes afraid of that. However, he says that he can't join them like that. he had to fulfill one condition. He had to obtain his family's heirloom, the double sword, and if she had just given up earlier, she wouldn't have needed to start a second selection test. And he would have received the double sword. And she is in doubt about this being the second test, but he asks if she doesn't remember, saying that 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choi Jin family, her sister Choi Ah-jin, participated in the first selection test. She is surprised by this, asking if her sister didn't disappear. However, the boy says that during that selection test, he was unable to control his desires. And before the search for the double sword, he murdered her in the mountains. And the girl is shocked by this revelation. And he says that in the end he was unable to find the double sword, and he hurt himself too much, thus failing the test. And if it weren't for that, he could have joined the devotees 10 years ago. But he thinks that, somehow, his father secretly found Choi Ah-jin and admitted her to the hospital. In a failed attempt to save her, he left her there in the hope that she would disappear. But it wasn't like that. Then the girl gets up again, shaking with hatred. Then he asks where she is now. And Jin-gun asks if she wants to look for her sister now, and tells her to give up, saying that her mother's collapse was because she saw her daughter's face reflected in Jajin, and even throwing this bombshell revelation at the girl. He says that now he knows where the sword is, so he simply sends her, saying hi to her sister for him, grabbing his sword, wanting to rip the girl's head off. But then, something stops his sword first, and Jingu is surprised to see Ryuki appearing, stopping his attack. Who would have thought that Proto would be on the mountain where the guy's test is taking place, right? A mountain that should only be them inside so no one can help. Proto appears, enters, saves, and now he's going to beat up this little psychopath. After that beautiful parry, Ryuki asks what the hell he's doing. However, Jingu says it's family problems. And the boy doesn't know that this family is pretty crazy. After all, pointing a sword at your own sister's neck is kind of crazy. He throws the boy away. So, Jingu hits the wall with his back and notices that things are going to get bad. And the girl talks to Ryuki, being surprised that he's there, and questions the boy's reason for being on that mountain. And he thinks that he just came to dig up his safe and that it was in that direction. But he notices the injured and bleeding girl, saying that he had some business there, and tells her to retreat and gather some magic to heal that wound. And she quickly agrees, and Jin-gun wonders who he is to suddenly appear, wondering if he is that rude student he met in Valhalla. And he continues saying that this is a family matter, telling the boy to screw himself. However, as he uses his mana, Ryuki easily dodges his sword and the boy is surprised that he dodged it. Faggot. And Hugh says that when he stabs like that, he shouldn't be aiming at a guy who stands still, because he has to go after someone who is running like him. And Ryuki uses the hilt of his sword, giving a blow similar to the one Rin gave, but with much more force, making the boy spit blood. While he is falling, Ryuki is already on top of him. He is surprised, because while he was pushing you away, he was also chasing you, and he takes another sword blow to the middle of his belly, which breaks the ground with the boy, and he almost gets knocked out. And Ryoko watches this, asking if Arinya is okay, then asks if she can walk, and she even proposes to try, but while she does that, he feels that dark mana coming from the boy, and he notices that that is an incredible magic sword and laughs that he wonders if this guy is also evil. The boy gets up once more, calling Ryuki a bastard, and starts saying something that he can barely hear. Then he goes after the boy, asking if Ryuki thinks he can beat the offensive leader of the guild. But even though he attacks with all his strength, Ryuki easily stops his sword. And the boy says that even if he hits him with magic, he doesn't even move, and Ryuka takes advantage of the fact that he's close and prepares a punch, asking if he chose a different position because it fits him, throwing the boy away once more. And so he goes back to being all exhausted, and he wonders if this really is the power of a 17-year-old, because he blocks all of his attacks and even counterattacks. And he thinks there's nothing he can do. He has no other choice but to use it. He says that it has a lot of side effects, but if he keeps getting hit, he'll lose. And he takes something that looks like a mana stone out of his pocket, saying that with the artificial networks he can get a temporary contract with a constellation. Then he bites it in front of the boy, and he starts laughing evilly, releasing even more mana. And the people near the entrance at the selection test site begin to feel an earthquake, and they notice that it's coming from inside the forest, feeling that evil mana and wondering what it is. But the clan leader notices that it's a magic sword, and it's dense enough for everyone to see, and that's where the double swords are. And he says that it's tradition not to get involved in the middle of the selection test. But that's dangerous, and he needs to go take a look in person. And Jingu, after putting on all that show and standing face to face with the boy, and Ryuki says that he was trying to see what he was doing, but wonders if he just increased his magic. Ready, he calls him stupid, saying that this is just an extra effect, saying that this is part of the power he gained, with a temporary contract with a constellation. And he says that he won't get out of there alive. And so the dragon that kills everyone recognizes the sacred relic, and descends. And the dragon that kills everyone shows its teeth, as if it were satisfied for having descended after a long time. And it activates its eye that penetrates nature ability, observing Ryuki, his absurd mana, as well as his badass look. And with that, the dragon starts to fart all over, coming face to face with the boy. and he apparently isn't putting up as much of a fight anymore and isn't so ready to fight. And so, the dragon that kills everyone quickly deactivates the eye that penetrates nature due to the boy's fear, and activates it again to be sure of what it saw. And it's as if it wasn't humiliation. The big dragon is so shocked that he loses all his will to fight, becoming overcome by fear. And the dragon that kills everyone exclaims to the boy, saying that he has to get out of there, and Jingu starts talking to the constellation. However, the dragon that kills everyone rejects the call of the sacred relic, and ends the contract, leaving Jingwin in disbelief at what is happening. And he takes all his power back and escapes. And so, the boy is alone, without any kind of appealing power that he received from a constellation. And Ryuki soon asks who is going to kill who, touching the hilt of his sword again to the boy's chest. And he launches another attack on the boy's lung, which must already be completely torn apart. And so he is knocked out. And with that, the leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Hannibal, starts receiving messages from the dragon that kills everyone, saying that because of Hannibal, he almost got into big trouble. And he shouts at him, asking if he wants to disappear from that mortal plane. He doesn't quite understand what's happening, but he lowers his head apologizing. And the dragon warns him that he shouldn't go around distributing artificial relics in the future. And so he understands very well what the dragon is talking about. And the dragon tells him to behave well, and from then on. Then he starts to wonder what that was and what made that constellation so angry. And from the artificial relic he spoke of, he can see that the brat he planted in the Shoijin family did something wrong. And he wonders if the boy got himself into big trouble, or if he's afraid of something, asking the constellation. But he thinks he has to find out what's going on. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's dormitory, in Ryuki's room, he finally returns from his adventure. And then he starts looking for what he found, taking the divine arts, and Bart questions about it. And he says that it's the main reason why he's been looking for the notes, saying that it's a breathing technique that can increase magical power to a very high level. And VS asks if there's any difference from the breathing technique he used before reincarnating. And he says that the breathing technique he used was trash. And when he was just an insignificant little thing, he bought it at the market, and mastered it and used it until the end. The one below is surprised, but the boy thinks that besides that, when he found those divine arts 300 years ago, he couldn't change his breathing technique, because it was already impregnated in his body. And when he adopted combat, he got a beating. Because of his bad breathing technique, his magic power has run out. But he can start from scratch with this new body. And he will be able to stop training his physique for a while, since he has to learn the divine arts first. Then, BAS remembers something and asks if that situation that happened before ended well. That he may have fainted, but he still left his colleague injured with that guy who was talking a lot of nonsense. However, Hulk says he heard someone coming, so he left, and it will be resolved somehow. So, after defeating that guy, BS asks if he killed him, but the boy says he can't, since he was already the center of another incident in Valhalla. So, if he leaves him like this, he will probably be expelled and sent to prison, since there are still some simple traces of magic. And he will survive. And he asks Irene again if she can get up. But as he gets up, he hears someone coming, wondering if it must be from Shui's family, since they're on their way after they saw the magic sword. Thinks that this means it's going to be hard to find his notes. And he tells her that her family is coming, so she shouldn't try too hard and just stay still. And he has something to do in that place. And so it goes. Then she says that just in case they don't know, she should tell her family that she was the one who dealt with that piece of trash over there. And Hugh says that he lost a lot of energy, so that last attack finished him, saying goodbye to the girl. And she says she'll see him at school. And then he lies down peacefully, thinking that as soon as he masters the divine arts, he'll get the inventory stones back. And since the last time he absorbed their magic power, he couldn't absorb it all because of his low magic capacity. And for now, he'll just rest. Then, sometime later, already in the Shoijin family, they start talking about the result. And the leader says that thanks to the press that came to report the selection test in his family, articles were published immediately. He asks, asking if they've read it yet. Then, they say that the Choijin family is a joke, saying that it's no surprise that they're linked to the worst gang of evildoers in the world, the devotees, who start to put the hammer on the family. And the boss thinks that this is chaos, not believing that they had infiltrated evil within the Choijin family. Furthermore, an official letter was released by the association and he received a statement from it. Then it is said that when something similar happened to the Ventric family across the ocean, it had nothing to do with his work. So they kept quiet. But that approach definitely won't work anymore. And he says that Choi Jin-gun was handed over to the police and asks about Yarin. And they say that they sent her to her family's hospital for treatment. And he asks how she is. And it is said that the injury is large, but the bleeding has stopped. Her organs weren't damaged, and she shouldn't need any major surgery. And he is more at ease with that. And one of the men talks about her, saying that there are some articles about the girl as well, mentioning a genius girl who defeated a member of the devotees while being a mere student at Valhalla Academy. Following in Ryuki's footsteps, Aram took out one of the devotees members and began an era of geniuses, saying that there are similar subjects. And her father says that she went against her own family and reports are happy about that. But they ask if it's not a relief because this selection test ended in chaos. But the next head of the family has been confirmed. And these types of subjects will help him establish his position as successor. And he's more or less left with that, thinking that it's good that Arendt has a legitimate chance to prosper. But defeating no one alone He thinks that the circumstances surrounding this are strange. And when he got there, he found the boy fallen and the girl too. And she said that her brother came after her with evil magic. So she knocked him out. And he even understands that, but says that there was a lot of magical power appearing in the mountains, asking how the girl defeated him. And as soon as she gets up, she says that Jo Hyuk taught her. And he becomes thoughtful hearing the boy's name and seeing the news of him cursing all the guilds that tried to hire him. So Jane Valhalla laughed and goes to the living room and notices Arinya there. He had thought that she would be admitted to the hospital, but she appears completely fine. Then the girl looks back and Senna smiling at him. And two boys all get emotional, but he remembers when he was studying. And he ended up receiving a message from the girl saying that she won't be able to train for a while because the doctor forbade her from doing physical activities. And he thinks that with how much she bled, this was expected. And he says it doesn't matter, saying that he'll take care of her problems in the next few days. Then he tells her to do whatever she wants. And so the girl agrees by sending 3 emojis. And he says that it's fine, asking why she sends so many messages. And by the way, Basti says that there's something the boy should know. And says that the black magic they encountered this time seemed familiar. And Ryuki asks if he remembers anything about it. And he says he doesn't remember. And Ryuki then questions what he's talking about. And he says it's not just that he forgot about her. It seems like there's something stopping him from remembering. So he gets doubtful about it, wondering if it could be because of that damn thing he mentioned last time. And Barge says it could be. He's not 100% sure, but if he were to satisfy the second condition, maybe it could help him get over this mental block. But he thinks that this is just a theory. The boy remembers that mission the system gave him, thinking about the second condition that would be the center of the Great Forest. And he thought it was just an area used for performance evaluations, but it's also where the final practical exam is held. And apparently the people with the lowest grade point averages in the midterms and final exams get kicked out. So he thinks that's shit, wondering if this means all he can do is wait until finals time. Telling if everyone is aware of the interschool competition that will take place next month. And so the boy remembers this. And Bash comments that he talked about it after the bi-monthly exam. And the teacher says that his school is thinking about selecting participants. Plans to do this by choosing the highest scorers in the final exams. However, he tells Ryuki to go with him to his office in advance. And arriving there, the two sit down. And the teacher notices that they are meeting a lot there. And he says that it is obvious because he keeps calling him. And the teacher even agrees, but talks directly about the boy's participation in the interstellar competition. But Yuki quickly refuses, and he says that he hasn't even gotten to the important part. However, the boy gets straight to the point, asking what this competition is, and the teacher remembers that he must have explained it in detail during class. Then he explains again, saying that the 3 largest hunter training institutions in the world will participate. Valhalla from Korea, White Lotus from China, and also the heroes from the United States. Wow, Birabinho and Porcelana are going to fall into Ryuki's hands. I want to see what will happen. And the teacher says that each of the 3 schools chooses several of its first years as representatives and makes them participate in a competition. And the competition involves a fight, escaping a maze, and much more. And he says that they are planning to send those who got the best grades in the practical exam. However, the boy gets really bored and the teacher asks him if he's not interested, saying that if his school gets first place, all the participants will not only get scholarships but other things. And the boy says that of course they'll give him loads of money and everything. But he says he's not interested. Then the teacher says that it's okay, but asks if it's really necessary for him to enter the center of the Great Forest so early. And the boy immediately becomes alert, asking about it, and the teacher says yes, saying that the place where the final exam will take place is there, and says that the interschool competition will be held in Valhalla. So the final task will be to enter the center of the Great Forest. And he says that it will be basically the same as the final exam. And of course, those who complete the task will be exempted from having to take the final exam. But if he can't complete it, he'll have to try again during exam time, and the boy says he understands, saying that he'll then enter the interschool competition. Meanwhile, at the Ventrik estate in the United Kingdom, Adelia asks how the preparations are going, and they say that everything is going well. However, the preparations will probably take another month to be finished. And she agrees with this, telling them to move on, and talks about that idiot Valhalla. But she corrects herself, asking how the people at Rockdeal are still doing. And they say that there are no problems regarding their movement. However, Adelia says that he should tell her immediately if he thinks that something is wrong. And so, the guy agrees but talks to her, saying that although this has nothing to do with them, some disturbing news has reached her ears. She is in doubt about this, and they say that apparently they are building a building made of paper notes in the market. And she is in disbelief about this, and the men believe that the Black Cat was directly responsible for this. Then she wonders what he is planning, since she has never done anything like this before. And so, her beak mass constellation tells her to speak in more detail. And she is in doubt about what this message is. Meanwhile, in the market, in the 7th territory, construction is happening there. And the Black Cat watches and talks to his constellation, saying that he will do anything she asks. But he wonders what the purpose of building a building made entirely of paper notes is. And so the constellation says that it is a gift for him. And the black cat begins to understand who this is. And then the constellation asks if he found the one who sold the ring. And so he says no, and says that all the salesman told him was about his basic appearance and voice. But since the customer's contact information was recorded that day, they are searching through all available records to find him. But the constellation tells him to be faster, and he gets scared of that, saying that they will be. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla staff room, the professor is worried, and Sancho goes to him, asking if he has already chosen all the members for the competition. And he says that he has already chosen, and at that Sancho asks for the list. So the professor lets them go there. There are Ryuki, Soyen, Tsuruyuki, Junjin, and Eren. And he says that except for Junjin, everyone is from his class. Sancho is surprised that Joriyuki is participating. And the teacher reveals that he didn't want to at first. But as soon as he said that the competition would take place in the center of the Great Forest, he suddenly changed his mind and decided to participate. And Sancho thinks that this is strange, since most people would hesitate after hearing that. And the teacher agrees with this statement, wondering if it's because he doesn't know what the center of the Great Forest is. And Sancho thinks that him sleeping through entire classes would explain that. And he says that the constellation room is also that. And apparently, he's at that school with ulterior motives. And Sancho asks if it would be okay if he gathered those kids together and did some training. And so the teacher says that, of course, saying that he will make sure to free up their time. And so he wishes the teacher good luck, because he will need it. And a few days later, the five are gathered together. Everyone is very focused, except for Prota, who is calm, full of swagger. Then Sancho comes there, asking if everyone is, saying that it is very good, that they have 5 people, and says it is a pleasure to meet them, saying that he is sure. And the combat instructor leads Sancho and says that the reason they have been gathered there is because of their participation in the interschool competition that will take place very soon. And he says that he will explain the training that they will go through, and says that there will be 3 tests in total that they will have to complete. And the first one is a duel between students, and he says that it's easy to think of it as something similar to an entrance exam that they all took. And he says that the second test is a group fight, and the 5 members of the school form a single team and will compete against the other schools. But it's not one-on-one, and all 3 teams will be fighting at the same time. So it's a test where the leader's ability to adapt to situations is important. And the third test involves the center of the Great Forest. And he says that because they're bringing the final exam forward to them, he won't be able to give much information about it. But he says that the center of the Great Forest is a labyrinth. And he says that there, as the name suggests, is a forest full of trees. And unlike a normal forest, the gate is extremely protected and was designed in a way that anyone who tries to fly in will be blocked. And the only way to get in is through the official gate. And all he can say is that each group will enter there and the specified task will be given to them on the day, and so everyone agrees. And he says that since there is not much to comment, they will move on, saying that now he will explain the specifications and the format of the group fight. And even though all of them already have some experience working in a group thanks to the dungeon raid, he will still talk a little about it. And Joriyuk thinks about what he said, wondering if this is all the explanation they will get about the forest, thinking that if there is a barrier, then he will not be able to enter. But he thinks that it really should be like this, not so easy. And Sancho finishes the explanation of the group fight, and he says that now he will explain how the training will be. And then Joriyuki asks a question, and he asks if it would be a problem to train alone. And Sancho says that it doesn't matter, saying that if he really wants to train alone, he should do it. And he passes the word to anyone else who wants to speak. Then Arinho says that he will also train alone. Then Sancho is surprised that she also wants to, and asks if there is anyone else. And he says that he will end it for now and says that he will see them during the training. And so everyone gets up, leaving only Ryuki and Eren. And he says that before the competition starts he will have at least mastered the technique. So he'll absorb all the mana and be in top condition as soon as he starts. And any time he has left will be spent training his body. Talk to him, wondering if she should join the training. Then he questions why she's bringing it up, asking if she wasn't going to train alone. Also, he asks about her saying she couldn't push herself too hard, and she touches his wound. So she thinks she still wants to train. And she remembers the teacher talking to her about having read about her situation in the newspaper and knows her condition to some extent. But he figured it would be worth asking her in person if she wanted to join. And she simply asks if Hyoki is going. So he says yes, so she says she's going too. However, the teacher says that her body hasn't even recovered yet. He says she will be fine. And the teacher looks a little dumbfounded. But he lets the girl participate, and she says that she's already halfway there to becoming the head of the family. And still, thanks to Rio, that she found another goal. And she thinks she wants to get stronger with him, and help him achieve what he wants to achieve. Exactly like he helped her. And she looks at him blushing. And if she blushed, you know very well what's going to happen. Then he asks what happened, because she speaks and suddenly stops. And then she smiles a little strangely. But he says that anyway, form it doesn't matter, asking if she can't train too much, and she confirms her condition. Then he says that for most of the training they will focus on hand control, and for the body she should focus on walking and keeping all activities to a minimum. And so she agrees. And he says that after finishing his work, he will help her a little more, leaving her in the room. And already at night, In an abandoned place, a man starts begging for mercy, already missing 3 of his teeth. He asks them to let him go because he gives them whatever they want. Then, 2 people with a knife and a not-so-friendly face torture him in the worst possible way, sticking a knife in his left chest, and his windows immediately turns off, and that woman with a D1 tattoo on her cheek asks if the bald guy couldn't have finished this faster. And Al questions what's so funny about that. Then Lisa asks if he already has a new mission, and Al asks if it's a new target to kill. And Lisa says yes, saying that it's apparently a student from Valhalla, and they have Ryuki's information and a photo of him. While taking the knife out of the guy's chest, the bald guy asks why the Sansal, took the job of killing a student, and Lisa asks if he doesn't know, since she believes the client paid a lot of money, and Al asks what the deadline is, and she says that they want them to kill him in a month during the interschool competition. And Al asks if they can't just kill him now. But Lisa says that the security at the school and the dormitory are extremely strong, and asks if he wants them to cross the magic blocking barrier and kill a student living in the student dormitories. But he says that if it's during the interschool competition, it would probably be more dangerous due to the other schools being there. But Lisa says that, look, he talked about it, and says that they said that the 3rd day's task will be carried out inside the Great Forest. In a mysterious maze built from the very forest in which she resides, she learned that the objective is for the students to cross the maze, and in that Al asks if there won't be any instructors in the forest, and she says that there won't be anyone except for a small flying surveillance drone, and excluding some guards at the entrance to the maze, all the instructors and teachers will be watching from the monitoring room. And when she says that then they will just have to hide after look, that he will infiltrate them first, he thinks that this is boring, but Lisa says that completing the job comes first. And he claims to know this, but then a month later, the first day of the interschool competition begins, and everyone is excited about it, but Rocky Jill is still quite worried, and he remembers something when he talked to his father, saying that he received the money and fell in love. His father agrees with this, saying that with that money he paid for a contract and he asked Liu Xian to kill Zhou Ruiqi. And his father is scared by this, asking if he really hired him. And he tells his father that, as I already told him, there is nothing that can link him to the actions he is doing. But he says that he will make sure of it this time. And Wuxin's Sansal group has already accepted the mission. Then he thinks about Sansal, and he's heard of them as Yu Xinjia's senior assassin group. And he claims to have heard that they're a group of 3 people working together to become an unstoppable force. And his father just asks Rock Jill not to do anything that would draw attention. And so the boy agrees, but already sitting in the stands, he thinks to himself that Il Shin has already sent a reply, saying that they will take care of Zhou Hyuk during the competition. So he doesn't need to sit there and watch, and calls Julia to leave. As he leaves, the council president gives a speech introducing the teams that will participate, and the first of them comes from China, the White Lotus, and the second comes from the United States, the Heroes. And finally, from South Korea comes the Valhalla group. Then, he says that the competition will last 3 days, and that day's task is an individual duel between the students. And the representative of each school must return to their rooms and wait for the realization of each duel. So while he leaves, Sancho stays watching everything from up there until then someone calls him, and looking to the side he notices that it is Jack Rover, and he greets him in a very acidic way, calling him 3rd place, but Jack tells him not to call him that, saying that besides it was not Valhalla that came in 1st place. And he says that it is true, but Jack says that this year will be different, saying that this year the heroes will definitely come in 1st place. Then the social asks what makes him so sure, and he talks about the pinnacle of all the contractors, the only one, asking if he knows who it is. Then Sachio says he knows and says that it is that guy who is called the Destroyer. Logan from X-Men, right? Are you guys aware? It must be the short one. Then Jack says that Logan's son is a newbie at his school. Then Tsichu is surprised by this, and Jack says that he came as a representative, he's right down there, and he says that that's Logan's son, Logan Jr. Man, sorry to everyone who's called Junior out there, but it's funny to hear that, Logan and Logan Jr. And with that, Sancho says he's anxious to see what he's capable of. And Jack says he's really good, and that kid has already made a contract with his father's constellation. And Sancho is surprised that he made a contract with the Destroyer of Everything. Asking if he uses the same destruction as the Only One, Jack says that he can use it to a certain extent, but not as well as his father. But he says that he also heard that the new students of Valhalla are not to be trifled with, especially that Kim Jo-hyuk, saying that he heard that he defeated and captured a villain. And Sancho says that this really happened. And after that, Shoirin was able to do something similar. And with that, Jack thinks that then they will be a good match for Logan Jr. Even more seeing as how that kid can already defeat hired adults with ease. But Sancho does not express much surprise hearing this, and Jack complains about that half-assed reaction, then announces the participants of the first round, and Sancho says that he will understand his half-assed reaction after he watches that fight between Kim Jo-hyuk and Logan Jr. And the two stand face to face and say that the rule is the same for all fights. Then he will explain them, The rule is simple. Whoever defeats the opponent wins. And he says that even if he hits a vital point with a weapon, the stadium system will automatically reduce the damage. Instead, it will send electrical impulses of identical pain to the target. And he tells them to feel free to go all out, as there will be no interference. He says that this protection system will remain in place until the next round starts. So the participants should keep that in mind. And after the countdown, when he says start, they should go for it. And Prota thinks about this protection system, wondering why they would use something like that. And his favorite demon says that it's probably because he has to be in a condition to fill the first and second day to be able to participate in the third day's task. Already on the second day, Logan doesn't seem very relaxed. And when they tell him to start, Proto approaches him at incredible speed and throws a punch, but Logan holds his hand, asking if he thinks he's strong. Wow, finally someone has shown up to go head-to-head. I think so, right? Always like that. And Prota doesn't even know what to answer, but says he still thinks he has a long way to go. And Logan asks if that's true, because he's more modest than he thought he would be. And so he tries to attack Prota, punching him, but Prota stops the punch very easily. And he says that being modest or talkative, what does that matter at this moment, because he's still growing. And he takes the opportunity to ask how long Logan thinks he'll be able to withstand his blows. Then he spins the kid in the air, simply twisting his wrist, and prepares to throw another punch in the middle of Logan's chest, throwing him backwards. So he thinks that punch was heavy, already falling into a crouch. And Prota notices that he is tougher than he thought, because he thought that Logan would be knocked out with just one punch. And looking from above, Sancho says that he is really strong, because he even withstood a punch from Kinjo Ryuki. And Jack gets upset, mouth open looking at that, and I think that he has already seen Ryuki's performance in the ranking of admission videos for the competition, and all his students watched and reviewed him too, but he wasn't that scary back then. And so he looks, thinking that it's not over yet, because Loga hasn't used destruction yet. And the kid gets up, using his mana, gathering it in his hand and tries to hit Prota's face, but he dodges easily, only getting to the side. And that destruction goes backwards, catching Prota's attention and cutting off part of his hair. And then he gets pissed, questioning what Logan is doing, giving him a peck on the chest. Then he says that he cut off some of his hair, saying that if it wasn't a clean hit, he wouldn't have cut it, asking if it's some kind of destruction ability. Then Logan starts to get frustrated, because he only let 2 hits go through his stomach, but he feels like he's going to faint. And if he can't land his destruction ability, there's no point in using it. So he starts to get in a really bad situation, looking at Prota. But he thinks there's still another way, putting his hands on the ground and making him break apart. Then Prota wonders what this is, asking why he's destroying the floor. And Logan then puts his leg forward and slams it on the ground, causing a huge earthquake, and so the rocks cover him. And he thinks that if Ryuki can dodge his blows when he sees him, then he just has to attack from a place where he can't see. He appears there from Prota wanting to attack by surprise, but he finds it easily. And the boy is surprised by this because he found it too easily and thinks it's too late trying to attack him. But Prota uses the oldest move in the world, throwing a rock at the kid's face. And Ryuki says that he hid behind the tiles, but he questions if it wouldn't be easy for him to find him if he's attacking with magic. And so he prepares another punch, hitting Logan's face full on, throwing him far away. And so the judge says that's what it looks like, that round has come to an end. The winner is Kim Hyuk from Valhalla. Then Jack's mouth drops even more, and Sancho says that's why he was calm, saying that that kid is a monster. And so, in the next White Lotus fight, Ampyeon goes against Ryo, he ends up getting a hell of a beating, and from the heroes, Libella goes against him too. And apparently, Prota is a defender of equal rights, and Kazuma's friend, because he punches right in the girl's face, without a shred of pity, and he ends up winning. And so, being in the end, a one-on-one duel begins between him and Eren. And she says that they reached the final round. And still, both remaining competitors come from Valhalla. And she says that it seems her academy's victory is almost guaranteed. And she says there is no reason for this final round, besides establishing the ranking. And Prota keeps thinking about it. And she says that the winner will receive Stoltz's scholarship. And she says that she doesn't care about that, asking if she should give up. Then he says that he doesn't care who wins either. But he tells her not to give up, because since they've already met in the state, it would be presumptuous of her not to demonstrate her combat skills. And he says that she should also show him how much she's improved, telling her to go all out because he's going to take her injury into account. And so she takes his order, doing the electric serve, attacking Prota. And he goes with the punch. And in the end, oppressive machismo ends up winning once again, leaving the girl on the ground. And his hand even comes out, smoke from how much she was beaten. And with that, the final result is clear. The winner of that year's individual duel is Kim Jo-hyuk. And his personal demon says that he is very cruel, asking if he didn't say that he would consider her injury. And he says that he held back because he didn't hit her in the abdomen, and forcing her to fall face down like that is an improvisation. Then the demon asks if it's serious, and he says that the trajectory of her sword suddenly became crooked, aiming for her stomach, so he forced her down with his fist. And he thinks that he has definitely gotten stronger, and he can't believe that his mana capacity is increasing. And now he can actually store some mana. And this girl has also gotten stronger. Then, at night, Sancho goes to them, congratulating everyone, asking if they're okay. And everyone says yes. And he says that thanks to the protection system, they were unharmed. But they might have some scratches, so they should take a look at themselves and visit the infirmary. And so he says that he will tell them something about the next day's training, wondering if he really has to wait another day before going to the center of the great forest. And after the speech, Sancho asks them to go and rest. And as he walks down the hallway, Proto comes up to him. Then he asks what happened, wondering if the boy is curious about something. And he says that, in fact, he is asking about the possibility of him finishing the next day's battle quickly so he can go straight to the last test. And so the professor is surprised, saying that this has never happened before. So he would have to take a look at the rule book. Then he says that there are 2 rules, and Proto asks what they are. And he says that the Interschool Competition Committee assigns only 1 basic test to students per day. But there are exceptions. He says that, first of all, if the task is finished before the afternoon deadline, or in other words, early, the student can proceed to the next test at the discretion of his teacher. And he says that, secondly, if the area was not prepared properly, or the students are not in an acceptable condition, they can prepare again to carry out the task or move on to the next test, if the difficulties are too great. And Proto notes that it is up to his discretion, asking what the teacher thinks, questioning whether he can move on to the next test. Then Sancho says that if he finishes early and comes to the teacher's room, he figures it would be okay and he can start the next test in the afternoon. And Proto is happy about that, saying he'll see tomorrow. And he leaves with a big evil smile. And the Demon King asks if he's planning to finish the center of the forest in 1 day. And he says yes, because it's a relief that he heard about the test beforehand. And the Demon King asks if that means he's going to try to wipe out the students from the other academies. But Proto says that this is the second test, talking about the first one. So he thinks that in any case he doesn't have time to waste. And the next day, in the Valhalla arena, everyone is placed in a forest, so Yom asks when Ryuki is going to come, because it's already starting. He arrives apologizing, saying he's late, and she asks if he knows what time it is. But he just says he didn't hear the alarm clock. And she continues to give Proto a completely useless scolding. But he just asks her for forgiveness so she'll shut up, saying he'll take care of everything. And she's surprised by his words, asking if he knows what he's talking about, because this isn't an individual duel, and it's a group battle. And he says he knows that, but she says that even though he won the individual duel, both the heroes and the White Lotus will come after them at that moment. So she asks if he wants to go alone. And Proto just asks if any of them have any complaints. And nobody says anything. Then Aram asks to speak. And Ian asks what happened, asking if she doesn't agree too. And she asks if she can go with Ryuki too. And he says no, telling her to just stay there and watch. And she just accepts that. And Ian gets pissed because it wasn't a complaint. So he tells her to stop chattering, telling her to keep some. And the rich girl, who probably never had anyone tell her to shut up, almost doesn't believe it. Meanwhile, they say on the loudspeaker that the battle will start in 5 seconds. And Proto says that he has another game to participate in the afternoon. And so, while the countdown goes on, she asks what he's talking about, asking him to answer, but Proto says that she talks too much, saying that he has to get ready for the center of the great forest, and so he leaves. Behind the White Lotus, who comes along with 2 girls and a guy. And Proto quickly appears behind him, saying that they found it. Then they notice that it's that guy from Valhalla, asking everyone to get ready. And Proto says that they reacted faster than he expected. Then a notification appears saying that the White Lotus was eliminated. And so Logan Jr. is disbelieving because an entire team was eliminated as soon as the battle began. And he says that at Ferinii and Derminos, those damn guys from Valhalla went after the Chinese, imagining that they acted quickly because they thought they would be attacked first. And a guy talks to Logan, saying that he's detecting magic in that direction. And he asks if it's the guys from Valhalla, but he says that it's not a guy but a person. And they get scared of that. And Logan orders Luke and Danny to maintain the magic shield. And the 2 do so, while Laura prepares her enhancement magic. So he asks Abella to reinforce their shield. But she asks if he isn't already doing that, and Logan starts to summon his destruction in his hands while they make that Megazord to defend themselves, and Laura says only one person, wondering if they really need to do all that. But Logan says if that person is Kim Jo-hyuk, they do need to do it. Rebella says that Melissa Laura doesn't know because she hasn't fought him before, and that guy doesn't have the skills of someone in high school. But Laura says that Logan doesn't have them either. But he confesses that there's no way to compare Ryuki to a guy like him. And so one of them says that the magic has disappeared. And they wonder if that person left, with Abella assuming that maybe they came back after taking a peek. So, the 5 remain alert while Proto watches them all from above. Then, he talks to Logan, who immediately shudders, locking everything he has to lock. And he notices that he's on top of them, but he gets hit, without even seeing where it comes from. And Proto appears in the middle of the 5, knocking out the strongest of them. Behind and she wonders what the hell is this. But he says it's too late, hitting her abdomen. And Melissa gets scared, attacking him anyway. And Proto asks, hitting her without a shred of pity and putting her to sleep, saying that it doesn't matter the situation, asking if she really thinks she should be throwing a magic ball. And then the other two that were left try to attack Prota from behind, but he manages to knock one of them out quite easily, hitting him in the abdomen, and the force of that attack makes one hit the other. Then they are knocked out. And so the system says that the heroes have been eliminated. And he is happy that now he can go to the center of the great forest. Yeah, son, Prota is no exception. Everyone can come. He is beating everyone up. That so far he has only hit no one sweet. And the president of the competition asks how this happened, since Ryoke finished the group battle in less than 23 minutes, and says that, in fact, he spent 20 minutes exploring, and the battles themselves finished in 3 minutes, saying that this will ruin the day's schedule, and says that it is a problem. However, Sancho says that, from what he read in the rules, they are allowed to start the next test on the same day, if there is enough time. And he talks to Chef Lee because if it is okay with him, he would like to discuss about continuing with the next test with the teachers from the other academies. And he agrees to it, asking Sancho to inform him of what they decide. Then he remembers what Ryuki said to him the night before the CP, asking if he said that because he knew this would happen, saying that it is scary. So, he walks with Jack, and Jack says that they still need to talk to the teachers from the White Lotus. But the heroes don't care if they continue with the next test. Then he says that he was finally convinced when he watched that group battle, and he doesn't think the final result will change, even if they were to postpone the test until everyone was in good condition. And now he understands why Sancho calls Kim Jo Hyuk a monster, who gives him a slight smile, calling Jack to talk to the White Lotus. Meanwhile, in the break room, Prota is sleeping and Ian gets frustrated, because she was going to take the initiative, since her teacher told her to be the leader of the group. But in the end, she couldn't do anything, and besides, she lost to Cho Aaron in the matches the day before. And the girl says that she heard that Aaron received lessons from Ryuki, wondering if it was because of that, and says that at this rate she will continue to fall behind and she gets more and more frustrated, thinking that she can't let that happen. Wondering if she put her pride aside, he would teach her, looking at Prota, but then they call the student representatives of each academy, saying that tomorrow's test is survival in the labyrinth. It will be brought forward by one day, being held that day at 1 in the afternoon, and he tells them to reorganize and prepare for the last test. She thinks it happened just like Hiroki said, and he asks everyone to wait, because before they go to the next test, he has something to tell all of them, saying that he will go alone to the center of the forest, and they are all on their own, saying that if they are in trouble, they can call him. And she thinks that this is another individual play, and they already won the other 2 previous tests. So, as long as they don't get the lowest score, they will win. And even if it is a survival in a maze, the forest sign is about the environment. So they don't have to worry too much about the monsters. She keeps looking at Prota, leaving him wondering what's going on. And she says that she also wanted a nickname. And already at the gate of the labyrinth, and the president says that he will arrive at the last test, saying that, similar to the previous test, the audience will be able to watch through the holographic screen. Then he says that before the test begins, he will tell him about the labyrinth. More specifically, the content of the test and the evaluation criteria. And the center of the forest, where the test that day will be held, is a labyrinth shaped like a forest with huge trees. Exactly as the name implies. And inside there is a labyrinth unlike any other. And it is a unique environment where the rain never stops falling. And also, the monsters are low level, so there are few factors that pose a certain threat. And so, the rain and the thick bushes are the real threat to their survival. And he says that the content of that test is about how well someone survives. And when the students enter the labyrinth, their condition will be checked. And after 5 hours, the closer someone is to their initial condition, the higher their grade will be. And Prota is still all bored, and the president says that combat between groups is prohibited. Meanwhile, in the abandoned warehouse of Valhalla, Lisa and Elle wait there for the time, and they tell them that the students have entered the center of the forest. And that's Shinja-san saw. The third of the group looks and says that they will enter, but says that there seems to be some magic blocking their access to the main gate of the labyrinth, and there are 2 people guarding it. And when he immediately thinks that he will take care of these 2 first, and so they are taken to them by means of a teleportation spell. And in the teacher's room, Sancho notices that the TV is all bad and wonders what is going on, because the monitoring cameras in the center of the forest are all failing, and he talks to Lee, saying that the students in the maze could end up getting into trouble. So all the teachers gathered there will enter the center of the forest, and he agrees with this and they all run, but when they get there, he wonders what happened, seeing a very destroyed scene. Meanwhile, the heroes are together, protecting themselves from the rain. And Melissa talks to him, saying that Bella is not doing very well. She says that everything is fine, saying that she only got too wet. But he says that if she gets hypothermia, she will be eliminated. And he says that even if they don't manage to get first place overall, he wants them to give him a high score there. So she needs to keep her head up, calling them to build a basic hut and avoid the rain, then asking Melissa to get the biggest leaves. And Dan and Luke, the 2 of them should get branches for support, while he thinks about using destruction to level the ground and dig a hole. But then, Ao appears in front of him, all grumpy, telling the boy to die quietly. But when he looks at Logan, he speaks with a look, saying that that is not Kenjo Ryuki. And she says that she teleported to a moderately strong source of magic, because she could only find him with magic detection. Elisa asks about this moderate magic, and Logan is in doubt about who these people are, because they said they wanted to kill Ryuki. And besides, that dark magic came from the sphere, and he realizes that these people are villains. Elisa says that they must not have witnesses. And Al says that he already knows that, wanting to go after Logan. The boy tries to attack them, saying that the school competition is not a place for those damn worm eaters. And he tries to attack him, but then Al pronounces a spell that manages to hit the boy's abdomen from behind, asking who he's calling damn. And Logan, seeing him there, asks how he did that. Then, to the disc, what seems he didn't understand, asking him to look forward. And so, he notices that there are 2 targets there. And the kid is even more shocked with Al taking the knife away from him and hitting him twice, saying that his power is called duplication, and the boy falls to the ground bleeding. Then Lisa asks if he killed the boy properly. And Al says yes, saying that he will let him bleed out slowly. Then Abella arrives at the scene screaming, seeing Logan in that state. And Elisa asks what Al is doing to let living witnesses see that he says he will take care of. He asks Paralisa if it's okay if she just uses the disguise, which she agrees to, telling him to just go after her. And he goes after the girl while she holds her shield. And in the middle of the forest, Ryuki keeps running. Wonders what that is, because the system is saying that some conditions can only be met when there is a checkpoint. And he notices that he will have to go to this place called Madagarona House, and wonders if there really is a house in this place, saying that all he sees are bushes and trees. But as he runs, he notices Melissa standing there, saying something, and she starts screaming, seeing her entire group dead on the ground. And Lisa notices that there is another witness there, and Ao says that this is getting annoying, wondering where all these people are coming from. You're in the middle of a test, you idiot. It's obvious that there are going to be people around. As he looks at the girl, he notices that Ryuki has appeared there. Elisa says that the target just went to them, and he probably heard the girl scream and ran there, saying that's why he doesn't kill them right away. Then the boy thinks about this target, realizing that it must be him, since everyone on the ground is already dead. So he tells Larinia that while he's busy taking care of those guys, she should try to control the bleeding of those kids, thinking that at first glance, it seems like they were hit on purpose, in a way that wouldn't kill them right away. But he wonders, then leaving him to bleed to death. Prota, look at the face of that crazy guy in front of you. Prota. Look closely, look. Like, I don't want to make any prejudgments, have any preconceptions. Dude, but maybe that explains a lot. And he calls the 3 of them wild dogs, saying that they ruined his mood, so they should answer his question, asking if they broke in to get in there, saying that if they answer, he will finish them off discreetly. And when questioning what the kid is talking about, calling him a spoiled brat, because it seems like he didn't understand the situation he's in, saying that he's trapped in this maze, and they destroyed the only passage there. And the same thing with the surveillance drones. However, he remembers that the teachers must have noticed, but says that it doesn't matter because they won't be able to get there fast enough. After all, by destroying the gate completely, they delayed it a lot. And he says that it will take at least an hour to clean it up. And Prota gets pissed off talking about that time, saying that in that huge mold. And then he wonders where the boy went. Then Ryuki says that they are dead as fuck, and starts hitting Ao, throwing him away, hitting his head. Both Lisa and Alia are surprised by this, looking back. But Prota doesn't give them time to think too much and attacks both of their heads, making the 3 of them fall. And he tells her to heal the people once again, because she's standing still and has a lot of and says that if she can't handle this alone, she should run to the west, because there are some Valhalla students there, and she says she'll try what she can first. And so, Al gets up, asking what happened, and Prota stops close to him, saying that his colleagues are very fragile. So, Al gets scared, grabbing his knife to try to protect himself. Prota says that before he kills him, he wants to ask something, telling the guy that he said the kid is a target, asking who the client is, and Al asks what kind of killer he would be if he told him, saying that he's not a fucking amateur. And Prota thinks that this is weird because the guys he met admitted it right away, and Al starts to get more and more scared, thinking that he was confused for a second. But he's going to attack the kid by surprise, stuck with his duplication this time, so he tries to attack Prota from behind, but Prota easily dodges, frustrating Al's plans. He thinks that he attacked with his clone, so there was no way to detect his presence. And Ryuki says he's being too cowardly by attacking from behind, asking if he wants a surprise attack, and so he manages to hit one of them, but the clone tries to attack the real one, I don't know. But the kid gives him a big elbow in his darer, making the syrup come down. And he calls the bald guy, saying he's going to ask him one last time, asking if he really isn't going to tell him who his client is. And he asks how he could, wondering if it seems like a joke to him. And the kid says yes, saying that then he's going to beat him until he gets tired. And he starts beating the guy like he's tenderizing meat. And then the teachers come running and notice what's happening there, with everyone being healed, and the students who were injured already awake, and Jack asks Logan if he's okay, and he talks to the teacher, saying that it's a little difficult but it's not a big problem. And with that he says it's a relief, while Sanshao asks what happened there. Then he says he was attacked by surprise by some villains, that there was 1 man and 2 women in total, 3 attackers, and so Sanshao soon connects that number with Sansaw, asks where the attackers are, and he points to the side because they are fallen there, and only Lies and Al are left. Then he says that Kim Jong-il finished them all. And with that, Sashu asks if Kim was that strong, because the ground around them ended up rising. And Logan says he only saw Ryuki fight them while he was losing consciousness, but it was really incredible, saying that he completely finished off the attackers, with whom he wasn't able to lay a single finger, and says that when they were against him, they didn't see even half of his power. And Logan claims to have thought he was one of the strongest students among the high school students, but it seems that his arrogance got the best of him. But Jack tells the boy to cheer up, saying that Ryuki is an anomaly. Tensho remembers that the boy said that there were 3 attackers, asking where the missing one is, and Melissa says that Ryuki went to fight the girl, and so he throws her near them, saying that he tried to find out who was behind this and what their objective was. And Sancho notices that the boy seems very well, and he says that he wasn't hurt, and he says that now they will hear the details when they return to the academy. And the boy agrees and leaves with everything. And already in the dormitory, he says that that day was really hard, wondering if it's because he had a lot to do, and the Demon King says that maybe it's because he used magic to attack those villains, and he says that maybe that's it, because he used a lot of mana when he was attacked. But he says it was a great performance. And so he completed that whole mission, saying that it was tight, but he managed to catch her, getting the item he needed. And after the girl starts to wake up, he tells her to get up, and asks what her ability is, and she doesn't really understand that. But the boy says he doesn't know where she hid, but she was talking about a target, so it must be part of Sansel. And he says that this means that there's usually a fighter in front, one on the side, and one right behind, who's in support, asking if this isn't their background. And the girl notices that he knows a lot, and the pirate realizes that it seems she was the support behind those 2. Then she starts to get angry, and he says that she seems to have an assassination ability, asking which one. So she tells him to get lost, because she has no intention of talking, and tries to disappear with her magic. But he stops that portal with his hands, and she is shocked and asks how this child can stop him. And he says that now that he's seen her, he understands, and her ability creates a space, and she can move inside it, and he says that it works very well, telling her to help him with her ability, because he has something to find, and if she does everything right, nothing will happen. And yes, I have to confess that Proda seems much more of a villain than these half-assed villains, and he says that thanks to her ability he managed to catch that thing. But the Demon King reminds him that he didn't keep his promise of not doing anything if everything went well, asking why he went so far as to knock her out. And he says it was because when he asked her about her employer and companions, she didn't answer him anything, and if she had simply confessed, then nothing would have happened. And he thinks that now that he's found out that those 3 attackers are called Sansel, who are a part of Yusin, and their clients must be that idiot Rock Jill. And he says he's trying to gather as much information as possible about the attack to act quickly. But if Rock Jill's family does the same shit again, he wonders if he'll have to finish them off one by one. But then he thinks about that gem, saying that now the next thing is to face lost memories through dreams. And he wonders what the hell this is, wondering if he just has to sleep. And the Demon King says that it seems like it, and if he can find the memories, he imagines that some of his memories will also come back. And says that he also received the notification. And Proda questions if it's serious, calling him to sleep, turning off the light and lying down. And he thinks about the lost memories, but he doesn't think he lost any part of his memories. But then he closes his eyes, saying that something must appear in his dream. And there in the dream, he goes back to that tower at the moment he was about to die. And so, before that rock hits his head, time stops. Then everything starts to go backwards, and a being appears before him, saying that he will take good care of his name, and also of the names he protected in this world. So, he tries to say something else, but disappears before finishing his sentence. And Proda ends up waking up, wondering what the hell that dream was, and doubts what he just saw really happened. And he wonders if those were lost memories. And he talks to Bart, questioning if anything came back to him. And he says he thinks he was enough. But Proda doesn't understand anything this crazy guy is saying. And at Valhalla's gym, Proda continues doing his bench press, while Aram is doing a deadlift, or maybe he's doing trapezius curls, while Assyriac is doing his bicep curls. And then Ion arrives asking why he's there. But he says that she should be the one to answer, asking why the girl is there. And she says that she thinks her reason is similar to his, saying that she has a... So she's surprised by this. And he says that the reason she's jealous of Ryu is because she lost to Rin. And the girl feels this, saying that's exactly the point. And remembers the battle they had, with her attacking Rin, trying to do everything to win. But Rin managed to stop all of her attacks very easily. And it's a surprise that the girl cut his spell with her sword, trying to throw 3 more in Aaron's direction. But she sheathes her sword to launch her cuts, breaking all those 3 blows. So the girl becomes more and more frustrated. And Rin goes for her, cutting her diagonally and ending the battle. Meanwhile, Busty tells Proda that what he looks like was a tiger, and Proda even tries to imagine the scene, but Busty wasn't that cute, so Proto asks if he remembers what it was like. So he says he doesn't remember specific details, and Proto realizes that Busty wasn't able to see that strange guy but thinks that anyway. He's already gone after his own neck, and he asks if Busty remembers his name, and he says he doesn't know. And Proto thinks that in the end it seems like the only things he got were painful memories, but he still doesn't even remember his own name, so... Then another window appears in front of you, with one more destination for him to follow, asking him to go there and watch the truth. And he thinks of the great palace of Arala, wondering if this could be the last thing. And think about when that day's training is over. He should ask Lilia about that great palace of Arala, and still at Yun's envious academy. He says that Rin has become much stronger since the last time she saw her at the entrance ceremony, and she thought it was a blessing to have Ryuki as her guide. And that's precisely why she has been constantly training her magical power and sword. But she notes that the girl is also doing weight training, and no one in her family is willing to train her. And she wonders if that's why her growth has been so explosive. And if Ryuki is already distressed by hearing her talk, he says that she should tell this to Joe Ryuki and not him. Okay, this high school student is starting to rise in my estimation. He's not giving me any moral authority to be jealous. And she gets all red with this embarrassment. And she thinks he's right because she can't just say she'll get better and fail to actually improve like last time. And even if it is embarrassing, she has to hear an answer from the boy. So she goes to Ryuki, trying to talk to him, and he uses slang to talk to her that shows that she's someone unimportant and doesn't deserve respect. And she's shocked by the boy's attitude and asks if he's training the Shoyurin at the moment. However, she still keeps that stuck-up face she has, saying that she wanted to ask if he could train like her. But then, Sancho comes there asking if Ryuki is busy. Then, he says that he hasn't finished his training yet, asking what happened. And he tells him to finish what he has to do, clean everything and go meet outside, because there is someone he needs to see. And he says that this person told him that this is the only time they will be able to see him for a long time. And Proto doesn't quite understand. Bye. But it's almost the same thing, and he says that if she wants to train too, she should ask Ararim about the routine and then follow, saying that if she does well, he might want to train her. And Rin says that she will teach her in a calm and orderly manner, calling her the same way Proto is calling her. And she says that the girl is not allowed to call him that. So he continues following the teacher, and asks who wants to see him, wondering if they said he has to meet them right now. He says that if you think about it, it can only be one person. They are waiting for him in the small auditorium, and Proto is already starting to get an idea of who he is. And when he gets there, it's Rock Jill who has a really horrible face, and the boy isn't even surprised, and he loses all his composure, kneeling in front of Proto, asking him to save him, please. And Proto asks Sancho what this guy is doing, and Brusser asks if he's acting like he didn't already know, saying that he must have just found out, but that guy hired you Xion already. He is afraid of dying, and Sancho says that besides that, considering that he is suspected of having ordered his previous attack, this will be the second time he has tried to assassinate someone, and he was the target. And the media rushed to find out what he knew. So now the news is full of stories of you Xion, as this guy who caused the attack on Valhalla thinks this is because he leaked it to the press. But he wonders if that guy isn't just going to be protected by the Ventric family, asking why he should forgive him when their heads are going to clean up Rock Deal's shit like last time. But Sancho says that the Ventric family just released an official statement and Rock Jill has been excommunicated from the Ventric family. And the kid is completely alone. And Sancho says that not only Rock Jill, but his father too. See? Because it's not good to let your son do shit. Whatever you want, it could end up like this. And Sancho says that unlike what happened before, the Ventric family did nothing to try to silence the media, and Ryuki realizes that he no longer has protection and the only way left is jail. Then he asks how he should save him. Then he says that he still has a chance, saying that his testimony is really more important than physical evidence. Then he asks Ryuki to say something, telling everyone that nothing happened. But the boy says he doesn't want to. And Rocky Jones is still surprised by this, asking if it's because he didn't apologize. Then he says he's sorry, saying that he'll never touch him again and will let him grieve. But Proto says he doesn't want an apology. And the boy is surprised again, asking if Ryuki won't forgive him, questioning if he wants money. Then Sancho starts to get angry, but Proto says he doesn't want money either. So the kid takes an extreme measure, looking at his assistant, grabbing her by the arm and dragging her closer to Proto, asking about a girl, saying he's going to give her to him, and says she's the direct daughter of the Palacio family in England, saying that having this girl will definitely help him rise in status. So Proto asks if he's going to give him a girl, questioning if people are objects. And the boy says that at this moment that girl is his possession. So he activates a mark on her neck, asking Proto to look there, saying that there's a glowing spell and there's proof that she belongs to him. Asks what Proto thinks, saying that if he's okay with it, he can also give him the property. So Sancho thinks that this is taboo, and she was sealed with magic. It's a taboo spell that makes it impossible for anyone to act against its owner, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to cast a spell like that, and he wonders if anyone else did this to Rocky Jill. And Proda, already out of patience, says that people like him have been around for a long time. Bastards who put taboo spells on other people's bodies and sell them for crazy money. So he goes there and breaks that spell from the girl's neck, grabbing it and ripping it off. And she wonders what he's doing. And he manages to break the spell from the girl, freeing her from his control. So Rock Jill is surprised that he broke it here. And he asks the teacher if just this once he can punch that crazy guy in the face. And Rock Dio starts to get scared. And Sancho asks if the kid thinks the teacher from Valhalla would tolerate violence between students. But he says it's a different story when the other person is a suspected criminal. And besides, Valhalla doesn't agree according to the Rock Joe family, so he's going to cover for him, telling the kid to just go and do it. And Proda tells him to file his teeth, as he prepares to throw a punch, throwing it too far, and so he falls down, screwed, already missing most of his front teeth. And so he leaves afterwards. And Busty says he really thought he was going to kill him this time, saying that this is the first time he has let his anger show like this. And Proda says that if it were 300 years ago, he would have crushed his head. And among his disciples there was a guy who was bought and sold as a slave through the use of this taboo. And he says that he was just mad because it was a similar situation. And Ryuki says that he has been in a similar situation before. And Bart is curious about this, asking if he has ever been a slave. But someone comes screaming behind him, and it is that girl. And she says that she was distressed before, so she could not thank him fully, thanking Proda for having saved her. And he tells her not to bother thanking him, telling her not to give him a second glance and to live as she pleases. And she starts crying, completely emotional and very happy with the new life she has gained. And the next day after school in the Valhalla school cafeteria, that teacher who is on top of Pro all the time says that it is China, because the great palace of Valhalla and she says that, to be more exact, it's a maze owned by the White Lotus Association in China. So he thinks that by White Lotus, she means the school that was in the previous competition. And she says that's right. And Proda thinks that, unlike before, it's now illegal to enter a maze owned by someone else. And he wonders why the mazes have to be owned by someone in the first place, saying that in the past it was a mystery how dogs and cows could enter without such restrictions, and if he wants to he can destroy it himself, but it's pretty weird because it's owned by the academy, and he asks if there's any way to get in. She doesn't even believe what he's saying, and says she knows that it's open to White Lotus students, and says he shouldn't rush. But then, when she was about to finish her sentence, she covers her mouth. Then he wonders what happened, because she suddenly closed her mouth. Then she thinks she said too much, asking how he can just sit there listening to her without giving her any information. So the question of what she's talking about is ready. So she asks for three pieces of information, all happy, saying that she'll tell him more then. Then he tells her to enjoy her coffee while standing up, and she asks him to wait, saying that she'll tell him, telling him it's a shame for him to sit and listen. Then she starts talking, saying that this should be a secret, but the Great Palace of Arala is one of the stages of the world competition in the second semester. And she says that this news hasn't spread to the teachers yet. And he asks how she knows that, and she says that she'll tell him that she only has a source that only she knows about. And Proda then asks if by world competition she means that it must be similar to the school competition. And she says that he's right, saying that if the school competition in Korea is a three-way battle between South Korea, China, and the United States, the world competition is similar to the Olympics, where academies from all over the world gather to compete against each other. So Proda thinks that it's basically a bigger school competition, thinking that this is even more annoying, wondering if he'll be able to enter during the second semester, saying that that's too far away. So he asks if there's any other way to get there faster, and she doesn't quite understand and says she doesn't know, because she has no connection to the White Lotus to find a way in. And she says it's hard to say, but asks him to help with just one thing. And he asks what it is. And she tells him to go to the World Monster Research Society with her, saying it's a one-day event, so he shouldn't worry about it. So in North London, in Tottenham, he's with her and that little thug coat of his, and they arrive at the World Monster Research Society. And he's really pissed off, wondering what kind of one-day event this is, because they traveled all the way to London, and she starts laughing, saying they're only there for one day so they're gonna enjoy it. And she says she took him over the weekend, but got permission to extend the excursion until Monday, just in case. So she calls him to go all excited, and he says she's abusing her authority, teacher. And he asks what they're doing there, but once inside, he comes face to face with the monster, while some people analyze the battle. And he remembers the teacher saying that he won't actually do anything, and he can just help her check the paper. And she says that, in exchange for the information, she'll kill some monsters, that he starts by defeating one quite easily, and the quick validation of the evaluation is completed, and he must prepare for the stone goblin, and he's already irritated. He wonders if he hasn't finished yet, and an hour later, he notices that it's very tiring, wondering, she's doing it to you. Fight so hard that he says that she had said that he would only need kill 3 monsters. So, they made him kill 10. And she says that she doesn't know. So, she wonders. And Proda says that anyway, what's the atmosphere there? And he says that as soon as they entered that building, everyone just looked at her and they started yelling at each other and turned their backs on her, asking if she fought with them. And she says yes, saying that it's uncomfortable, and it's because they've been obsessively fixated on their monster hunting theories for decades, and suddenly a paper falls out of nowhere contradicting everything. And Proda asks if their verification method isn't a little old-fashioned, because they wanted him to hunt with a sword. And Lilia says that this is the safest way and it's a tradition of the association. So Proda says that if they're going to verify with this, why wouldn't someone from the association itself do it? But she says that they don't want to do that, saying that they are boomers who hate having their theories dismantled. And the theory of monster hunting strategy is a good way to elevate their status and power. And the current status quo involves an extreme amount of nepotism and dead weight in the upper echelons of society. You can see the nepotism, right? Because Rockdeal saw that the amount of mess he caused just by being from the Vendriga family. And Proda thinks that they are really disgusting people, saying that even so, why do they need to submit constant papers? And she says that it is because a paper without recognition from society is nothing. And no matter how close they may be to the association, their focus is perfectly on the perfect hunting strategy. But then a woman in Chinese clothing says that she actually came to her to ask a favor, asking if they could take care of a person. And Lilia doesn't like that at all. And actually, it seems the woman was talking to Proda. And Lilia says that he changed to a very serious conversation, so she's going to take advantage of that. And Proda just agrees with that, asking that woman what she means by that, asking for details. Then she says that she's the president of the White Lotus Association. But originally, she's part of the Su family. And she says that her family was the first to be founded in China after the era of chaos. And thanks to that, they were able to build the academy called White Lotus and produce strong contractors. However, there was a genius in their family. Or rather, a person who could also be called a natural disaster was born. And at just 13 years old, he easily triumphed over ordinary contractors. And she says that he even stepped on her sisters and family guild members, the Siolang Guild. And she says that even the head of her family was defeated by him. And the boy is surprised by this. And she says that in the end, he concluded that there was nothing more to learn in the outside world. And he locked himself in the Seal family's training hall, in the White Lotus Palace. Proda then asks if she wants him to take care of that arrogant fellow. And she says yes. And he doesn't seem to mind it, but says that he's a little confused, saying that if all she wants is for him to be defeated, there must be a lot of strong people to consider. And he says that looking at her magical power, she definitely doesn't look weak either. Then she says that he has good eyes, saying that she even used magic to hide it, and says that there are 2 reasons. The first is that he fights only using his physical power. And the second is that that person is 17 years old, just like Proda. And she says that watching the competition and his recent performances, it's certain that he is physically strong. And says that if he, a 17-year-old student, the same age as the boy, defeats him, his pride will certainly be damaged. And that's why she came personally to ask Proda for this favor, because if he hadn't come here, she would have asked him in a written letter, and he cries if she's not asking to do it for free. And she says of course not, because she's the president of White Lotus, so she can't invite people without paying. Then she asks how much he wants, but Proda says he doesn't want money, and it's a place he wants to go, asking if she could organize it for him. And she's in doubt, but ends up carrying Proda, and says that that's her White Law Association. And he says he didn't expect her to take him there on the same day she agreed to go, much less on a private jet. And she comments that since he's free until Monday, then it would be better for him to resolve this quickly. Then Proda says it's true, and she talks about the payment, confirming that he wants the right to enter the Great Arala Palace. So Proda says yes, and she says she understands, saying it's a labyrinth they manage. So it shouldn't be difficult, calling Proda to come in. And inside he sees some other people there and keeps walking with that woman and says there's something he's curious about, and she asks what it is. Then he says he feels like she didn't pay attention to the competition but wanted him to take care of that guy. And she says he could even understand that way, because there are many people who tried in vain to fight against that boy, only to realize the limit of their students, teachers alike. And she says that's why her main goal now is to rid that boy of his arrogance. And after that, the family, whether or not she will lead the White Lotus to the top. And Proda agrees with this, but thinks to himself, hoping the boy is in good hands. Entering the room, she summons a magic circle on the floor, saying that everything is there, saying that when he weighs in that seal, he will be transported to the Su family's secret training room. And she says that the boy is there waiting for him, and he weighs. Then she says that she forgot to ask something, asking what his name is. And she says that the boy's name is In Lang. Is this a fan, or am I mistaken? It looks like furry. And the boy who looks like Naruto with the blue pick asks who Proda is, questioning if he was sent by the Su family to make him a Sai. And he says he won't, telling Proda to get lost. But then, Ryuki notices that he's being so rude, like the person who just arrived. And so, he goes after the kid, saying that he really is a kind of crazy weakling, and he tries to hit the kid, but he grabs his hand, stopping Prota's punch, and he's surprised by that. Then the kid gathers the energy in his hand. Then he calls him a senseless idiot, asking if Ryuki is really going to underestimate his opponent like that. But while he hits Prota, he remains still, and the kid says he can't believe he started with such a stupid punch. Then Ryuki asks, why don't they introduce themselves? And the kid is surprised by that. And Prota takes the opportunity to grab his hand that is on his abdomen and prepare another punch, trying to hit the boy's head, but he manages to dodge. However, Ryuki throws a punch right at the guard he raised, and the boy feels it, but Ryuki doesn't stop hitting him. But then he notices something strange, and Yelong asks what it was. And if it were me, I would say if the bulge there is between your chin and your belly button, right? I won't say anything. Then Yelong asks who the boy is. And he says that he is a 17-year-old student who underestimated his opponent. So Yelong keeps trying to hit him in every way, but Prota dodges all the attacks quite easily, laughing, and she starts to wonder how she didn't hit him. But she thinks that it's not that, it's similar to the previous one, and she should back off and try to counterattack. And so she steps back, but Prota follows her very closely, looking her in the eye, asking where she is going. And then he lands another punch on the girl's abdomen, knocking her back. But he is surprised by what she did in the attack, because in a second she realized that she couldn't avoid his fist, and she stepped back to reduce the impact. And the girl is on the ground, still kind of sick, so Prota thinks that she's not that bad, and he felt that when he let her hit him. And he says that even his students from 300 years ago didn't show that level of mobility. So she keeps thinking, wondering if that boy is really the 17-year-old high school student, at the same level as her, and she starts to smile, because he's much stronger than adults, and she wants to hit him harder, and she prepares to keep fighting. And so he thinks that she still has some pride, wondering if he should knock her down. And so the boss watches everything, while a subordinate arrives calling her, and he says he knows that this is just an assumption, but asks if he's going to be okay. Then he says he doesn't think a student from another school could do anything to the White Lotus of his school. And the guy says the next day, what is he watching, man? It's not possible. Asks her if that student can really defeat Yen Lang. And he says that might be rude, but asks if she didn't lose to the girl too. Then she stays quiet, and he says that of course she fought without using magic. And so she says that's right, because she lost to Yen Lang once, and even if she used only magic, there was no guarantee that she would win. And she says that the difference in magical power between the two, she was paper thin. Then he is surprised by this, and she says that it was a few years ago, saying that it is very likely that she is even stronger physically and mentally. Then he asks if that doesn't make it more risky, saying that that student Kim Jo-hyuk is not as strong as her. Then she asks who knows, since he defeated people from the evil side while he was just a student, and he also came in first place in the competition. Then she says that anyway he wouldn't lose so easily to Ari Lang. Besides, it doesn't matter if he loses. Man, it's not possible. Could it be that they are at the beginning of the fight and didn't see her getting beaten up like hell? So she continues going after Prota. Now, using furry claws, I don't know, wolf, I don't know. So she takes them all off and keeps going towards Prota, making an X trying to scratch me, is surprised by this, and when she bends down, she tries to knee him in the face and even manages to hit him. But she notices that it didn't go as well as she expected and starts to feel an absurd pain in her knee, starting to almost cry. Then asks if his head is a rock. He says he's not really sure about that and says that her knee came towards him suddenly, so he hit it with his forehead. This probably means that his forehead is harder than her knee. And the girl is upset by this, because even though she overcomes him with all her attacks, he simply blocks everything and says that he can't see any way to win, and saying this hurts her pride. His strength is far greater than hers, and for that reason, she asks if he has been fighting without magic yet, and he says yes, because that is what she prefers, so she tells him to stop doing that now because she will go all out against him. And he begins to realize that she is accumulating magic, noticing that she got a little irritated. And he begins to assume that it is time to completely break her pride. Still with her hands in her pockets, and seeing that aura that he releases, she does not believe it, wondering if that is the magical power of a high school student, saying that it is crazy, saying that she does not need any more tricks, heading straight towards Prota, saying that she will end this with one blow. And so she tries to hit his face, but getting half a centimeter from Prota's nose, he bends like a banana tree and lets the punch pass easily. And he says that they've played enough, still making the bridge, saying that he's going to end this. And he hits a punch on the girl that knocks her off the ground. And after that punch, her eyes went to hell and the white ceiling settled in her brain. So she can only call him a monster while she faints on the ground. And he tells the president of White Lotus, because just as she requested, he brought her out after defeating her. Both she and the secretary can't believe it, their mouths open. And the leader continues to disbelieve that he managed to defeat her so easily, asking if she's hurt anywhere, and he says he doesn't know about her. He's fine and she asks how hard it was, and he says she was pretty strong but was a little disappointed with the ending due to the difference in skill, and so he drops her on the ground. Then she wonders what the hell is going on, waking up and looks at her mother, I guess, and also at the security guard over there. And she calls the leader Seo Yeon, with her saying that it's been a while since she left that place. Seo Yeon says that after the talk they had, it's time for the boy's payment to come. And he says he wanted access to the Great Ahala Palace. And the boy says yes. And she says she can let him in right now, asking what he thinks. And the boy says that would be great, calling her to go right away. And so, the girl stays behind, looking at the two, leaving with a little envy. And the secretary talks to her, saying that if she's hurt, they need to treat her first. But all she wants to know at the moment is the name of the guy he defeated. And he says his name is Jo Hyuk, and she starts by memorizing him, saying that he's one of the strongest people in existence, and says that she wants to fight him again properly. But in the fifth of hells, a horned guy, whose name I won't even say, wonders if this guy is really the strongest. Meanwhile, Proda asks what place this is, wondering if Suyeon had taken him to the right place. And she tells Proda that the Great Palace of Arhala is a unique labyrinth that resembles a castle. And if he takes care of the mounds called living armors, he will have no trouble exploring. And Proda questions how long he can stay inside. And she says approximately 5 hours. And if he wants more time, he can come back the next day. So he thinks he has 5 hours to search in peace. But looking ahead, a somewhat absurd amount of knights in front of him, and he says he'll have to take care of those bastards first. And with that, a fight begins between them, with Proda destroying them with quite exacerbated ease. He thinks that this should be enough and starts to wonder where the office is, since he has already searched more than 20 rooms, and he remembers the system telling him to take a look at the Arhala Palace, and he thinks that the only rooms that looked like an office were ordinary rooms, wondering if it's that one over there. But then Backer tells him to look to the right, and says that the door is elegant, but it looks like an office over there, and the boy is in doubt, and he enters the place, looking at a picture of a guy hanging there, and he says that it definitely looks like an office. But he wonders if this really belongs to Ali Fred, wondering what will happen if it belongs to someone else. But Barker talks to him saying no, saying that he thinks it is that one, telling him to look under the painting. And then he notices that Ellie says, "Oh, he was Johnny." Then the boy asks how he read that, and Barker says he doesn't know why, but he can read it, and maybe that is part of the information he remembered from last time. And Proda says he needs to investigate that place thoroughly, and he just has to find the secret room. It would take too long to look at each item individually, saying that breaking everything will make the search faster. And so he starts destroying the entire room, and notices that there is something wondering there, if it is that on the floor, and he puts his hand in the lock trying to force it open, and notices that he is going to the basement, saying that he can't see anything, and this is very annoying. And so he goes down the stairs, and the system says that he met the conditions. But then, someone appears in front of him, and he asks that red-haired woman where this place is, and who is she, and she says it is a pleasure to meet him, saying that she will answer his questions, and asking him to sit down, and Proda sits in front of her, and she introduces herself saying she is a guide, and Proda is in doubt, and she apologizes saying that this is not her real name, it is just a nickname, and says that her name was taken. And he remembers that shadow in his dream that also took his name. Then he becomes alert and confirms with her that the name was taken. He claims to have thought she was talking nonsense when she said that the name was stolen, but questions what that really means. He says that, besides, how the hell can they steal a name? And she says that names have power.
And all creatures build their lives on the name that was given to them,
the history that it creates, and the influential achievements that it gains. So, whether good or bad, these deeds contribute to the greatest work of your life, your name. And this person steals that name, saying that it absorbs the power they contain. And Proda asks what happens to a person when their name is stolen. And she says she's sure that he's already familiar with them. And the girl says he's probably already familiar with them because they become constellations. But wait, if the power was stolen, how does one become a constellation? Because it must have been without any. Man, right? I'm crazy. But she says that you only become a constellation if you're not a reincarnation. Because in that case, you're an exception. And Proda thinks that this woman knows about his reincarnation, just like Bar. And she asks if he still doubts her, saying that he's the one who was reborn and received the notification window. And she says that's a fact, that she didn't know when the notification window appeared either. Then he asks if she sees that too, and tells her to stop stalling and explain, telling her about the one who promised to take the name of the Tower of Doom, asking who it is. And she says that this guy's name is Lord of the Labyrinth. And she says she's said it before. He's the one who sent the Tower of Doom to Earth, to make the name gain power. And he's surprised by that. Then she says that he honors his name. He questions if that isn't strange, asking like a simple gentleman of the labyrinth can send something like the Tower of Doom to Earth, saying that something of this size is only possible in the labyrinths he controls, but then he notices. And she questions if he only realized now, saying that the world he is in now, the place he calls Earth, is the labyrinth. And he asks if he expects him to believe that, and she says it's his choice to believe or not. but she sees no reason to go there and lie to him, and he says that makes sense, and questions about the involvement of the tower and the name. And she says that it's easy to make a name when there's a crisis of catastrophic proportions, and says that everyone kills monsters, saves villages, or does evil in times of crisis. So, not everyone can make the name become a constellation. Only those who deserve it. So he says that if that's the case, he supposes it's possible that his disciples became constellations and at least everyone made a name for themselves. And he thinks that's annoying because in the end, no matter what they do, they're playing a game with the Lord of the Labyrinth. But she says no, saying that the fact that he was reincarnated and went there became a variable for him, and maybe she can give the Lord of the Labyrinth a chance. But the boy doesn't quite understand. After all, the Lord of the Labyrinth knows that he's reincarnated, and he must be the one who made him meet through the notification window, asking if that's possible. And she says no, saying he's wrong, saying that the person who reincarnated him and took them to the notification window is not the Lord of the Labyrinth. The boy asks who it is, and she says she doesn't know either. But since he's the person who reincarnated Ryuki, she thinks she might have some connection to him, and he's in doubt about it. And she says that either way, he can't miss this opportunity. And so, she pulls something from her sister towards him, taking off the ring, telling him to get it, and he questions what it is, and she says she doesn't have time, so she can't explain details right now. So that was the key to their counterattack. But he doesn't believe she doesn't have time, saying she can tell him everything there. She says she's being chased by the Lord of the Labyrinth. But she says it's okay, since the condition has already been met, and it will be easier for him to find her in the future. The boy is in doubt, but she says he'll see her soon, telling him not to lose the ring. Then he is taken back to the front of the labyrinth, which he notices once again is at the entrance. Then he thinks about sending the Tower of Destruction, stealing names, and the culprit who prevented him from living a good life, saying that it is this damn Lord of the Labyrinth, saying that he does not know what that ring is, but does not seem to be revealing its location. Then, storage stones left after absorbing magic power before the big battle. This time he will absorb all of them. Then, he says that even if his strength is still lower, as for his power, he will have a peak. And so, on an island in the North Pacific, a man continues watching the news and sees that Sansal was defeated by the Valhalla student, Kinjo Ryuki. Then he starts shaking with hatred, breaking the tablet, saying that those guys are idiots. And the Dragon King thinks that after hearing the words of the constellation, he kept an eye on Ryuki, and he found out that he destroyed the Shuijingu, which was under contract with the constellation. And because of that, the eldest son of the ventricular family asked him to do the job. And even if it didn't work, he should call the Sansal to finish the job. And he says that as if robbing him wasn't enough. He ends up saying that he belongs to the monotheists and asking if this is a group of professional assassins. But someone arrives in the middle of Hannibal's despair, saying that he seems to be pulling his leg. And he notices that that is George, first-class leader. Hannibal remembers that he sent for him as soon as he entered there. But George says that he only went because he seems quite distressed, and asks if it's because of Joe Hewitt. And he says he supposes he can say that. And George realizes that they lost one of them to this kid. And Hannibal asks if he's talking about that kid that was on the news. And George says yes, saying that he gave him a personal mission, without informing the organization. But he didn't do good and revealed his identity to a high school student, and he wanted to leave him as an informant for the Ventric family. But he was afraid that he would leak information again, so he took him before going to the prison tower. Hannibal asks if he can take care of those 3 that are currently being transported, and he says that if that's what he wants, he will do it. And Hannibal thinks about Ryuki, but George asks him not to touch the boy for now. And Hannibal is surprised by this request. Then George says that now the Yu-Gi-Oh! Is watching him, and Hannibal gets even more scared that this organization is going after the boy, and says that these guys are a bunch of crazy people. But George says that this is not something people like them should talk about. But he says that they really are a little too crazy, and no one knows what motivates them or what their purpose is. But he says that Logan's squad took over this. And Hannibal says that he's heard about this before, saying that he's glad to know that they're keeping an eye on him. But if they touch any of his goals, George says that there's a chance that they'll become his enemies too. And Hannibal says that anyway, for now they'll have to wait and see. But Proda has apparently already been found by them. And with them being surrounded, the boy asks who they are, asking if they know that Kelly is the Valhalla Academy area, because they must be very brave or stupid. And so the man looks directly at the Proda guy, and gets a little distressed, and he remembers talking to the leader of the Ventric family, saying that they are already ready. If so, Adelia says that they took a long time, and the man apologizes and says that they needed to be fully prepared and confirm that Ryuki's whereabouts are around Valhalla. And Adelia asks if that's why they wanted a contractor with the ability to create subspaces. And he says yes, and that's why they listed several contractors with spatial distortion abilities. And she says that since the people they work directly with are selected by the Ventric family, there is no possibility of information leaking. Then she says that it sounds good, asking if they are prepared for what she said. And she says yes, they are prepared for the transformation of the sanctuary. they prepared a storage stone that contains a large amount of magical power. And she is happy about that, saying that she also has to move slowly, and tells the butler that he will first be in the contact group and then lead the elimination group once the subspace is complete. And so he talks to her again, asking if it is a sanctuary, there would be no need for preparation to manifest a constellation. And she says yes, and he then asks if she really intends to call a constellation. And she questions, so what? And gives him a hard time. And she starts to summon her sister, because it seems like he's very scared, considering he's only dealing with a high school student. But he says it's not like that, and Delia says she's just taking a precaution, and tells him not to worry. So he gets the message well. And she says that besides that, there was a recent incident, where the constellation that hadn't said anything until now asked her to explain it to him in detail, and she says that's what bothers her. So he says that if he calls the constellation this time, I would like to take the opportunity to ask, and she wants to know the reason why the constellation reacted suddenly. And the butler calls the contact group, telling them to prepare to cut the space, and they all begin to gather an aura around the protagonist. He realizes that it is a subspace, but he thinks that beating up a student in an academy is a terrible idea, so they use their brains well, and he questions whose idea it was, asking if it was by any chance the Vendrick family's deal. And so the butler notices that the kid got it right, leaving it right in his face, and asks how the protagonist knows. He asks how he wouldn't know because among the enemies he got, there are 2 groups that use black magic and only one doesn't. So who else could it be if not the Ventrega family? And so he drops his backpack. Preparing for the PI, the butler says that since they were caught, it's useless to keep trying to hide, ordering the elimination team to be called. They all start to summon their mana and get swords, forces and axes for the boy, and they gather him with at least 200 people. He asks if they aren't ashamed, questioning what they're going to do if a lot of students go there. Then the butler says that it doesn't matter, because they're just following the orders of the family leader. And Proda asks if that's the case, because apparently the family leader isn't ashamed of anything. Then the butler orders them to eliminate him. Everyone goes after the boy, but Proda starts to eliminate them all, putting them to sleep. With enough ease, he already falls into Fedino. And so the butler tries to hit him with a sword, but Proda gets back, dodging it easily, and asks if he just swings his sword. And with that, 2 more come to Proda's head trying to attack from there, but he manages to get out of the way easily, letting them hit the ground. As he jumps, he takes the opportunity to hit those 2 by throwing them away and says that they don't even give him time to breathe, stepping on one of them. And the butler starts to notice that the situation is bad, attacking the boy from behind. Proda manages to dodge his attack easily. He wonders if this is the skill of a high school student and tries to hit him again, now diagonally. But Ryuki just ducks, letting the blow pass. Then he thinks that this is annoying, placing his sword on the butler's abdomen and pressing, making him fly with that blow he gave to Eren. Then he falls down stinking, his eyes already all white, and he remembers thinking that he didn't. He needed to prepare to fight the high school student, but he recognizes that it was a mistake, because the family's business wasn't wrong. And so, when he puts the guy to sleep, Adelia finally appears, and he is happy to see her, and she sees all of them fallen, thinking that most of the elimination team, including the butler probably, are stronger than most of the contractors. And she can't believe it, saying that she can't go on like this, telling that he can be proud as she draws her sword and tells him that he will be able to see the sacred relic of the Ventrick family that ordinary people could never see. He asks if he should be proud to see that dagger, and questions what she is saying about a family without pride that crowds together to take a single student. And she calls him cursed for appearing while attacking. But in the middle of the attack, all those stones that were purple shine gold, and they wonder what that is, and she realizes that they are the storage stones. Then the dagger also begins to shine, and she can't believe it, realizing that this is her constellation. Then the constellation sends a message recognizing its master, and time for everyone besides Proda automatically stops. He wonders what happened, and Adelia, who still maintained her consciousness, realizes that she cannot move her body, and she wonders if the sanctuarization was activated by force, and she realizes that her mind is conscious compared to the members of the processing team who are frozen both physically and mentally. But she notices that, however, how can that guy still move? He goes to the dagger, picking it up and wondering if it is a sacred relic. But then a message from the constellation appears to him, calling him master. Be in doubt about that. Then the constellation materializes in front of Proda, wearing the Black Death mask and also still looking childish. Then she takes it off, calling him master again. Then he looks at her face, recognizing and remembering the past, when he saved the boy, and tells her to pay attention to those eyes, because they are eyes that say they hate all humans in the world, and the boy tells him not to pretend to understand. Asking what he knows about him, So he says he doesn't know everything, but he has an idea, because he was also a slave, and the boy is surprised by this. And the Proto of the past says that when he was young, he had no strength, and he was kidnapped by a slave trader. Slaves, and after that, like him, he lived a life of slavery because of the handcuffs and the prohibition that was imposed on him, and the boy doesn't have much to say. And so he asks the boy if he wants to be free. And the boy says that if he really is a slave like him, then he should understand, saying that with this he can't even dream of freedom, telling him not to be upset and to leave, saying that he doesn't know how he got in, but the slave trader will be there soon. And Proto says that the negative aspect of the prohibition is that it can only be lifted when the person who holds the prohibition releases it or dies. He says that if the boy is unlucky, he may not be released. Even if the owner dies, he says that in the boy's case, it seems to be the latter case. And the boy doesn't quite understand this, asking if Proto killed that trash. And he notices that if things are going this way, there must be no other way. And Proto questions what would happen if there was another way. So he takes that chain that was around the boy's neck and says that he will interact with the magical components of the prohibition, inject them in reverse and do it slowly. Although this kind of control is not his specialty, he has worked hard to find a way to completely solve the problem of the prohibition. So the boy can only watch him undo that chain. And Proto says that only then will they be able to end his life of slavery. And he breaks it around the boy's neck, giving him freedom. And he is happy to be free because the prohibition that was tying him up there disappeared. Then he says that he got rid of the annoying things. So now he can take care of everything. And he questions what the boy is going to do now that he has gained freedom, asking if he is going to find his family or go home. But then he says that there is no such thing in his life, saying that when the slave trader kidnapped him, he killed his family and burned down his house. And Proto then says that he will go on a trip soon. And since the bald man gave the harpoon that day, he will crush all the heads of the slave traders who buy and sell people, asking if he would like to join his journey. Then he thinks for a bit and says that he also wants to follow Proto. And he says that's good, saying that from now on, he should treat him as his master. Then he says that if he treats him as his master, he should use the honorific title and not speak informally as Majo. And he calls the boy to leave, but the boy notices that he didn't ask his master's name. And he says it's Kim Hyun Woo. And the boy gives a slight smile as he tells his name to Proto, but he can't remember it. And in the present, he says that as expected, the boy has turned into a constellation. And he can safely say that he knows the student better than anyone, even though he doesn't remember his name. And he realizes that this is what happens when you take someone's name, saying that there's nothing he can do about it because he remembers his nickname. Then, he calls the boy an idiot, saying that it's been a long time since he's seen him. And so, Delia, listening to the whole conversation, is shocked by him calling the constellation an idiot. And so, the constellation calls him master, saying that before sharing the joy of their reunion, he takes that dagger from Adelia's hand. And she is shocked, because it was the constellation that gave it to her personally. So, she takes the dagger back and leaves everyone there fallen while he remains materialized. Then he asks what he can do with those guys, asking Proto if he should just kill them there. But Proto says no, saying that he has a good idea. So the next day, Proto's homeroom teacher is shocked to see that the Ventric family donated 5 billion won to Kim Jo-hyuk. And he wonders, what the hell is this? And he sees the numbers, the names involved. He doesn't understand anything. Sancho arrives, assuming he saw it too, and says it's really strange that a donation would arrive at this time. Then the teacher questions if it's not for Rockjo. Well, they tried it this time. But it wasn't Rokidio who sent the assassins last time, and Sancho wonders if they want to cover it up using sponsorship money, saying it just doesn't make sense. And when Ryuki was attacked, for telling Vantra that last time they definitely sent sponsorship to silence him. And at that moment the donation was in order to protect Rockjill and the image of her family. But he says that the family has already traced Lynn's communing with Rockjill, and if they hadn't drawn that line, they would have already caused enough damage to get Rockjill out of prison. But they didn't, so your question is, what's the real reason why the Ventric family sponsored Kinjo Ryuki? And the teacher says there's something even more important, because they still don't know if Kinjo Ryuki will accept the sponsorship, and he thinks the boy might refuse while Isa curses. But Sun Shio says they'll probably get their answer when they ask him himself, and a while later the boy arrives all happy saying he'll accept, and the teacher doesn't understand anything, and Proto asks if there's any reason to reject an offer. And he says it's true, 5 billion and Proto says that since he already said he'll accept, he should just leave. But the teacher asks him to wait, saying that he not only received the sponsorship, but also his Valhalla Academy. He received donations saying that according to Valhalla's regulations, he can move to a premium dorm, asking what the boy thinks about it. He says that he has no dissatisfaction with his current dorm, so he should help him move later. And after the boy leaves, the teacher stays behind wondering what happened there, because he refused when the patriarch tried to please him, but accepted. But he thinks that since his academy doesn't lose anything by accepting this, he won't pay much attention. Meanwhile, in the hallways, Proto remembers talking to Constellation. While he questions whether he should kill her, Proda tells her to wake up, because he has a better idea. And so, she wakes up and gets on her knees in front of the constellation and Proda. And he bends down looking into her eyes, saying that it seems that her constellation will let whatever he does to them go. So I ask what she thinks he should do. The constellation tells Proda that he originally created the Ventric family to serve him, so the boy can do whatever he wants with them. Then Adelia tries to get clean water with the constellation, asking if the phrase all for one, which has been passed down for generations in her family, is all for that boy, and he says that of course the phrase refers to his master, noticing that she finally understood, and she goes back to questioning if that person there is really her master. And he says yes, saying that even though his appearance has changed, his magical power definitely belongs to his master. And Ryuki says that she's already asked him too many questions, wondering if she shouldn't be worried about herself right now. And she keeps shaking like Vara Verde, unable to even look him in the eye. And he says that honestly, when he thinks about how much he's been bothered by them, even killing them all wouldn't be enough. However, these guys' prestige and power are real, and as such, in order to live comfortably, he needs to take full advantage of them. It'll be a hassle to control them himself. And he asks Adelia if she's been doing a good job dealing with the family. And she says that even though she's only the vice leader, 4 years have passed since she took over the leadership of the family. And she says that they've managed to reclaim their declining power and become the most powerful family in Britain in 4 years. And he is surprised and tells her to keep dealing with it. She doesn't quite understand. And he tells her to support his activities at the family level and tells her not to ask why. And the moment he sees her messing things up again, she should know what will happen. And the constellation says that she will personally make sure that something like that never happens again. So he simply leaves, saying that he thinks it's time. And Proda asks where he's going. So he says that this space, where the constellations can manifest directly normally, requires an enormous amount of magical power. So he questions if that's how it is. The boy says yes, saying that he would need dozens of mana stone deposits full of magical power for him to stay down there. Proda says that it's no wonder those guys carry so many storage stones. And the constellation says that since that magic power is running out, that he also used his abilities, he will need to rest a little. Then Ryuga asks if even when he became a constellation, he always faces restrictions like this. But the boy says that it's okay, because being able to see the master's reincarnation in person is already enough. And Ryuki asks what he's saying, telling the boy to go rest. And so, he says that he has one last thing to say, saying that besides him, it seems that another disciple has also become a constellation. Saying that he will come soon, so if he'll excuse himself, he'll leave. Then he thinks about another disciple becoming a constellation, saying that he expected this, but asks who it could be, thinking that maybe all his disciples became constellations. And he wonders if he will see him soon, since he has already met 2 constellations in person, that damn Bart and Moron, and says that the meeting with Bart was inevitable through the notification. But the meeting with Moron was completely by chance. But he thinks that there is something even more important, since there are an enormous number of constellations at the moment, and it makes no sense to be able to see each and every one of them. And he also comes to realize that Bastion has not spoken a single word since they saw the guide. Then Busty asks if he called him, and the boy asks what he has been doing all this time without saying a single word, and he says that he was organizing his thoughts, and his memories were cut off the moment he entered the secret room. And Busty says that in his mental world, he felt that Ryuk left as soon as he entered that room, and even though it was just a short time, his memories came back. Then he asks if he remembered what a miserable existence he had. Then he asks how he could remember something so trivial, saying that he learned the concept of name, which Proda should already know. And also about the Lord of the Labyrinth, saying that this guy was the one who gave him the name Bart. And Proda, returning to the classroom, realizes that the person who stole Bart's name and gave him a new name was the Master of the Labyrinth. And he says that's right. And by giving him a name, he also gave him power, which was what he used as the power of the Master of the Tower. So Proda wonders if the feeling of power affects personality, and Bart says that it certainly does, because when he was the Master of the Tower in the past, he was a bit rigid, and maybe it was because of the influence of the name and the power he was given. And now he's closer to his original personality. So Proda wonders how the hell he takes and gives names. But Bart claims he doesn't know how he does it. And Proda thinks that, well, since that world is a maze that preserves its name, he should be able to cut and paste the names as he pleases. So Bart asks what he means by this world being a maze, and Proda realizes that he really doesn't know what matters. And he spends the whole afternoon explaining everything to Bart and says that it's frustrating, but they're just fish. But the guide told him that they could still fight, so he'll wait for now. And so, the next day he goes back to the guide and asks what that is, with him holding a tray of food in his hand. And she asks what that shiny silver thing is. And he says it's just a tray of food, says that even if she wanted to see him after 2 days, asks if she really needed to call him during his lunch. Then she apologizes because she didn't pay attention to that, and tells him that everything is fine. Then she asks if he brought the ring, and he says yes, and she says that they will use it from now on, and he says that looking at it, It doesn't seem to be an object that increases your attributes when you use it, asking how they will counterattack with it. And she says it's simple because he has to put on that ring and go through the labyrinth. And he questions whether any labyrinth is okay, because first of all, nowadays there are almost no labyrinths appearing naturally, the rest are labyrinths managed by others. But she says that of course, saying that it can't be just any labyrinth. And she says that soon the Lord of the Labyrinth himself will create labyrinths. And as they say in your world, it would be a rupture of monsters or a calamity. And Proda is apprehensive about this, remembering what happened in the past, saying that as the labyrinth begins to form, monsters appear and life around it is devastated. And in his life, before he was reincarnated, there were ruptures everywhere. So there was no place in the world that was safe. And after he was reincarnated, things calmed down a bit. He liked the atmosphere there. So he asks the guide when and where the ruptures will be. And what is the scale? And she says that in about 3 months the scale is being determined, and apparently the location will be a country called Korea. So he thinks that this is great since Korea is where he lives, and he asks how he can stop this, asking if she can tell him the exact location, but she tells him to research because she is also limited because she has to give him information, avoiding the eyes of the Lord of the Labyrinth. And he doesn't like that very much and asks her if this world that is a labyrinth will have labyrinths appearing. And she says that the Lord of the Labyrinth created them intentionally. And the Proda asks if he is preparing to collect names again. And she says yes, because she thinks he thought it was time. They could say that he is adapting to the people, before the Tower of Destruction appears. Then he notices that he has to clear the labyrinth that appears during the calamity with that ring. And she says yes, exactly that. But first, she needs to know how he normally destroys labyrinths. And she says that the bosses that appear in the labyrinth are quite difficult to control. And she asks if there is any reason to defeat the boss. And he says that if he does that, the labyrinth disappears. And she says that usually that is the quickest way. But he won't be able to do that this time. And he asks what he should do. And she tells him to put on that ring and defeat the labyrinth boss. And he asks if there is any reason for that. And she says that even though the world is a labyrinth, he can't let something like a Tower of Destruction or a calamity happen there, and it relies on the power of the name he received. And to simplify, a labyrinth is created with a name. Among the components of the labyrinth created in this way, the power of the name is concentrated in the boss of the labyrinth. And if he uses this ring to defeat the boss of the labyrinth, he will be able to absorb the name given by the Lord of the Labyrinth. And she says that this will be the starting point for the contractor, their attack against him. And Proda says that he has a question, asking if he absorbed more than 1 or 2 names. So he asks how they can fill up by taking only 1 name. And she says that this is a good question, and of course Mr. Labyrinth won't even flinch if only 1 name disappears. And as she said before, this guy's goal is to adapt them. And she says that, in fact, the key to this plan is to quickly clear the labyrinth instead of stealing a single name. And she says that, then, the Lord of the Labyrinth, who realized that the labyrinth disappeared before he could use it, he will use another technique. And will cause events by sending countless names into the world. And this will be his opportunity to absorb many names. And absorbing the names also gives him strength. And he realizes that she wants him to turn all of this into power, asking to ask a question, asking her what will be the difference between them and the Lord of the Labyrinth in this equation. And she thinks that this is unexpected, because she thought he didn't care about things like that. Also China, oh, what's the difference? My brother, you're saving the world. Do you want the guy to keep controlling you? And he questions who she thinks he is, because he also has to have a good cause, to fight comfortably. She says that in the first place, they never hurt anyone when trying to obtain a name. Now, if his name is taken by the Lord of the Labyrinth, he will be bound to his name without being able to become a constellation or reincarnate. No matter what happens, his body will be trapped without existence. And she says that, in addition, if he uses the power of the absorbed name, the slavery of the name will be weakened and these guys will be able to be freed from it. But if that still bothers him, he can do whatever he wants, because either way he will absorb and naturally know the type of person who has those names. So he says that it's okay, saying that he just has to wait for the calamity. And she says yes, saying that she will give him the exact place and date. So he must create a team to avoid the calamity. He asks if it wasn't just a matter of defeating the boss of the labyrinth, and she says that if the labyrinth disappears, the monsters inside it will die. But the monsters that come out of the labyrinth will remain. So they should prepare to stop them. And so, she is again taking him away from there, saying that they will see each other soon. The boy returns to the cafeteria without even knowing what is happening. The cook is surprised to see him appearing there. This teleportation business is funny because if there was someone underneath him, they would become one thing, and it would be very bizarre. And he leaves the school cursing the guide, telling her to tell him at least something before teleporting. By the way, he remembers that she asked him to form a team, and he thinks that everything is fine because even before he reincarnates, he would go out with his disciples to take care of the exclamation. And it will take some time to do it alone, and he has to avoid collateral damage. So he wonders if he should take disciples there too. And just then, the Chinese Mogra appears in front of Proda, full of swagger, and he asks what this is and why she is there. And she says that she thought a little after losing to him, and wondered the reason for her defeat. And then she understood. And he was just stronger than her, and that's why she lost. Oh my god, guys, it's not. There's no way. seriously, is she stating the obvious? He asks why it took her so long to realize the obvious. And she says she thought she looked a lot like him and asks what that is. And she says that that person dominated everyone with just talent, without even experiencing defeat, which is rare among adults. And he says that if she thinks he is like that, she is completely mistaken, because he considers himself someone who tries hard. And she says that what she mentioned before is what she thought and not now. And she says that the movements that hit him were not just simple attacks, saying that it was a body movement that came from countless experiences. And she says that she was furious when she lost, but later when she calmed down, she understood the reason for the defeat because it was the lack of experience. And so she realized that she became stronger through the experience of fighting him. And so she wants to continue fighting the boy, and she starts calling him to duel. And he tells Lao to annoy her with her strange logic. So he leaves, and she questions what he means, because she came from China just to fight him. But he says that's none of her business, asking how about she dedicate her time to mastering the family martial arts, instead of trying so hard. But she says she doesn't know, saying that she received proper training until she was 6, and after that it was all self-taught. So he beat her in the lunar year, and he questions her about that. If it was before she took control of the contractors there. And she says that's right, because from the beginning, the contractors weren't her fans. And she was the one who acted unilaterally first, and she kept being excluded from the family's regular training. So she asked them to bring in training partners so her skills wouldn't get rusty. And she says that's exactly why they ended up throwing hired adults at her. And that's why she won. And it was a relief because there weren't many of them. And he notices that what the leader, if there was one, said overlaps, saying that this is complex, completely different. This woman clearly has talent, and it seems true that she likes to fight. But the leader's nuance is as if the girl goes around defeating everyone she meets. And he asks her if it's mandatory to be confined to the White Lotus Palace. And she says it's arbitrary to a certain extent. And she says she got stuck there because she was tired of being treated like a family headache. But she thinks it doesn't matter because she was stronger than the adults to go there anyway. And so she thinks it's okay, because now she found someone much stronger than him. And he questions what's good about that. And she says that by fighting him, someone can become stronger without needing the family's lessons. And he asks who's going to fight. And she starts throwing a tantrum, asking him to do it for her. And he thinks there's something strange there, because since she was excluded from her family and was confined in the White Lotus Palace, then why did Rue Gil try to bring her back? And he says he doesn't know the context, but from that family's perspective, it probably would have been better for Yang Lang to be in the White Lotus Palace. So he tells her to let him go. She asks if he's going to fight her, but he says that doing something in the middle of school wouldn't be discreet. So since they were planning to go to the gym, she should just follow there. She gets all happy. And so, in the gym room, everyone looks at the boy arriving with La Manhwa. And he says that he'll be back after changing, asking her to wait a moment. And so, Rin arrives talking to him, scaring Prota. Then he asks who that woman he brought is, and tells him that she's a crazy woman he met at the White Lotus. And she said that she came there to fight him, so she feels calmer. And he says that he'll do it just once. But the girl doesn't really understand what's going on. And Aaron doesn't like her coming from so far away. Full of jealousy, Yang feels this, then asks what's with that expression, asking if she's going to adopt it too. Yarin says she won't. She's surprised by this. Then Yang says that playing for color, it seems she's related to that woman from the White Lotus, and wonders if she really came from China to fight Ryuki, thinking that this is great. And at the Valhalla Stadium, Prota says he's sure they agreed to train just the two of them, him and Yang Lang, then asks why those guys are there. Yarin says he's just around to make sure she doesn't do anything strange. And Ian says he follows Shoirin. And the other one tells him not to pay attention, so Prota just leaves it. And Yen Lang tells Prota that he is stronger than last time. And he asks if that is true, saying that then he should be able to use his full power. And he remembers the guide telling him to form a team to prevent the disaster. And he starts to have an idea. So he confirms with Yen Lang if she didn't say she wanted to be strong. She says yes, all excited. And he says that if she wins there, she can be his disciple. So she questions what he's talking about, because the reason she wants to be strong is to be able to beat him. But he says that it's okay, because she can achieve that after becoming a student. So he calls to begin, and so the two stand face to face. And she says that she hates having a teacher, so she has to win. And in the first attack, she elbows Prota's hand. And it actually causes a little more damage this time. So she gets more and more excited, saying that she is sure that he only blocked the attack, but says that this time she won't be able to stop, summoning even more mana and going all berserker. And Ian questions what this is and what this magical power is, asking if there was a monster like that in the White Lotus. Then, Tsuruyoki says that it is an enormous amount of mana and the concentration is greater than Kinjo Ryuki's in the competition. And she goes after the protagonist with everything, thinking that even if she lands a blow, she can deliver a fatal blow. And even if he blocks, there will still be an impact due to the magical power. But then she notices that there is something strange with the protagonist doing the same posture. And he says that he likes to confront things head on. So the two stand face to face and he hits hand to hand. And they start to do a tug of war. and she thinks she has increased her mana concentration to that point, but she's still being pushed back. And she says that Ryuki didn't seem to have much magical power, and she thinks that he's literally stronger than before, and he's become an even bigger monster than last time. And he says that he'll only face this once, and from the second time onwards he blocks and attacks on his own. Hitting the girl's abdomen once more, and she starts to feel an absurd pain, as she couldn't land a single valid hit again and has already fallen. Then he says that for now he's gained another disciple with this, and so when she's made to sit up, she wakes up in fright. Then she realizes that she lost again, and Prota says that she's strong. He thought she'd be unconscious until the next day, but he never thought she'd wake up so soon. So she asks if that's a compliment and he's making fun of her. But he says it's okay, tells her to stop talking nonsense, and now she should become his disciple. And she says she was going to suggest he fight purely with their bodies, without using magic like last time. She's aware that the result won't change, so she says it's okay, saying she's going to become his disciple. And sometime later, she starts asking questions, questioning if she's officially his first disciple. But Prota doesn't think so, so she asks if he's not the first, asking if he's ever been cultivating disciples, even when he was in high school, and he says that's not the case either. And Eren says he's right, saying that she's been receiving his teachings since before. So she is Ryuki's first disciple. But the boy thinks not, after all she wasn't the first disciple since the beginning. But he'll let it go because it's too uncomfortable to explain. Yen Lang notices that the girl said a meow to her, asking if she said that, questioning if she's teasing him on purpose. Yarin says yes, asking if she's mad, repeating the meow. And the girl says that her name is Yen Lang and she shouldn't give her strange nicknames at will. And so she asks what's wrong, saying that meow is a cute nickname. Then she questions who's cute, questioning if Aram wants to die. Yarin continues to tease the girl, telling her to go home, and Prota sees that, noticing that this view, somehow, brings a nostalgic feeling, saying that even before reincarnation, his disciples always gave him a similar feeling. And with that, Prota calls Yalin Meow too and tells her to stop. And she tells him not to call him kitten either. He says it's true that Shoiran received training before her, so she's a veteran, telling the girl not to be rude to her senpai. He says that now the girl also has a kohai and she should speak respectfully to Meow. Yarin gets all motivated, after all Ryukli recognized her as his first disciple, and she says it's okay, because she as senpai will be able to handle it, and Meal gets really angry. And Prota says that enough of joking around, because considering that they relocated and got some bruises, he's gonna call it a day and she says that it doesn't hurt much, but it's okay. Then she remembers to ask something quite important, questioning where she should sleep. And he asks her if she didn't get separate accommodation, and she says no because she only came on impulse because she wanted to fight him. And when she asks Seo what she should do to fight Ryuk again, she just said to go to Veril there in Korea. And Prota is disappointed that she went after hearing only that, noticing that she doesn't seem to have a concrete plan. And he says that there is a dorm room that the school decided to give her, and she can stay with it for now. And she says that everything is fine. But Irene starts saying that it's not to the kitten's liking, and the girl gets all pissed off again. And already at night, Prota walks tiredly down the street, saying that because of Yenlang and Aram, he got all agitated and couldn't finish his routine properly. And anyway, with things going like this, those two seem like they'll definitely play the role of disciple. And says that Soi Eon is currently focused on physical training and is still far from Jagrima's instructions, and laughs that he hasn't shown any particular interest and is training on his own. So, for now, those two are the ones who will prevent the disaster. And he notices someone calling, and it's Adelia. So, when he answers, he talks about the donation funds he requested, and says that he's finishing other matters, including the donation fund requested by Ryuki, and that he was going to report before he did. Then he says that he checked the donation and scholarship funds that morning. And she asks if there is anything else he wants to know. And he asks her to issue wanted notices to the contractors, because 3 months later a disaster will happen. And she is shocked by this, asking where the hell he got this news from. And he tells her not to ask about the source, and he doesn't know the extent, but something will happen. Then she wonders if it will happen in Korea, and he says that it is. So she agrees, saying that she will contact the useful contractors on the Ventrigan side, and also from the guilds within Korea. And he tells her to keep this secret if possible. So she talks to Ryuki, asks if, by chance, when the Guardian constellation wakes up, he could speak favorably of her efforts. And he asks if she's still asleep, pretending not to notice her efforts. And she says yes, saying that she tried to contact her somehow, but she didn't respond. Then Prota says that she mentioned taking a short break after using her abilities directly. And it seems that one day isn't enough for a full recovery. And he says that it's okay because he generated her. So a while later, and she asks them to stop because it seems like she's gonna die. But Prota still says that she's not dead. And besides, she's doing better than he expected because he thought she might stay behind in the middle, and she says that of course because it's not like she's messing around. And he notices that what seems to be her basic stamina is fine, but asks if they should decrease it a little. Then his Ion appears there without further ado. noticing that his daughter went there. Then that woman looks at Prota. He wonders what is happening to this person and why her appearance looks like Yen Lang and his Ryan. And so she looks at the girl lying on the ground and asks if she went there without telling her mother. And the girl doesn't seem to like her very much, calling her Seo Yun Hwa. Then Prada asks if she is on Lang's mother, because he thought Seo Yun was her mother. And she notices that it is that Ryoki who brought his Yen Lang back home and asks to introduce herself properly, saying that her name is Su Yan Hua, and the leader of the Seo family and the person who is currently Yang Lang's new mother. And she says that Seo Hyen is the leader of the White Lotus Society and her younger sister. And the boy understands, but Ryan says that it is a little strange, because Ryan promised to contact her when Yen Lang left the White Lotus Palace, but she did not contact her and sent Yen Lang to that place. And the girl remains silent while her mother speaks. And Eowyn says that she will ask the reason later, and tells Yen Lang to follow her mother back to the White Lotus Palace. Then the girl says that in the past she did not care if she was exiled or bullied. Now she is asking her to come back, telling her own mother to disappear, and tells her to stop treating her like a daughter now because that is annoying. Then Ian says that rejecting her was the order of the constellation at that time and asks if she didn't already know that. And Onlang says that she already knew about this, but she heard it from an employee instead of from her own mouth. And that was very recently. But Ion says that, in any case, the fact is that she found out herself. And besides, the constellation instructed him to summon her this time. And the girl is surprised by this. Then Yang says that this time is a chance to be recognized by the constellation, telling her not to embarrass her mother anymore. And Yang Lang asks if she wants her to go back right now, asking if that's the reason why she went to take him back. So, Ian says that's right. But at that, the girl tells her to leave, saying that there are students exercising there. So, she should leave now so as not to disturb them. And she says that place is Valhalla, and you can't even hear the White Lotus. And she tells her not to even think about causing a commotion. And Yun simply asks Yun Lang if she knows why she went there alone, without bodyguards, and says it was to take her away without being noticed. So she activates her mana that I don't know what she's using in the palm of her hand and hits the girl, throwing her away. Then the girl asks what she's doing and Ian asks if she hasn't already told him the obvious, saying that she won't be cautious. And Yen Lang realizes that that was the meaning of it. Then she says that she won't hold back either, going all out against her mother, saying that she remembers, because even when she challenged her last time, she still defeated her. Then she tries to hit her mother, but she stops her punch with a single hand and says that she has definitely gotten stronger and thinks that she wasn't just playing around in the White Lotus. And the girl says that's exactly it, because she trained hard because she didn't want to be behind them in such an empty space. Then Yang says that she should go back to Seoul and learn properly now, spinning the girl in the air with just one of his hands. He feasts his eyes on what his mother is doing, wondering if her skills were that good. Then the girl manages to plant both her feet on the ground and tries to attack once more. But Yun says that that attack was too barbaric, stepping back. And the girl tells her to shut up, because all she needs to do is win. Then Rin talks to Ryoko, asking if they shouldn't call the instructor to separate them, and says that the Seo leader is causing a ruckus in Valhalla without any bodyguards, claiming that she wants to take her daughter away. However, Hilk asks what she thinks will happen if they tell the instructor about this, and she notices that, for sure, there will be a mess there. And he says that, even if that is the case, he doesn't like that person. Then Aram says that he is right because she abandoned her own daughter and now, suddenly, came to get her back due to some unexpected need, thinking that it must have been very frustrating for the kitten. And so the girl continues trying to hit her mother with everything she has, and she talks to Yen Lang, telling her to stop this senseless rebellion and follow him before she gets hurt. However, Yang Lang says that the one who will get hurt is her by attacking her mother, so she even feels the attack being pushed back, and she thinks that this time she landed a really strong kick and she definitely got hurt even though she managed to block it. But then she remembers looking at her own body and notices that her leg is frozen. And Ian says that she must be seeing this for the first time, saying that this is the power of her family's constellation, the king of the deep snow. And even if it isn't right away, once she returns to Sue, she will probably have the opportunity to use this ability through a contract with the constellation. And the girl says that she really thought he was stronger than last time, but asks if she was just borrowing the constellation's power recklessly. But Ion asks what's so reckless about that, because it's nature, the common sense of the current world. And if you're a member of a family that houses a constellation, This is something you do naturally. And she's certainly not under the illusion that she fought it with just her abilities. Physical abilities in response to her demands at that time, so the girl gets frustrated and Aeon says that maybe she changed her mind. And with that she says that she will ask one more time, questioning the girl if she will come back, reaching out to Yen Lang, but she says screaming that she will not come back. And she thinks that that girl is an immature brat, and tells her not to think that she will come back safely, approaching very quickly, getting very close to the girl. Then she gets scared, because she cannot even react because of her frozen right foot. And Aeon says that he will freeze and break her right arm, and then she can reflect on the hand that will be missing. And so she tries to hit the girl's hand. And Yang Lang starts saying that he will never defy the family and the constellation again. However, the protagonist, who doesn't have a single screw in his head, gets in the middle of the fight between the two, giving her a kick in the hand of Yang. And she can't believe what's going on. And An Lang even calls Ryuki, and he asks Yun what she's doing, questioning if she's serious about cutting off her daughter's arm. And Yun says that as a mother she's educating her daughter, thinks that's his business, so the protagonist asks if that's the kind of education that's in fashion nowadays, remembering that Aaron's brother was talking about it being a family matter while he almost killed the girl, and he told Prota to mind his own business, and he tells Ion that. It seems that she recently heard similar words from someone else about someone in her family, and Ian says that she's never heard of it before, then wonders how he managed to block her blow without being affected by the freezing, and notices that that kick even had a big impact. Because her hand is shaking and she felt the kick quite a bit. And she wonders if that doesn't mean that he retaliated with a magic stronger than hers. Soon, the magic of her constellation that surrounds her entire body, and she starts to get a little scared of Prota. Then he talks to Koirin, ordering her to get out of there with Nyanlang, and the girl quickly agrees to it. Then Nyanlang asks what this is, saying that he can fight too, and besides, this is a family matter. However, Prota says he understands this, but he wonders if she can feel her right leg. And she really notices that the ice is not letting her feel, and says that before even teaching her anything, he asks if the master should stay watching while his disciples are hurt, and tells her to just step away. And so the girl starts to really act like a kitten, calmly agreeing with him and blushing, noticing that this is really her master. However, Ari doesn't like this sweet moment that the girl starts to emanate at all, and Ion asks Prota if he's teaching, but questions if he isn't a high school student, saying that this is interesting. Talking to Ryuki that she just wanted to take Yen Lang away with her, but he was influenced by this and started to act as if he were the girl's master. However, he says that he really wasn't influenced by this, saying that it's just a case where his common understanding aligns, and she says that it's a reason why a common relationship between master and disciple wouldn't arise. He then proposes to see if the boy's skills are really good. Going after Prota, he thinks that despite his mother's cold appearance, she is as aggressive as Yen Lang, and he managed to hit her with a kick. But it is very difficult to deal with her without consuming a lot of magic, and he thinks as she attacks that he will first try to dodge to the side and aim for the joint, but she notices this by attacking him from the side with her ice magic, and Prota quickly ducks to avoid being hit by it, and she freezes a large part of that room, so he thinks that it was not even. It was a direct hit, but it caused so much damage, and he says that apparently she can release that ice, thinking that it is interesting. And he says that one of the few advantages of this school is the sports equipment, so she must make sure to repay them all before going to China, and she says she'll think about it if he manages to beat her, and tries to attack Prota directly using her icy aura. And he thinks that avoiding it seems pointless, as it seems like it will only result in more ice being released, and he watches from the front as her hand approaches, thinking that, however, if he just takes the hit, even though she's borrowing magic power, it's still a waste of his own magic power to try to block it, so he simply butts her upwards, knocking her hand out of the way, saying that he'll interrupt him directly. And Yan feels the pain of that but in the palm of his hand, and the ice she was aiming at Prota is directed towards the ceiling. She thinks that the magic power she concentrated in the palm of her hand was thrown away for nothing, and Prota approaches her quickly without her even realizing, getting really close. And when she realizes what is happening, he uses the unisex hammer of justice, hitting her in the pit of her stomach, making her spit ketchup, throwing her far away, and she feels that punch a lot, and Prota just smiled as he applied the equality of genius, and Onlang notices that he knocked her down in a crushing way for someone who uses the power of a constellation, so Yun thinks that this is incredible, saying that now he understands how he brought Yen Lang there and why he says he is her master, saying that however, regardless of her recognition of him, she will take Yen Lang with her. Proda questions what she is talking about, and Ian says that this is exactly what her constellation wants. And even if she fails there, thousands of people who received the order of the constellation will come there to get her. Yang is disappointed with her mother, asking if her opinion really doesn't matter, and she says yes, because the purpose of the constellation comes first. And that's the reason for its existence. Yen Lang soon asks if she's going to have to fight someone from her family again, even if she doesn't want to. Then he tells her to stop this shit now. And so Proda gets more and more irritated, asking Yeon what he should do to know her constellation. She is shocked by this, and he questions if she's not saying that it's because it's the order of the constellation. They turn non-stop to capture her. Then he says that the problem would be solved if he defeated her constellation, and she looks at him as if he was talking the greatest nonsense on earth, asking if he even understands what he just said, and says that the way for the general public to directly encounter the constellation is when it appears directly at the shrine. However, since it uses a large amount of magical energy, this does not happen often. However, for the sake of an individual who might cause harm to the family, they have no fools in their constellation who would activate the sanctification. Then he notes that there is another way besides this, saying that he can summon the constellation by directly touching the sacred relic and transitioning to the realm of mind. And she is amazed by the boy's knowledge, saying that despite him being in an institution that trains hunters, it is quite clear that he is familiar with contracts and sacred relics, since before entering that institution, saying that he is right, saying that if he comes into contact with his family's sacred relic, he will be transported to his constellation, the Deep Snow King. Then she says that, however, unlike the present world, where original power is limited even when manifested, the mental realm is purely the domain of the constellation. And the moment normal people enter, they might be crushed by the pressure of the constellation. And asks if he will still face the constellation. And Lu says yes. She says everything is fine, but she doesn't think it's possible at this point, because initiating contact with the sacred relic through a stranger is not something she can decide unilaterally, and says that she will make an invitation to her constellation in a week, and until then separate attacks on Yen Lang or Ryuki, and he says it's okay. But she says that if Ryuki is defeated in the realm of the mind and returns to this world, she questions what he will do, as creating an opportunity to find the constellation without any conditions seems like a loss on his part, no matter how she looks at it. Then Yen Lang says this is ridiculous, but Proda says that whether he wins or loses, it should be on his own terms. Then he says that only if he wins, she must leave Yen Lang alone for the rest of her life, and he will take care of her. Wow, I saw a redhead and I have a feeling that there's going to be a litter of kittens. And Ian thinks to himself that that guy is very arrogant and says that everything is fine then, saying that this is enough for now and gets excited. He simply leaves there, leaving Yen Lang and all the other two behind. However, Proda is still very pissed off about the situation, and a week later he is already in a frozen rhino in front of the constellation of Yen Lang's family. She seems quite arrogant. Then face to face with the constellation, she looks at the boy, and Proda also looks into her eyes. And a few days before, in Valhalla's dormitory, Proda opens a door. Then, he turns on the light and says that she can live there while she is in that institution. And the girl is surprised because even a dormitory is of that level, saying that it looks more like the house of a rich family. So she asks if she can really use this place alone. He says yes, because the original MAD was the room in the upper dormitory he was supposed to move into. But he asked to use an additional room and they allowed it. And so the girl understands. She gets embarrassed and asks Ryuki why he's caring so much about her. And he says that if she's trained by him and finds it painfully difficult, her feelings of gratitude won't disappear quickly. Then she gets doubtful and he says that, by the way, he needs to ask her something, and she asks what it is and asks if her family's constellation is the king of the deep mountain. And she says that it's the king of the deep snow, and he just ignores her asking what kind of constellation that guy is. And she says that she understands that he is using the ice because of the attack she received today, but she hasn't been connected to the family for a long time, so she doesn't really know. And yet, regardless of how they use their abilities, she heard that he doesn't interfere much in their family. She also heard that there are some members of their family who don't know what this constellation is. Then Proda asks if it's serious, and she says that if one or the others come to attack them, it's just their family's business. So if he ignores it, things might work out. She asks him if he really is taking care of her because she is his disciple now. He says that he has that too, but he, personally, doesn't like that kind of thing and feels disgusted by the arrogance of pressuring others with statements like "my status is higher than yours, so you should listen to him." So he says he was a little nosy, asking if that made her uncomfortable, and she says no, all agitated, but explains that it's the first time she's getting so much attention, saying she just wants to say thank you, and Proda is pleased with her answer, but thinking if the constellation doesn't say to take her ahead of him. She says there's probably nothing in particular that connects her to a constellation. And to begin with, she's never received the protection of the constellation that all family members receive, so she doesn't know anything in particular. So Prota thinks that if that's the case, he thinks she'll just swallow it all and try to hear more stories. And he says that now she should just rest and recover until her family arrives, because he'll need a guide that day. And she agrees with him, but as she watches him leave the room, she blushes and her heart starts racing. And in Ryuki's room in the Valhalla dormitory, he talks to Adelia, and the girl asks what's going on, and he says that he needs to ask her a favor, because he fought with the head of the Seo family, and she is shocked by his question. How did that happen? And he says that she came to get her daughter and ended up fighting. Then she asks if that means that their daughter is currently in Valhalla, and he says yes. And he says that anyway, thanks to this confusion, the school sports equipment was destroyed, asking if she can take care of it for him, and she says yes. And all they need to do is quickly replace the equipment. And he says that's exactly what he wants from her. And she says that's fine, asking if she needs anything else, and tells her that she has a question, asking if she knows anything about the Seo family constellation. And she questions his laughter from the depths of the snow, and says that she heard that he doesn't get personally involved with any family, and Seo himself is passive in outside activities. So she doesn't know much more than that. And Prota is surprised by this, but changes the subject, asking if she woke up. And she says no. And just like last time, there was no answer. Then she says that the constellation is wise, but he is accompanied by this level. And Prota begins to think that Sue and the constellation itself have not seen each other's faces. And then she starts asking Ryuk if he's asking about the constellation's condition so she can report on her hard work more quickly, as she mentioned last time. And he notices that she seems more comfortable judging by the nonsense she's saying. So he says he'll end the call, but she asks him to forgive her. And then he actually hangs up and wonders how come no one knows any information. And then Vash calls Ryuk saying that this isn't like him. So the boy asks what he's talking about. He says that his style wasn't always to fight first, regardless of who the opponent was. So the boy says that this is true, but says that, however, although he is getting stronger, his power is much weaker than before his reincarnation. And it's foolish to face someone without knowing their strength. And Vashti is surprised by this speech coming from Ryuki. He says that besides, he said that in the realm of the mind, space is close. I open it, allowing the thrones to release all their power, but then Ryuki thinks for a bit and wonders if that's the case. Then because Busty is weak in the realm of the mind. Furthermore, with Bash's original power, he would be able to exert as much power as any other constellation. And Bash says that if he were to fight in the world of imagination, he could give him some tips. And the boy is surprised by this. Then Vashti says that strength in the realm of the mind has nothing to do with the strength of the body. And the boy asks what it is then. And he says that you can use your strength based on the strength of your body that he knows. Then he asks if that's it, asking if it's some kind of joke. And Vashti says that an ordinary person would feel the same way outside or in the realm of the mind. But he doesn't, saying that Ryuki must have that in mind. And the boy thinks about it for a bit, saying that he understands more or less what he means, saying that there is only one thing to do, go to the temple and defeat the constellation. And so, a week later, in China and Seoul, he goes to meet Yang and the whole family is waiting for him. And she says that she thought he was going to run away, but he says that he is not such an irresponsible person, asking if he can touch the sacred relic now. And so she asks him to follow. Then he talks to Yenlon, telling her not to worry, because he will be back soon, and she gets a little apprehensive as he walks away. And Ion opens the door for him, which hides a completely frozen scene. And Proto wonders what this is, and what happened to that room. Then Yun sticks her hand in the snow and takes out a small box and tells him that after returning to Seoul, she was wondering what she would do if he lost. So she thought, why not make him her house slave? And the boy simply tells her to do whatever she wants and give him those praises. So she hands it to him. He takes it and, when touching it, he goes to meet the constellation. And he asks who the proton is. Our troglodyte already starts to prepare for the fight, saying that if he introduces himself first, he will tell who he is. And a few moments before, Prota thinks that that guy is not his disciple, but he seems familiar, asking if he has seen him somewhere before. Then the constellation asks who he is, questioning if he is someone significant who poses a threat to his family. And Prota says that it seems like he knows him. However, he doesn't know who he is, asking if they should exchange their names. And so, the constellation says that if he can survive this attack, then he will agree to it. And Prota notices that this will be a long-range attack. And when she throws those ice spikes in Prota's direction, he throws himself back, dodging all of them. Then the constellation notices what happened and the boy is completely unharmed, without being hit by anything. she thinks that he managed to dodge, and says that this attack was not something that could be dodged using a simple normal jump, saying that he must have used magical power to increase his evasion distance. Thinking it's interesting, and he begins to see that Prota is not just anyone, and says that he told him his real name, but unfortunately, he forgot it after being trapped in that place. And soon, he introduces himself with his nickname, saying that out there he is known as the King of the Snow Depths. As he approaches, Prota begins to feel that a strong snowstorm has begun. But the constellation says that his worshippers called him the God of Chaos. And he says that while his worshippers called him that, those who were afraid of him called him the Snow Demon, combining both states, and he was called the God of Chaos of the Snow Depths. And he introduces himself full of swagger for Prota, with such strong ice that he begins to freeze. And the Prota asks himself, saying that he is Kinjo Ryoki. And the constellation records his name, saying that it will remember him, and so it starts to hit Prota, making several stakes appear next to him. And Ryoki thinks that he blocked his escape route with those columns. So he goes after Prota, trying to hit him. But Ryoki just steps back, noticing that stalactite of ice appearing on his foot, and he starts to think that it is a hassle to get rid of those things with his bare hands. And in that case he simply grabs his sword, and the constellation apparently recognizes it. And the boy sticks his sword in the ground, breaking the ice that was near him. Then the constellation defends itself from the attacks that were coming, and begins to notice that the boy is counterattacking with that ice stalactite, thinking that this is ridiculous, saying that all ice is snow in that place are under its control, and Prota asks if it is really so, going after him and attacking him with the black sword. But the constellation manages to stop it using only one hand, and says that he used that ice star kit to block its vision, and in the end approaches him, saying that the idea was good, but its power is still a little weak, and Prota asks himself, saying that he says that his power is a little weak, but the constellation begins to tremble with the pressure he is applying, asking then why he does not take a hit from it, and told him it is still a little weak, and he begins to gather his magical power in his hand, preparing to give his extras killing blow, and so he hits the constellation, throwing it away with a single punch, and he flies to his throne, slamming his back into it with everything. And Prota says that it must have been a while since he last tasted a punch, and so the constellation begins to feel the damage of that punch, saying that that attack was full of magical power, because with that sword he begins to understand things a little more, realizing that Prota is the martial god. He says that although that was the nickname given to him by his disciples, he is right. So he thinks that that is the martial god, and says that although he does not know him very well, he was able to witness his power up close 300 years ago. Then he remembers 300 years ago, and there was a time when he was attacked by a large number of monsters. So he says that although he dealt with it as best he could, he was still surrounded, and he says that it was a huge army of monsters which he could not deal with alone. And just when he decided to take as many of them as possible with him, Braba, the martial god, appeared. He wanted to ask why that person appeared there and why he stood in front of those monsters. But when he swung his black sword, all his questions disappeared, leaving only admiration. And he thinks about the magical power he felt back then. Although his appearance has changed, that person is the martial god himself. Then Prota asks what happened, asking if he won't come anymore, saying that in that case he'll go to the constellation. But Furry says that it's okay, because he's always wanted to have a fight against him. Then he says that he'll fight Prota with all his power. Meanwhile, two girls are with Yenlon, and one of them says that neither she nor Pei are interested in being the head of the family. And she says that not only are they not interested, but to be more precise, they shouldn't be interested, and Yenlon asks what they mean. And her mother says that it's better for her to tell her about this herself. Meanwhile, the constellation is using almost all of her power to create ice stalactites to throw at Prota. And she really throws them at the boy, and then Prota starts to run. But he doesn't run from them, but instead, he runs at the constellation, jumping, making her have to retreat. Then the constellation creates a block of ice on her fist, which starts to bend towards Prota, and he wonders what that is, saying that he is quite annoying. So he breaks the mold and continues wanting to get closer to the constellation, asking if he's going to keep annoying him with these weak attacks. And the constellation notices that he wants a big attack, saying that he understands. So he summons part of his power right in Prota's face, and it creates an explosion, and Ryukikin still gets in the way. Tailiso asks if he had an ability like that, saying that it surprised him, but the constellation says that it was planning to freeze him completely, but he managed to escape with just a little snow, saying that this is really expected of the martial god. So, Prota tells him not to give him false compliments because he's making him feel embarrassed, and he thinks that this guy is really strange because if he was so strong in his past life, there's no way he wouldn't remember him. And he thinks that this constellation must have trained there, breaking with the perception of strength that he knew. And that's why he became stronger than in his previous life. He thinks that this is interesting and says that it would be better if he had met him sooner. And the constellation asks what he means by that, and he says that he is praising him for being strong. And so he draws his sword from its sheath for the first time. And the constellation is surprised, but says that instead of just being satisfied with his praise, he creates a fist of ice around his hand, saying that he will surpass Proto. With that fist, he tries to throw a punch at the boy, but Proto grabs his sword and prepares to counterattack, and so he simply passes through the middle of the constellation. And she tells him to forget about surpassing the boy, because he couldn't even hurt him. And Proto actually managed to defeat a constellation without a single scratch. And with that, in the real world, the moon is floating in front of the boy. And Ian thinks that, taking longer than she expected. And in fact, he had more magical powers than expected. So maybe the constellation was playing with him. But then, she notices that the boy's summoning is ending, and wonders what that was, because even though he only suffers mental damage in the realm of the mind, he seems unharmed, and she calls Ryuki and looks at her very calmly, saying that he defeated her constellation. She asks what he's talking about, questioning what kind of joke this is, but then the constellation sends her a message, and it is said that the King of Deep Snow has declared his sincere respect for him, Joryak, so she is shocked. Shocked by this, wondering if that guy really beat her constellation, thinking that it's impossible since there's no way her family's guardian constellation could be defeated by a mere high school student. And he says that if she doesn't believe it, then why doesn't she consult her constellation one more time? And he says that she mentioned that she would stop bothering Yenlang if he beat her constellation. And he says that this condition, they might have to make some adjustments. And so, sometime later he goes to Yalin calling her to go, and asks why everyone is gathered there, and Ryan, looking at the boy, is surprised that they saw each other so briefly, and says that she had never thought he would go there, and he recognizes her as Shuei, leader of the White Lotus, saying that he never thought she would be there. Yama asks if he's finished his business. He says yes, saying he'll tell her on the way, since the looks around there are quite tense. As they leave, she says that given how fast he came back, it seems like he must have lost. He questions what she's talking about, so the girl says that it must have been hard for him, and not only was he without divine protection, but he also had to face a frostbite alone. He says that's true, so the girl asks if Ian told her about what would happen if he lost, and he tells her that she told him to become a slave to the family, and she starts to get scared, because that means he'll be a servant to the family from now on, and he asks who knows, and he thinks her reaction is really funny, and wonders when he should tell her. And the girl starts talking about how she should have stopped him, because he heard everything from her older sister through her aunt, saying that Yun is a crazy woman, risking her life for the position of matriarch. Then she says that since she was young, she had been interested in becoming the matriarch of the family, and that is why her aunt, Ryan, advised her to give up her greed. However, even after becoming the matriarch, her greed showed no signs of ending, and she wanted to maintain her position for life, while keeping the elders under surveillance. She even considered the children she gave birth to as obstacles that could threaten her position. And Yanglan says that is why she put them under strict supervision, to prevent anything from going wrong. And in her case, she was afraid of her talent, and that is why that she isolated him using the family members. And besides that, for some reason, the family's guardian constellation seemed to have the same thoughts. And the boy just listens to everything in silence, and she questions if it's not funny because in the first place, she had no intention of becoming the matriarch of the family. And he questions if it really is, saying that in fact, he was going to let his imagination run wild. But he says that apparently there will be no end to this. Then he says straight away, saying that he won his constellation. And the girl is shocked by this, asking if it's a joke. But he says he doesn't make jokes about things like that. And the reason why all this confusion started, it was that her constellation summoned her after she left the White Lotus Palace, so she says that's right. And he thinks that this was strange, because from her explanation, it seemed that the constellation had no interest in managing the family, and that's why he himself asked the constellation what was wrong with. Defeated on the ground, and he woke her up with a slap, saying that he's not going to die anyway, telling him to get up, saying that he has a question. Then the constellation asks what it is, and the boy says that he heard that he summoned Yanlan, asking why he did it, and he says that this was a request from the current matriarch of the family, saying that her youngest daughter needed to receive her divine protection, and she kept refusing. So that's why she thought that her daughter would listen to her constellation. And he says that's why he gave the order. And Proto asks if that's all, because he also heard that he abandoned Youngland. And he says that this is the first time he's heard that, saying that it's also the first time he's heard that the matriarch's youngest daughter is called Yenlan. And Proto smiles, surprised by this, and says that then he was used by the matriarch, and the girl in the present is shocked by this, and he says that by confusing people with meaningless words and deceiving those around her, the matriarch used the constellation as she wanted for her own greed. And she gets even more mad at Ion, saying that he deceived both the family, if or, and the constellation for his own benefit. But the girl says that besides that, she ruined her life just to become the matriarch of the family, saying that this is disgusting. And Prota then reveals to her that he told him to cancel the contract with the matriarch, and the girl is in doubt, asking what contract, and he says that the contract with this constellation was with the matriarch of the family, and maybe this is happening right now and already with the matriarch. She receives a notification from the constellation saying that the King of Deep Snow is recovering all the power he gave her, and is told that her contract with the constellation. The situation was broken, and she becomes totally desperate about this, while Prota says that not even the matriarch of the family, she will be the mother. Wow, it's good to see a PNC character getting what she deserves. He says that now she doesn't need to be afraid anymore, so she thinks that he didn't need to go so far for her. Anna blushes, and if she blushed, you already know, and she thanks Prota, saying that she is very grateful to him, but he says it was nothing, and says that now that there are no more problems with the Su family, she can concentrate on her physical training, and she gets excited to start training with Prota. But while they walk home peacefully, walking side by side, a person keeps watching him from behind, a skull mask looking at him from the corner of the eye, asking his boss or chief if he should continue following him. But the person says no, and it is that guy with the devil's head saying that instead he should look for that person's enemy. And already in the city, in a rundown motel, for people are around a table in a secret base, and what seems to be the only girl there asks what this is and why they are all together. And the guy, who is apparently blind, says that of course it must be because of the summoning of the constellation. Then she says she understands, but asks if it wasn't the constellation who sent an order to kill Ryuki in the first place, asking why all of a sudden he asked her to find the enemy. Then one of them says that he changed his mind. Then she asks who was the first to receive the order and act on it. And Skull Mask says it was him, and she asks what kind of person Ryuki was, and he just defines him as a strange guy, and says that he followed Ryuki and observed, and says that, oddly enough, he didn't find any useful information. And the only solid information is that he was raised in an orphanage without knowing who his parents were. Besides that, he couldn't find anything else. And he says that this is information provided by a research company that he trusts. Then it must be trustworthy, and she asks if it really is, and he says that after that he followed him and waited for the constellation's order to deal with him, and later he defeated both the CEO family members and the family head, and she is shocked by this. Then he says that the order to deal with the constellation was suspended, and after defeating the guardian constellation of his family, it was changed to an order to find the enemy, and Grotto is shocked that he also defeated another guardian constellation again, and the Skull Guy says but he receives a notification from his constellation, where he asks if the sacred stone is ready, and he answers yes, giving that stone to the constellation, putting together the amount. And so the constellation manages to talk to him, asking if he has found his enemy, and he says yes, and there are 3 organizations that have direct enmity with the student Ryuki, and they are the Ventric, the Ink India, and the Iryu sects. So the constellation just keeps quiet. And he says that the Insings and Luzhong are evil organizations, and the Ventricles are a prestigious family based in England. And in the case of the Ventricles, they suddenly changed to a friendly relationship, and it seems that there was some kind of agreement made after the Ventrix attack, which probably happened secretly. So now they can't say if they are enemies. And he says that although no hostile moves have been shown yet, there is a rumor that an evil group called Baek Jang is targeting Ryuk, and the salesman asks if that increasing the value of the name of the evildoers, and she says yes. Then the constellation says that it will give a new order, ordering the killing of all these enemies. I can't believe that this crazy guy there, with the face of a goat and the head of a devil, is one of Prota's disciples. I'm refusing to believe it. And now with Prota, he's leaving the gym and Shoirin starts spamming messages calling him and asking what it is. And she says that she's going to skip training for just one day, and she has to go to her hometown to get something. And he notices that it seems to be important. And if it is important, it would be good if she could bring something like a sacred reliquary, and it is possible that the Shoirin constellation is just the disciple, and after fighting the Seo family constellation, he also checked the reliquaries that the Seo family had collected, but there was nothing special, and he thinks that with the disaster approaching and considering the Tower of Destruction each disciple important, but there was a considerable delay, and he thinks that what they say the White Lotus headquarters also has several sacred reliquaries, asking if he should go there. But while he is stretching and thinking, the black cat arrives calling for Ryuki, and he becomes suspicious, asking who that person is. And he says that since there are watchful eyes there, they should go out and talk, asking if he is coming, and Ryuki says yes, and says that while he does not return, the 2 who remain should fight each other. But Sohyan asks why they should fight, and Yenlang also does not like it very much. But she says she'll win easily, But Soi Eon doesn't like the girl's phrase very much, asking if she knows who she is. So Yalong says she doesn't know, and they'll fight first to get to know each other. And so Prota follows the black cat. And when they're alone, they start talking. And he says he's from the market. But Prota says he noticed that more or less by the clothes and the mask. But he asks if the market wasn't a place where anonymity was guaranteed. And if they start coming to school like that and calling users, it would seriously damage the market's credibility, asking if they can handle it. Then the black cat notices that the boy is getting upset, asking him to calm down. He's just there to deliver a message to him. And the protagonist is in doubt about what he said. And the black cat just hands him a letter. And he asks what it could be. Then he says that the letter is sent by the true owner of the market. And the protagonist thinks that the true owner of the market would be the constellation known as the ruler behind the scenes, who created the market. And the black cat says yes, asking him to read the content of the letter and go to the market if he can answer it. And again, the protagonist doesn't quite understand where the black cat is going with it. And he says that the letter was delivered to several people besides him. And the constellation is looking for someone who can read the letter. And he says that he doesn't know the content or meaning of that letter. So, if Ryuki understands and wants to answer the letter, he should go to the market. And he says that the constellation will be waiting for him. And so, he simply leaves and Bashi asks if it is a letter from a constellation. And he says that is what the black cat said. So he asks what the letter says, because the letters are unknown to him. But while Prota reads, he thinks that he should go to the market, after all those characters used to write the letter were created by him. Rita, who the guy teaches constellations, is the martial god and also creates a language. I can't understand how far this crazy guy will be robbed. And with that, Prota goes for a walk on the street and Busty talks to what seems like he goes out often without asking for anything. And he says that it is true because he made a deal with that white-haired teacher. And she says that since the results were good last time, Hina must constantly provide information about monsters, and Busty, noticing that he is talking about the white-haired woman, thinks that he must be talking about Lilia, and asks about him saying that he created the characters and he says that it is true. And Busty asks why he created that, because even if it was a complete mess 300 years ago, there was still writing. And he says that he must say that it was part of his training. It was something like that. Then he says that anyway, since it is embarrassing, they will move on, before he goes into his own mind and hits someone. And Bart just agrees with him, also he doesn't get hit. And so he goes through the whole process to get back into the market. And asks if that was an iron gate. Then when he opens it, he says that he thought he would never go back to the market. But there he is again in that separate dimension, and he thinks to himself that the reason the sky there is purple must probably be because of the person he will meet now, and the sky he remembered from 3 years ago was purple like that place. And so, another guy wearing a furry mask talks to Ryuki again, asking if he is there because of the letter, and he says that is exactly it, asking where he should go now. Then he asks him to follow him, as he will guide him there. And on the way, the Hulk asks if he doesn't need to wear a mask too. But he says that it is not necessary, as he will guide him to a secret corridor, instead of the main corridor. And in the market headquarters area, he is taken to a very high floor of one of the buildings. And he notices that the black cat is not there, and Bart calls him, asking him to look at the building outside the window. Looking at that, he notices that the yellow part of that building is all white notes. And he asks if there was a building like that in the last market too. But Ryuki, with his 10 sense of memory, says he doesn't remember well. And so a person arrives, noticing that Ryuki is already there. And the black cat asks if he brought the answer to the letter. And he says yes, but it wasn't a letter, where the answer was predetermined as an answer. And black cat asks what he means, and the boy says that instead of telling him, he'll show him, asking for a paper and a pen, so he quickly hands them over, and black cat wonders what this is, if it's some kind of joke, because there are 5 people suspected of having sold the ring, and of the 3 who came saying they would answer the letter, all revealed fraud, and all they bought was the wrath of his holiness. And Ryuk hands him 2 characters written on that paper. He says that it looks similar to the text of the letter. But then he asks Prota what that means. And he says that it means no. And the constellation instantly throws a notification on Black Cat's chest, and questions about Prota's no. Then it sends a bunch of notifications, leaving Black Cat scared. Then he talks to Ryuki because it seems that he was verified. And he says that he should go meet his holiness as soon as possible. And the boy says that everything is fine. And with that, the Black Cat, he takes a scepter and gives it to Prota, saying that if he touches it, he will be transported to the mind of his holiness, and the boy just takes it, and when he touches it, he will end up somewhere else. And in that empty space, a woman is waiting for him. And as soon as he gets there, she recognizes this magical power, saying that even though his appearance has changed, she can tell by his magical power. Prota smiled looking at her, saying that he hadn't seen Luminous for a long time. And I have to say, that woman is trouble, people. Look at her face, that's definitely a Yandere. She will definitely kill any woman who approaches the protagonist. And she almost has a thing, I won't even say where, calling for her master. And she kneels in front of the prota, saying that this humble disciple is very happy to see him again. And he asks her why she is on her knees, ordering her to get up. And she does it right away. But tell your master if he still remembers those characters. And he asks if she forgot, because he did it to himself. But he taught her. Then he remembers when he met the girl, and she was locked up with a slave. And in that both he and that boy he took as his first disciple, they went to release her, and getting close to the girl, he moves her bangs away, and sees two red eyes that look very macabre. And he tells her that after he decided to take her as his disciple, he realized that she didn't know any language or writing, and could only express basic intentions with head gestures. And she, who originally refused to learn any writing, made him have to take another approach, starting his first teaching, saying that they would write letters together. And he says he thought that once she became interested in writing, she would easily learn the letters and the original language, so he invested in that so that later he could teach things like martial arts. And she says that thanks to him, she was able to understand both speech and writing. And she says that all of this is thanks to him. And she says that then he must also know the content of that letter. And he says that obviously he does. In that letter, it was written that he misses the master very much, questioning if he were to see her again, he would marry her. And he says that that is why he answered no. She asks why. Then he comes back with another question, questioning why she would ask that, saying that there is no time for that kind of thing now, they will talk about it later, but now this world is as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. And she just agrees with that, staying calm or whatever it seems, and says that she can't do anything if that's the case, but asks him if he saw the building outside, and he questions if it's the building made of notes, saying that he saw it, asking why, and she says that that building is all for her master and says that he can stay there from now on. And she says this bizarre thing with a huge smile on her face. And he questions what she's talking about, saying that he doesn't want to. But then she asks why, questioning him over and over again without stopping, letting her side and Andir flow out. And Prota began to notice that this girl got worse during this time, without his supervision. And with the crazy girl questioning why, without stopping for Prota, he remembers why he named her Lumina. And he says that he can't help it when she arrives at moments like this. While she asks why, he gets close to her and flicks her forehead, telling her to control herself. He tells her to stay calm and not get so excited. Then she questions if her master didn't like her gift, because it's what he wanted. And he asks if he wanted a building full of money, and she says yes. Then in the past, she remembers him saying that he really wanted to live in a building made entirely of money. And she's surprised by what he said. And he says that he would live in a pile of money and as high as a mountain. So she asks if this is her master's dream. And he says he doesn't know if she should call him Sam, and says maybe yes, and says that later, when there is peace, he wants to live buried in a pile of money, but he tells them that it will still take a while, so they must train quickly and become stronger. That way, the disasters on their side will be over as if they never happened. Then he will be able to taste some honey, and if they understood, they must finish the training. And she continues training with this in mind, thinking that she will become stronger, no matter what. It's all to make her master's dream come true. And since she was little, she was already a little crazy. And she says here, even though she could not make her master's dream come true during her life. Now, 300 years later, as it is reasonably peaceful, she has finally built a building made of money. So he questions if that is how it happened, but asks her to wait, noting that she built the building knowing that he would be reincarnated. And she says that is exactly right, saying that even though she would not be responsible, she received a notification window that told her that the master would be reincarnated. And if that notification window had not appeared, she says that she probably would have gone crazy. Yeah, you would have, right? It's not like you weren't already crazy. And Prota apparently agrees with me because he already thinks she is crazy enough now. Then he talks to Luminar saying that this is not the time for this. And she asks what he is talking about. And he says that now peace seems to be far away. So he tells her everything. And she becomes more apprehensive when she finds out that the Tower of Destruction will rise again and disasters will occur again soon. And she thinks that this is a new life in which the master could live comfortably. And she thinks that this is very frustrating, going completely crazy again. And he says that anyway, this is happening. He's living in the Valhalla dormitory, so he refuses to live there separately. And she says that it's okay, saying that there's nothing she can do. Then she asks if he could give her his hand for a moment. He holds out his hand to her, and in that, she says that this is the great ring of the owner of the market, and with it, he will have access to all the authority in the market and he will be able to deal with more than just transactions, but also in financial cooperations of the market, and it will also make it easier for him to move there. And she says that she is always ready to help the master, so he should make good use of it. And he says that it is fine, thanking the girl. And he thinks to himself that it seems he has been receiving a lot of rings lately. And he says that he will be leaving for now. And she says yes, letting him go. As he leaves, the black cat is surprised. And the constellation asks him if he left. So he says yes, saying that he returned to Valhalla. Then the constellation tells the black cat that she should buy the Valhalla Academy. He is surprised by this, asking why the hell Valhalla, questioning if all this is just for Rilke, since the constellation easily handed over the great ring of the market owner. Wonders who the hell this kid is and what kind of strong connection a 17-year-old high school student has with the constellation. So he talks to her, wanting to ask her about her relationship with Ryuki. So she talks about the sky, saying that it's her sky. And so, in the meantime, a kid is getting beaten up a lot along with another blonde guy. And that guy who's been beating everyone up threatens another group of people. And he insults Yusun's entire group, asking how dare they touch his son, without fear of the consequences. And here he is the chosen one, the destroyer Hogan, and he asks if he's there, telling him to die using his power to attack all of them. And apparently that's Logan's father, who's really pissed off because his son almost died. And after attacking all of them, some people appear, noticing that that guy is the chosen one, asking why he is there. And the skull guy says that what seems to be revenge for the incident in which his son was attacked. And he tells the girl that they will leave the little ones aside and aim for Lee. But Hogan notices them there, noticing that there were still some rats that had not appeared. But when he turns around, they have disappeared. So, meanwhile, the leader of Ilshin, the Dragon King Hannibal, is very scared in a completely separate place. And he wonders where he is, because he heard news of an intrusion and, suddenly, he heard an explosion. And when he regains his senses, he is there. And he says that it does not seem to be the office, for sure, asking if he has moved to some other space, and his constellation talks to him saying that this is annoying, and says that the sound of his heartbeat is irritating him. Then a hole appears in the middle of his chest, right where his heart should be. And when he notices that hole in his chest, he falls stinking to the ground. But the constellation tells him not to worry, because in this space, as long as he doesn't want to, his death will not be allowed. So he continues to live even with that hole in his chest, and thinks about this strange space, besides that absurdly powerful phenomenon, noticing that this is the realm of the constellation's mind. And besides, he says that this formidable and unpleasant magical power, and that goat-shaped mask can only mean one thing. He asks if she is the constellation of the Ingyo Togi clan, and he says that he found out faster than he thought. And he says yes, saying it's Togi. Then he says he heard a commotion outside, asking if the members of his clan, and asks why they're targeting them. And Togi says that that commotion was probably caused by the current one. All because he knows they attacked his son. Then he notices Logan is there, and starts to wonder what the hell he's going to do now. But Togoi says that even if it wasn't them from the beginning, he would have killed them all. But then Dragon Ego asks why, asking if they weren't also targeting Kinjo or Ryuki from the beginning, asking if they don't have the same goal. But Togoi says it was like that in the beginning, and he was their target initially. But he asks if he knows the criteria they use to choose their targets. Then the Black Dragon says he doesn't know. And the constellation says he is known as the strongest. He only killed those who boast of being stronger, regardless of their real strength. And at that, the Black Dragon asks, what was the reason for him to kill the previous only one then? And he says it's because he boasted of being the strongest. And he was trash who didn't deserve such a title. But then the crown, already scared, says he doesn't know anymore. After all, he never claimed to be the strongest. So the constellation says yes. But they made a mistake, and they tried to harm someone who deserved the title of strongest. Then they realized that they were trying to harm the strongest. But I wonder what the hell that means, because whatever the case, if he stays quiet like this, it's certain that he'll die at the hands of that crazy constellation. And he thinks that, if that's the case, no matter how strong the constellation's mind realm is, he should be able to counterattack, using the artifacts and magic of his guardian constellation. So he tries to pull the artifact from his constellation using magic. He thinks that after that, he can find a way out of there. Tries to attack Yogoi, and he realizes that Akili is a sacred reliquary, noticing that he always carries it with him, since the concepts are transmitted in the mind realm, and he even manages to attack Igui by making a huge explosion. But he notices that he didn't hit anything and thinks that he couldn't. And with that, he looks back all scared, but notices that there's nothing there. He wonders what that is and where the hell that constellation went, because besides that, he can't even feel its presence. The more it's magic, he starts to wonder if that's possible in the realm of the constellation's mind, until hiding the overflowing magical power. Then he thinks where the hell the constellation is. But it's right on his neck, and he says that the strongest person is his master, and they dare to put their hands on him. And so he once again opens a hole in the Black Dragon's chest, picking him up, saying that he won't kill them so easily. Like that. And so, the next morning, in Valhalla's dormitory, Prota is calmly getting out of the shower and wonders what that is. And Busty asks what happened. He says that all the Yusin and Yu-Gi-Oh groups were eliminated. And Busty is surprised that this happened out of nowhere, but Bai remembers that he fought against both groups. Then the boy says that it's true. And he says that he was planning to get rid of them as soon as he got out of Valhalla one day. But it seems that he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. But Bai pays attention to what he said, asking if he's going to leave Valhalla, asking if he won't graduate. And Prota says yes, saying that it was because of the notification window that he got into that school in the first place. And now that he's met all the conditions of the notification window, there's not much reason for him to stay in that school. And he says that it won't be right away, but after the calamity is over, he'll leave. Then Vashti says that it's okay. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla president's office, Shindio Ki-1 is surprised, asking who that person in front of him is. Then Black Cat says he's pleased to meet him, saying he's the owner of the black market, and he tells the two to stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point, asking him to sell that school to him. That psychopathic Constellation is really going to buy the school, even though she made an entire building out of money, right? You can't really doubt a person like that. And Diogo is shocked by this, but remembers to ask if he said he was the owner of the black market. Then Black Cat says that's right, asking if he knows about the market, and Diogo says yes, even though he's never been there personally. And then Black Cat says that's what most people tell him, but Diogo says that in any case he can't sell Valhalla to such a suspicious place. Then the Black Cat asks if it really is, snapping his finger and showing him a suitcase full of money, asking about it. Look, there's not much money there, right? I don't want to say anything, but I don't think a suitcase that size is enough to buy a gigantic academy. However, Dioki, even seeing that suitcase full of money, says he doesn't need it. And if he thinks he's going to leave that school, yes, he's mistaken. And he asks if the Black Cat even knows what his mentality was when he founded the academy. Then he remembers when he was fighting the monsters, who says that in his days as a hunter, Korea was very vulnerable to labyrinths and monsters. And when it came to crimes caused by humans, they could be dealt with by the regular police. But when it came to monster attacks, the government would send official requests to the guilds, and affiliated guilds would send hired hunters to deal with them. And the government also created a monster response unit, composed of hired hunters to deal with monsters. But due to selection without proper consideration, ended up being less effective than the guild members. Then he says that he decided, thinking that he would create an academy to train hired hunters in Korea, on par with those overseas. And he says that he is now successfully running the academy, and with outstanding treaties from Valhalla they are active, not just as guild hunters, but also in various other fields. And thanks to that, Korea's monster response speed is currently the fastest in the world. And he asks Black Cat if he understands how he runs this academy. So Black Cat thinks this is great, but says he doesn't want to change the principal's educational motto. The school's operational policy will remain the same, but he will be the new owner. However, Diok asks if he wants him to believe that. Then Black Cat asks if this is by any chance a small amount of money, summoning another suitcase. However, Diok says he definitely doesn't need money. Then he questions if it really is summoning even more. Then Diok is surprised by all that money, and he can't stop summoning it. Then he notices that there are several suitcases in front of him. And so Shin Diok, at 62 years old, asks him to take good care of the school. Yeah man, really everyone has their price, and he managed to reach the crowns. And he finally decided to retire. Then the Black Cat says that he will have to change the sign, telling his constellation that, as she asked, he bought the Valhalla Academy. Then the constellation sends him a notification, telling him to connect the building's entrance with the Valhalla space. And he asks if by building she means the central market building. And the constellation says yes, telling him to install security cameras everywhere. Then he is doubtful about this because he thinks they have already been snapped enough, but she tells him to snap more densely. So he says that's right, and she thinks that then they will see if there are foxes after their master. Look, I know 3 girls who from now on are probably running a serious risk of death. Meanwhile, Prota is calmly leaving school and Vash talks to him saying that anyway it seems like school was a bit chaotic that day. Then he asks if it's serious, since he didn't notice any of that. And Vasco says that anyway the teachers were pretty busy. And he also says that the self-study time that day was strangely long. And Prota asks if he cares about that too, saying that it's sinister. But then she calls Ryuki, and he notices that it's Koirin, and says that she finally came back from her hometown. And she says yes, but also tells him that she was in class all day, asking if he didn't see her. And he says that he was sleeping the whole time. Then she asks if he's going to the gym, saying that she has something to show him. And when they get there, all four of them watch what the girl is going to do. And from inside her bag, she simply takes out a katana. And Proto asks what that is, because it is a different sword from the one she used to use. And she says yes, saying that, in fact, she went to her hometown to get that sword. Then, Proto looks at it and notices that that sword is emanating a strong magical power. So, she says yes, saying that this is a family heirloom. And Soi Eon is surprised by what the girl is saying, realizing that that is the Blue Moon Sword, Choi Genos heirloom. So she says that is right. Then Soyeon asks how she got it, and she says that after passing the selection test, she became the rightful successor of her family. But Soyeon says that, even so, it's not that common to give relics directly to high school students, and she says that since her father allowed it, it doesn't matter. Then she talks to Ryuki, asking if he thinks it's okay to train with the Blue Moon Sword from now on. Then he gets a little doubtful and says that it's up to her to do what she wants. But he asks if before that he can touch that sword once. However, Soyeon starts annoying him again, saying that that family relic contains the power of the constellations. And he is asking to touch it, yes. So Proto, like me, starts to think that this girl is annoying as hell. And Aram, in turn, who is the owner of the thing, simply gives it to Proto. Soyeon notices that she gave it to him easily, and when he picks it up he thinks it's strange, because the magical power coming from that sword seems strangely familiar. And so he is taken to the realm of that constellation's mind. And there he gets close to a guy who seems to be in a sword graveyard, and he is leaning against Proto, who says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, calling him Hyangio, that he or she is the guardian constellation of Shoijinga, Dao Wang, and Proto looking at him doesn't seem to recognize him at first, until he remembers him and calls him boy, asking if it's him. Then he asks how much longer he's going to call him that, saying that he's already grown up. But then he remembers something, wondering if he ever told Proto his name. But he says that all the boy did was challenge him with his sword. However, at this moment, the constellation thinks that even if he wants to talk to him now, after he became a constellation, he forgot his name. And Proto says that even if he says his name, he will continue calling him boy. So he gets mad about this. And Proto thinks that this kid has also become a constellation. When he stops to think about it, he thinks that that kid was very interesting. And he remembers the kid who came with a sword wanting to fight Proto. But he questions what the kid is talking about. And the little boy questions if he isn't the strongest among the adults there, saying that he wants to fight him. However, that first little boy that Proto took as a disciple says that he is calling his master, who has just become an adult, sir, asking Proto if he should kill him, but he tells him to calm down and asks the little boy why he wants to fight, asking if he likes it, and he simply explains that he wants to create the strongest fencing of Grima that can make anyone regardless of age or gender become stronger, and he explains that when the monsters attacked his family everyone died because no one knew how to use a sword, and the boy says that's why he wants to create it, so that no one else has to go through what he experienced. And that's why he asks Proto to fight him, because it's of Grima that if they defeat him soon it will be the strongest sword. And Proto thinks that that boy is quite brave, and not to mention fencing, it doesn't seem like he can hold a sword properly, but he goes along with the boy, saying that if he calls him Ryung, he will be his opponent, and the boy immediately agrees with this, calling Proto Ryung and inviting him to battle. However, Proto, who was already not well behaved since before, says that just so he knows, he has no mercy for children and goes all out against the world. The kid erasing him, and he thinks that back then he was already quite inconvenient since he always asked him to fight once a week, but Constellation asks if he doesn't think that this wouldn't have happened if he had lost just once. However, Proto asks if Seek, a boy who wants to create the strongest fencing, should be saying. However, Constellation thinks that, thanks to his advice, every time he lost, he was able to create his fencing technique. And the Proto questions if he is talking about that invincible sword or something like that, and he says that is exactly it. However, Ryuki says that if he had become his disciple, he would have been constantly monitored, asking if the boy didn't think about that. But he says that it's not that he didn't think about it, but if he did the same thing and his swordsmanship was complete, it wouldn't have been his fencing technique, but Hyung's fencing technique, asking if it wouldn't be like that, and says that when he thought about it, there was no other way. The Proto thinks that that kid has some courage, and says that he was wondering why Koirin's sword sounded so familiar, and says that now and he says that after becoming a constellation, he did his best to teach his swordsmanship technique to his employer. However, Proto says that this swordsmanship is very different from the one he used to know. So he thinks about it, talking about how he knows training one's magic power takes priority over training the body in the present day. And he says that if they learn his swordsmanship the way it is, it will put a burden on their bodies, so he made some improvements to make it easier to learn. However, he acknowledges that he still has a long way to go to become the strongest swordsman, but he thinks that even then he didn't know that Proto would reincarnate in the body of a high school student. And he remembers asking the boy if before seeing him he received a notification window or something. And he says no. So Proto thinks it's weird, because Lunatica said she knew about his reincarnation through the notification window. And he couldn't ask the other little boy, but Bart also knew he would be reincarnated. So he starts asking if the notifications were only sent to those who were directly exactly related to him, so he thinks it all makes sense. And so the boy says that this can also be considered destiny, questioning if they should fight, and Proto says that it's okay because he wants to see how strong he has become. And so the constellation starts to get into a battle pose, thinking that it's been a while since he got so excited. So Proto goes all out to, on top of him, but without drawing his sword, and the constellation also leaves very excited. And so in the real world, Proto finally returns, then asks Choa Aram to take good care of him. She says yes, and he says that his constellation is a good boy, telling her to practice Sujgrime while communicating with him frequently. And the girl just agrees with him, and with that the constellation stays behind, all destroyed, thinking that this doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, in China, the Seo or Heian family goes to the elders, asking why they called her. So, the three elders talk to her because, as she knows, the position of matriarch is still vacant, and they called her because it seems that they need to choose a new matriarch as soon as possible. They were thinking about asking her, the leader of the White Lily Association, to become the matriarch. But it is their tradition that the leader of the White Lily Association cannot become the matriarch. So, they ask if she has any other candidate in mind, but they say that whoever it is, they need to choose a better candidate than him. Rion, the last matriarch, and they say that she was a twisted woman who used her family's guardian constellation as a tool to protect her position. Then Rion thinks of someone and says that she understands, saying that the candidate she wants to recommend is Yanglan, is there at Cassid's house doing a Exxon against Koirin. So, with the two facing each other, Choi prepares to use her sword draw, finds another tap Ina in her hand, and Proto says that, as he said before, they should avoid using magical power as much as possible and fight only with their physical abilities. He tells Aram that since that sword is a sacred relic, she must fight with the sword in its sheath. Then she understands. But at first, she says that she doesn't mind if she takes it out of its sheath, asking if Proto minds. But he says that she is fighting against her with her hands covered and asks what will happen if she cuts herself, saying that it is problematic if an accident occurs during training. And by the way, he asks why Soyeon is there, and she says that she had no problems with her watching Yalan fight last time, and asks why he is doing this. And she says that she is also curious about how Yen Lang, that he won unilaterally in a training match last time. It will be against Choi Aaron, and she says that even though the girl has become stronger, thanks to the guide. And also in Sacred Relic, she wants to know if she can resist against Yang Lang. And in that, Rin tells the kitten to listen to Ryuki, because if she draws her sword, she will certainly be hurt. And so she tells her to stop calling her kitten, going all out towards Aram. So she just uses her serve to stop the girl's punch. And Soyeon is only met with the aura of both. And in that, the kitten really stops because of the girl's serve, but throws Aaron away with another punch. She goes after the girl again, but Aaron manages to dodge and hit her sideways, throwing her to the side, so she uses another blow with her sword. But Yang Lang manages to dodge by ducking, and that blow, even with the sword in the sheath, manages to create a crack in the wall. And Yang Lang starts to think that that girl is definitely strong, and gets up, going after her again, asking when she became so strong, and admits that she doesn't know the girl's ability, hitting the spider once again, throwing it back. But she thinks that she's seen the girl fighting Ryuki a few times and says that she wasn't that strong, but her movements are completely different now. Then, Aram, once again, goes after her with his sword and almost hits the girl's abdomen. And even though it just grazes her, Yen Lang is left with a mark right in the middle of her belly, and then Aram says that she dodges it well. Yen Lang asks if she thinks that would hit her, and she thinks that she's anticipating all the direct attacks, thinking that it's a limit to how much she can push with her strength. And if things continue like this, she'll be defeated unilaterally, and she must prepare to receive a blow from her and make a counterattack. Then the two get into position again to attack each other, and Aram takes the lead, going after her with his sword. Then Yen Lang lets that blow land so he can get close to Aram. Then he manages to land a hook right on Arinya's chin, throwing her back. And so the girl falls to the ground, and Yen Lang is happy that this act occurred. But Aram, even feeling pain, gets up, wanting to continue that fight. But then, when they were going to clash again, Proto tells them to stop because the training match is over, and he says that since they are both injured, they should go receive treatment because he will give a personal review later. The lady agrees, and the protagonist thinks that this was not bad, since appearing in the contract with the constellation, it seems that she communicated with him a lot, and even in a short time her abilities improved, and with that he looks at Yenlon lying on the ground, and he asks if she is okay, but that wound on her belly is quite ugly, so she thinks that it was dangerous, since it was lucky that she deliberately got in the way of his sword. And she thinks that if she had faced the tip of the sword where it would generate the most force when swinging it, she would have collapsed without being able to block it. She was only able to block the sword because it was in the area around the sword's guard where it rotated less force. And she begins to wonder if the reason why she suddenly became stronger had something to do with that sacred relic. Then she thinks about the glove her mother used and begins to take an interest in sacred relics. And so Proda says that's enough for today, sending everyone away. And so, a few days later, the guide summons him, saying that she found the exact location of the catastrophes. And Proda immediately asks where it will occur. She says that it is in the city of Sejong, saying that that is the name of the area. And he asks if she knows the exact date that it will occur. And she says that it will be in 3 weeks. Then Proda thinks that last time she said it would be in 3 months, saying that that sounds correct. But what she said last time was the idea of beating the labyrinth as quickly as possible. And she says that is exactly it. Then he asks what he should do with the monsters that come out when he enters the labyrinth. And she says that last time she told him to gather some team members, and asks if he's found people he can use, and so he remembers all the people he's met so far, but he doesn't feel much trust in those people, and says that there might be people who could really help. And she questions if it's serious, and he asks why she doesn't send some contractors around the area in advance, and she says that would be good. However, since he's the boss who needs to kill the labyrinth boss, he should just focus on that. So he says that they'll organize again, saying that he'll put on that ring and advance quickly through the labyrinth. And instead of destroying the labyrinth, they'll go through it and get the labyrinth boss. And he asks her if it's okay, and she says yes, asking him to do it, but he questions what he should do after that. So she summons a stone and gives it to Proda, telling him to use it. So he asks what that is, and she says it's a disposable teleportation crystal, saying that if he imbues it with magic, he would be teleported there. But he's doubtful about that, asking if she can't just call him. And she says that of course that's also possible. But she says that's the limit to knowing the situation from the outside, being inside. And she plans to keep a close eye on the movement of the labyrinth boss at the time of the disaster. So it would be better for him to teleport himself. As soon as the labyrinth is cleared, he understands what she wants to say. And she tells him to get ready, because he'll see himself in 3 weeks. And so she snaps her finger, bringing him back to reality. Proda starts walking down the street, saying that first he's going to hire Adelia and plant some contractors from the Ventric family. And he thinks that the people he's observing now aren't at the level of being obstacles, so he believes it would be easier to take them. And he thinks that since it's the weekend that day, he should send in a request for time off. And he says that he'll ask Lilia first. And he calls her. And he says that he called to ask for time off. Then she tells Ryuki that they're in trouble yelling at him. And he asks what's going on. And she says that she got fired from Valhalla. But the kid seems to not give a shit about it, and she questions what he means by "I understand," asking if he's not being too harsh, and he just says that she must have been fired because she deserved to be fired, so she says that that can't be possible because she might look clumsy in front of Ryuki, but as an instructor, she has always done everything right, and even her evaluations as an instructor have always been the best, and she consistently writes articles about monsters outside of class. So he thinks it's a little strange, wondering if it's common to fire an instructor during the semester and not during the holidays. And she says that even with the principal's orders, it's still too sudden. And Proda questions what she's talking about, asking if the principal has changed. And she says that this is a secret for the students and she doesn't know why. But she kept her mouth shut so there wouldn't be any articles. So Proda thinks this is suspicious, wondering if it has anything to do with the principal's secret change. So he thinks that if Lilia was fired, he won't be able to have free time, wondering if it's time to get out of there. So he tells her that maybe it's time for him to go to the principal's office suddenly. Meanwhile, he'll ask what happened. And she starts to say that he doesn't need to do that, worried. However, Proda just hangs up on her. But as he prepares to go there, he receives a message from Yen Lang. And she tells him that she was expelled from Valhalla. Asking why, he also has doubts. He wonders what this is now and why she was expelled suddenly. He wonders what's going on around him. Besides, it seems that there are a series of incidents happening around him, and whatever it is, he thinks he should see the principal quickly, and so he goes to the Black Cat, who is the new principal. Then he says that he had a feeling, and it seems that he was right, and questions if the Black Cat became principal. And he says no, exactly. He's just the director on the outside. And the real director is the constellation he serves. And he asks if he expelled Yen Lang and Lilia because of Luminous. Then the Black Cat says yes, and Proda asks why, and he says he identified and got rid of the intrigues, who were challenging the master. And he says he didn't hesitate and expelled them, and that's what the constellation said. And he says he also wants to expel the student named Koirin, asking if everything's okay. But Proda tells that crazy constellation to stop that, and bring back the people it expelled. He says he wasn't directly involved, he just taught and used them, and says it's unpleasant to think they could be expelled for that. And Luminous answers Proda through Black Cat. Extremely dissatisfied tone, agreeing with him, and then Black Cat says she said everything was fine. And at that Proda asks why they bought Valhalla. Then Black Cat says it was a sudden order from the constellation. He also heard that Proda refused to live in the money building in the market. He says it's because he's living in the dormitory, and Black Cat says his constellation said if he bought Valhalla, the master could live in the building, and he says that she said that while buying it, and Proda asks if it was just for that. And he says that when he connected one of the rooms of the Valhalla Academy to the building, only authorized people can enter that room. So, if he needs to, he can use it comfortably. And he also asks Proda if there is anything else he needs. And he thinks for a bit, asking if the Black Cat can do whatever he wants with that school. He says he has no intention of interfering with the right to education, but he says yes. Then Proda says he would like to ask him a favor, asking if he can help him. And so, 3 weeks later, in the city of Sejong, a resident there can't believe what he's seeing, because the entire city is on fire. He wonders what this is. Then the monsters start making a huge mess, breaking everything and killing people in front of them. And a man stands there wondering what's going on. And he says he only came because it was something related to his family. But he wonders what all these monsters are. And then he hears a woman scream and a goblin from Rio is trying to steal her purse. I don't know why, right? But then he attacks her with the intention of killing her. Imagine this, that guy who was watching his father dismounts in front of him and stops the goblin's attack, leaving him surprised. Then he uses only his other hand to hit the goblin and kill him, and he says that more goblins will come telling the woman to run away. And he thinks that it's different because it's definitely different from the virtual monsters he fought in the situation. He says that the feeling of weight in his hand gives him chills. He says that he dealt with a goblin, but he wonders if he'll be able to deal with all those other monsters that are in front of him. He thinks that it went bad because he has to take care of at least half of them, but then Se-hyuk gets a fright because Eren and Yang Lang appear full of desire to kill, and so she goes after the monsters together, finishing them off quite easily. Then they remember a few days before when the Black Cat introduced himself in front of them, and Soyeon asked about the president of Mustache that they had and he says that he retired and left her as the new president. But Sooyoung says that even so they did not receive any notification of a change of president. But the Black Cat says that he thanks her for understanding that this was done with registration, and says that anyway, at some point, they will announce to the students that they just found out a little earlier than planned. He says that, for your information, his name is Black Cat and he hopes to work with her in the future. And Soyeon seems to know that name. And so Proda says that the reason why the new president is there is because he suggested establishing a new department and the president approved. And he says that it is a kind of special class, where students have autonomy to carry out outside activities without the need for traditional classroom teaching. And he asks the three of them if they want to join this class. So, Yen Lang assumes that there will be no changes for her. And Proda says that it is true, but he invited her to join. And he says that they will continue training, but now they will have the opportunity to go out and hunt monsters, which will certainly help them become stronger. Asking if they don't think so, then Yen Lang says that is it, saying that he will join. And Arinya, obviously, says that she will also join, if Rio wants her to. And Soyo says that he lost the thread of the conversation, asking first if the new president Gato Negro is the same person who owns the market. And he says that's right, asking if they know the market. That's a saying that at first she thought the market was an internet lie. She didn't think it was such an important place. Asks if it's possible for the owner of this clandestine market to become the president. And he says that it just happened. Asks Proda how he got the approval for the new special class, asking if he knew the new president. And he says that's right. Then Soyeon tells Sul that she knew he was strong. But he also has connections with the owner of the market, saying that it's not something normal for the student to have. Then he asks if she's going to join too. And she says of course, because who would refuse to take special classes when they can? But then the Black Cat remembers to tell them that although the basic classes and written exams are exempt, there are conditions. And he says that he will have to participate in events like debates or specific practical ones that require public exposure. So he asks if they said that. And the Black Cat says that at first he thought the same thing, but after thinking about it a little he realized that it was necessary. And he says that either way the students receive the greatest privileges. So because of that, it will be necessary to convince the other students and instructors. And to begin with, the first students who will come to the special class are strong enough to be recognized by the other students and instructors. So there's no problem with that, but from the school's point of view, putting the strongest students in Valhalla in the special class is a loss. And he says that's why he would appreciate it if they actively participated in this activity to raise Valhalla's status. And the Protoss continues to be interested in whether they will be able to hunt monsters outside, and the Black Cat says that it will be fine, but it would be great if they showed this strength in front of the students. And he says that this is not a request from the Black Cat, but from the president of Valhalla. So Proto wonders what's going on with this guy, wondering if he suddenly felt the responsibility of the position of president after retiring. And Proto thinks that in the end there's nothing he can do because there is a condition like this, and asks if any of them changed their minds. But none of them changed their minds, and everyone agrees with that, and Proto says it's good, announcing the first activity of the class to them. And so they all go together, until Sejong. But when they get there, Proto asks what's going on with Sehyuki, what he's doing there. But Sehyuki says that if there is anything he should ask because he went on the weekend because his parents live there. But this disaster happened, asking what they're doing there, but Proto simply tells Aram and Onlang to get ready, taking the lead and going after the monsters. Then one of the golems goes for the protagonist and he tells everyone that they came to kill those monsters, and so he manages to defeat several with a single blow of his sword. And with Proto passing the fish through those creatures with such ease, everyone was watching him. And Ryuki wonders if Ryuki was always like this, because there were high-ranking demons that they had never faced, not even during their simulation battles. And he actually cut them down in one attack. And then one of the Ventrix men appears calling Ryuki, and says that they discovered that a labyrinth seems to be the source of the disaster, and tells him that it is 5 kilometers away, and there are monsters densely around. And Proto asks about the other agents of the Ventrega family, and he says that they are evacuating civilians while preventing the damage from the monsters. So he talks to Mogairai, asking if his constellation hasn't awakened yet. And he says that he hasn't answered yet, and Proto thinks that it's been more than 3 months since the constellation manifested. He still isn't doing anything, and Proto thinks that it's not that hard to kill the monsters anyway, and he thinks that he just has to use his skills to take care of the smaller enemies. And he tells that informant to tell the Ventric family men to stop playing disguise with their cloaks, help in the evacuations by treating the wounded. Then he asks what he's talking about, and Proto says that it would be more useful to restore his tarnished image, so he takes off his cloak saying that he understood and asks if they should go to the center of the calamity then. And Proto says that before that, he talks to Ari and Yenlon that they should get rid of the monsters that are going after the civilians and evacuate with them. And so the two agree. And he talks to Soi Eon, saying that she will clear the way to Ser Hyuk's family house. And she starts to complain, asking why they have to team her up with that muscle head. But then she agrees, and Proto then prepares to go to the center of the disaster. And their several monsters are together protecting the entrance to the labyrinth. And that guy along with Proto notices that that slightly elevated area looks like the entrance to the labyrinth. He thinks about it looking up there, while Ventrix says that the high-ranking monsters are fewer, but there are a lot of them in general. He believes that it is a strategy where the agents of his family gather and cross through a single point, with the river that follows them could work. It works, but the Proto says it's the most normal, but he thinks it will take a long time. But the Ventrix says that this method still seems to be the best option, asking if he has any other suggestions. And the Proto smiled, saying that he does. Then he goes up on the balcony, and throws himself from up there on top of the monsters, and quickly starts killing with a smile on his face. And the first monster to see him is the first to die, and he falls in the middle of everyone making a cut in the air, killing several of them. Then that guy wonders what this is because he cut all the monsters in a single attack, and he says that now it makes sense to say that the high school student is a strong contractor, noting that this is the strength at the level of a constellation. So Proto thinks that everything is fine, taking out his sword, and he thinks that just in case he made a contract with Luminous to use his abilities, and he thinks that it is quite useful, and he prepares to hurry and enter the labyrinth. But he remembers that Gilly said to use that ring to defeat the boss of the labyrinth. And when he puts on the ring, he thinks that he has finished all the preparations, saying that he will quickly pass through that labyrinth. Meanwhile, in Great Britain, in the Ventric family, their leader thinks that seeing that this information about the calamity is only appearing now, it seems that the Korean government is just realizing the situation. Then, she says that, according to the last update received, about 50% of the civilians have evacuated. She heard that Hyuk also made his way without any problems to the center of the calamity. Then, Adelia wonders if he will go to the center alone, wondering if Ryuki really plans to destroy the source of the calamity alone. Then, the labyrinth. Finally, she receives a notification from her constellation, which asks how much time has passed. And she is surprised that the constellation is awake, saying that it has been about 3 months. Then it is said that the constellation begins to think, and she asks where her master is. Then Adelia says that Ryuki is in the middle of the labyrinth. He continues killing monsters while Bart talks to him, as it seems like he is just swinging his sword casually, but in reality, he is slashing them mercilessly. He questions if that is the Oxen style, but Proto questions what that is, because he's been silent for a while and suddenly he's hearing him asking nonsense, asking where he heard that. And Bart says that it seems that his disciples, who used to climb the Tower of Doom when he was the tower's master, used to call him that. And the Proto is in doubt about his disciples doing that, saying that just the name arbitrarily used for his swordsmanship to hunt monsters and calling it Shiloh Shin sounds regrettable, so he drops anyone who doubts that, and the Proto thinks that, by the way, The labyrinth is bigger than he thought, so he says that if he takes care of the monsters one by one, he'll be late. And so, he starts summoning his mana on the ground. Then Ba asks what he did. He tells him to shut up, because he's looking for the labyrinth's core with mana detection. He thinks that the labyrinth boss usually appears in a location in the core. So the place where you can feel the big mana is where the boss is. And so he thinks he found it, saying that it's deep down, looking at the ground. And Bart says that as far as he knows, the inside of the labyrinth cannot be destroyed easily. However, Prota thinks so, but summons the mana in his sword, saying that he also brought his disciple's ability. And so he makes a cut in the ground, and that cut makes him go down the entire labyrinth, and falling where he wanted, he asks that person who is there if he is the labyrinth boss, and that guy who looks like an ancient Chinese warrior just prepares to fight Proton. And so the boss of the labyrinth starts to gather his hand, and the Prota likes it, starting to smile, noticing that here he is a humanoid and his weapon is a spear. And if they are talking only about the range of the weapon, their side is at a slight disadvantage. But if he adds sword techniques or utilizes luminous abilities, they should be more or less. But he thinks that all he needs is to destroy the core of the labyrinth. And for that he has to get to that rock, and he thinks it is better to aim for a counterattack instead of swinging wildly. So that warrior prepares himself and attacks the Prota with a placed head on using his spear, and the Prota notices that he is getting close like this to be useful, so the monster, seeing that he missed that blow, takes his spear and swings it to the right, trying to hit the Prota. But he manages to dodge back and thinks that the range of his swing is no joke, noticing that it is like a blade, because there is magic imbued even in the club, and the monster tries to talk to him through some grunts. Then he attacks Prota once more, releasing several blows from the front, just trying to hit Prota in every way. And he thinks that this is annoying because when he attacks, he keeps his distance, making it difficult for him to counterattack. And so the monster gathers even more mana at the tip of his spear, attacking the ground right below Prota. But he manages to dodge back. However, the monster manages to lift several pieces of stone and throws himself using his sword. However, the monster takes a step forward while Prota is getting rid of the rocks and tries to hit Ryuki with a cross blow using his spear, but he stops it with his sword, and the monster keeps trying to hit Prota with more and more rocks, throwing him back. And Busty appears in his mind asking if Ryuki is being pressured, so he asks if he is crazy, and the reason he was pressured by that guy was on purpose. Then he thinks that he is getting further and further away from the crystal, and says that his plan was always to separate that guy and the rock. And seeing that his plan worked, he thinks that instead of playing around and using luminous abilities, maybe he should deal with this in his own way. Then he prepares to use a draw blow, and the leader monster of the labyrinth realizes that things are getting bad, and goes after Prota, trying to get closer. But then Prota passes by him, unleashing his attack, making several cuts on the monster's body, which, even without noticing, ends up being split into several pieces, falling to the ground. Then Prota looks back, noticing that he ended up dead, and so the ring on his finger begins to shine, and the strength of that monster goes directly to him, and so Busty notices that it seems like something was sucked into his ring, asking what it could be. Knows very well what that is, and it seems that the name that the guide mentioned was absorbed, as she said. However, Busty did not hear her explanation. But then, speaking of Busty, he remembers what he said before, asking if he was being appreciated, and says that Bart forgets things very easily, since it's been a while since he was hit, and Bart starts to get scared, saying he's sorry. And the Prota says he's going to leave before the labyrinth collapses, but then he remembers something looking back and seeing that that monster left his spear there, and wonders if it's not the spear the boss dropped. And when he picks it up, he wonders why it wasn't absorbed and is still there. And he thinks that just because he has the opportunity, he's going to take it with him. And so, already in another place, in a tree that guards a door, someone talks to a person who is inside his quarters, calling him the master of the labyrinth, and tells him that the disaster is over, and asks him if it really is, asking how many days it took this time, and the informant says it took about 2 hours, and the labyrinth master is surprised by this, asking how long the last disaster lasted, and he says it lasted 5 days. So he says that's a pretty significant amount of time, and he guesses that the overall level probably increased thanks to him making the guys he got the names of become constellations instead of reincarnating them. And he also asks if anyone who stood out in that disaster. And so the man says that, in fact, the labyrinth disappeared so quickly that he's still trying to figure it out. And the labyrinth master says that it's okay, because they'll figure it out in time anyway, and says that then they will advance the plan a little further, saying that they will start spreading the names, and it will be incomparable to the previous disaster, saying that they will use a different method to spread them, telling that guy to prepare, and that informant agrees with his master's orders. And so the master of the labyrinth says that he is looking forward to it, the day when they will feed on the most powerful. Trust that you will feed on the powerful indeed. I really want to see Prota crushing this guy, but he seems to be very, very strong indeed. The creature doesn't even have a face and seems to be just a mass of power. I want to see how Proto will reach the level of challenging this guy there. He will have to collect many, many more names in that ring. So, if you want the sequel, there is still a lot to happen. Leave a like, subscribe, and don't forget. And don't worry, we'll have another video on Sunday or Monday.